Today, Dad and I are starting our final challenge of FM24. We are heading to the Super League, with the winner not only having to win the European Super League trophy, but also the massive knockout tournament, the European Champions Cup as well. However, Dad and I are not starting in the top tier of 48 clubs, as that would be too simple, and we have gone one further, even down through the 96 clubs in tier 2, and have chosen clubs in tier 3 of the pyramid, amongst 190 other sides battling it out across 4 groups. And so the challenge is to take our tier 3 sides through 2 promotions all the way to the top of the Super League and be the first to have won both trophies before each other to be declared the winner. And so we selected our 2 sides ready for this epic challenge, with Dad choosing to become the manager of the Polish club Lech Poznan, while I went down a different route with the Greek club Aris. And with both teams starting in the same group, it makes for a very competitive start. Dad, we're back with a Super League.
Yeah, we haven't done this one for a while, have we?
No, so
I do like this one.
I do as well, because we'll go into the money side of it. There's a lot of money in the game, which allows you to have a little bit more fun, and we're near the end of the game cycle now, so it is about time that we have some fun. Of course, if you're looking to pre-order FM26, you can do so using my link at the top of the description. Get yourself a big discount using my Fanatical. Give you a Steam code. Don't worry about it. It'll go straight onto your Steam library, and you can still have the early access. So, now, with this, I decided to beat Aris, which is a Greek side that I have never been before, and I think this is the beauty of it. We're being 2 teams that we have never been before, because we're in the 3rd tier of the Super League, which has 4 groups, which makes it slightly difficult. You are Lech Poznan, as you can see there. This is Group D. We're in the same group right now, but there's 4 groups in the 3rd tier. Going up is just then 2 groups, and you can see Group A, Group B, and then going into the Super League, which is 1 big group, but every group has 48 teams. So this is one of those seasons where you'll only play everybody once. So you play 47 games still, which is still more than what you would in the championship, for instance. But yeah, it's
a lot of teams go down.
A lot of teams go down. A lot of teams go up. So if you are struggling and you're in the bottom sort of 12 teams, you're going down, unfortunately. So this first season, all about trying to build what we've got right now. We've started off quite well as well, and we didn't have any transfer budget, so no players on the ins for either of us.
No.
We decided to just go straight into it. Tactically, I've decided to go for a 3 at the back. I've been enjoying that recently and finding new ways of enjoying a 3 at the back. I've pushed a centre midfielder up because we've got a perfect player for it. In Monchu's actually quite good there, but if we did the best 11 pick, it goes like this. Rakic is in there, so he is more of an attacking centre midfield on attack type player with good finishing ability. So yeah, I thought we'd go for him in there. Monchu is arguably my best player. He plays in that CDM role, and I like him there. Carlos Perez is on a loan to move from Celta Vigo. Decent, probably one of my better players, to be honest, on that right-hand side, come from Barcelona Youth Academy. We've got Sisto on the left. Who remembers Pione Sisto when he was at Midtjylland? So, still going, 28 years of age, not a bad player at all. We've still got some decent defenders. I actually think my best striker is not the one that they're showcasing here in Kadawiri. I think right now it's Lauren, but he has been injured at the start of the season, so he's bedding his way back into the team. You can see he's played 6 games and only scored 1, so maybe that's the reason why, but he is a new player in this Aris side. And at the start of the season, we've played some difficult fixtures. We've played some easier ones. We've lost to Lugano and Famalicão, but we've won the other, 6 games? 7? No, 6 games. Ajaccio, we've got a team there from Portugal, I think, but it's hard to tell because they're all based in Gibraltar on this. But it's Spanish because they were Spanish players. Empoli 5-0, Sunderland 1-0, Sarajevo and Allianzspor from the Turkish side. Some good wins there, so not bad. Now, if you're wondering, by the way, when me and Dad play each other, it's near the end of the season in March, so we've got a long wait before we play against each other, but I'm sure we will cover that. Now, Dad, before we go on to the money side of it, again, no transfers in or out for you. We went straight for it with this Lech Poznan side. Decent lineup that you've got, to be honest. There's some good players in this team.
Yes, I mean, the striker stands out, I think, for me, really. He's a beast, isn't he?
He looks monstrous.
I mean, he's 30, but he's going to be there for a few seasons, and he's a real beast. So I'm quite happy just to play with him up front and have the two wingers sort of supplying him as well, really. So
yeah, because you got two good wingers.
Yes.
Wallmark and Palmer. Wallmark is 21-year-old Swedish midfielder.
Yeah.
So he's really good.
And I think, isn't the other guy on loan, though? If I remember
Palmer,
rightly?
yeah, he's on loan from Celtic.
Yeah, so,
you do have a £3.9 million
yes.
option if you wanted to.
I'm going to see how he pans out. If he has a good season, I could sort of trigger that one, I think.
He's done very well to begin with.
Yes.
5 goals in 8 appearances with 1 assist.
I'll trigger it now then, shall I?
Yeah, he used to play for me.
Yeah.
So there
That's
we
weird,
go,
isn't it?
Louis Palmer. But yeah, the rest of the side, you've got Milic, who I think is not a bad centre defensive midfielder for this level, but I definitely think your front three is better than sort of the back end of your team, to be honest.
Playing the little Christmas sort of diamond in the back, sort of try and keep it a little bit tight at the back for me, really, and see if the wingers can supply the big guy up front.
Well, start of the season's been really good for you. You've actually only lost 1 game of the season against Barry, which of course was the last team that I had in one of these challenges, 4-1. Won every single game
apart
since.
from that, yeah, great start. I'm really pleased. I'm buzzing.
Yeah, beat some big teams, FCSB, the likes of Hansa Rostock. So these are the types of teams that we're in, right? The second and third tier clubs that we're against right now. Those are the sort of standard of clubs that we are going up against. So let's have a look at money-wise. Now, you're already through the Champions Cup into the next round. That was the second round that you've just played in, which means now you go into the third round. You're going to be playing either Preston or Hanover 96. So you actually stand quite a good chance of going through again.
Yes.
And the reason why that is crucial is because the money in the Champions Cup, which we're classing as like the Champions League, and one of the things you have to win to complete the challenge, because the winner of the challenge is going to be, you have to be the first to win both the Champions Cup and the Super League. So it's no good just being good at one.
No.
Which is exactly what we did last time, and it proved to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So the Champions Cup, which is basically the Champions League, has a lot of rounds, but every single round is so rewarding. So the first round, if you win that, you get £4 million. We're not even in that one. We go straight to the second round because of where we're based. You win that, that's £8 million straight away. Then you win the next round, you get another £12 million. So the third round that we're going into, you get another £12 million. The further along you go, the money just keeps doubling each time.
Yeah.
64, well, it goes to fifth round 48, then it doesn't double. It goes to 64. Then the quarterfinals, if you get to the quarterfinals and then win, you get another £80 million. You win the semi-final, you get another £96 million. And if you win the final, you get $128 million on top of all the other ones that you've won as well.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why it's so good if you manage to win one of these.
Looking at like nearly 400 million.
Yeah. So if you get like quite far in, because we were noticing the last time we played this, clubs from like the second tier were getting to the quarter semi-finals regularly, sometimes even the final, and that was really changing their whole sort of path because of the money that they were making. But not only that, in our league alone, the money is rather good. If we're looking at the rules, to win a game, you get £3 million if you win one of the games. You get £2 million if you draw, and £1 million for losing.
That's just mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
£1 million. Oh, we lost. That's all right. We won £1 million.
Yeah, so it's crazy. So the money is great, obviously, but everybody wins that money.
That's right, yeah.
So the value of player will
mean
go
you're
up.
going to be a better for it because each team gets the money, don't they?
Yeah, I think the best thing about it is everybody gets that money, so that like nobody is gonna when you get to like 5 seasons into it, and a lot of Premier League clubs have basically bankrupt themselves. A lot of clubs around Europe just have no money whatsoever, and you can't do anything with them. This is kind of the opposite. Everybody has money, so you can buy players, but so can everybody else.
Yeah.
So along the way, players are going to be higher in price, but you're going to have
more fussy about who they go to as well.
Exactly, yeah. But it's a lot of fun to do so anyway. Now, if you go up to the League 2, you get £4 million per win, and still £1 million if you lose. And if you go to the top flight, which is the Super League, you get £5 million for win. So that's the only change that you get from that either way. So a lot of fun to be had in these Super Leagues. But as I say, we're in the third tier right now, and we've got a long way to go before we end, because the actual Super League itself has all of the best clubs in Europe. Basically, this is European Super League to face off against, and look how many clubs get themselves relegated. I think it's like 16 sides get themselves relegated. So when you get in there, it's not done and dusted. You have to survive. And there's some big teams here who will get relegated into the second tier.
When you're looking at that many teams going down, you can easily just slip into that.
Yeah, if you end the season right now, PSG, who are the current real-life Champions League winners, are going down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a tall ask, really, but a lot of fun for this journey. So stay with us. This is going to be a blast. Let's see what happens in season number 1. Dad's beast of a striker, Ishak, carried on his good start to the season and even scored the opener in the Champions Cup third round against Preston, where the tie was levelled by Dad's opponent soon after, until a 94th minute winner from the Poznan side securing progression and the round's prize money. Unfortunately for me, despite scoring 2 goals against Angers in our third round tie, we still lost 4-2 and was eliminated from the competition, which allows us to focus on our league form instead, and with Lauren back scoring goals, we were looking deadly in attack. With 22 games remaining, we are sat in 3rd place and Dad in 6th, but it's really tight around those last few promotion spots. And it will stay like that, and Dad's form in the Champions Cup continued in the 4th round when he faced Hoffenheim and pulled off a 2-1 win after falling behind just 3 minutes into the match, which then heads into a 5th round tie against Girona from the tier above. And this was Dad's most dominant performance yet in the competition, as they smashed Girona 4-1 to keep racking up the prize money each round. But with the next round against PSG, you would expect that that's where the run would come to an end. However, you would be wrong, as Patrick Wallermark scored 2 goals in the first half to give Dad the lead, and the only time PSG could find the net themselves was from a Desiree Doué goal in the second half. A massive achievement for Dad in of itself, as they blast through to the quarterfinals. It was taking its toll on Dad's league form though, which had plummeted in the new year, and he dropped down into 12th place, still with an outside chance of promotion, and with leaders Bristol City his next opponent in the Champions Cup. We were still plodding along in the promotion spots, but a game against Dad then shocked us, as on the day we simply just did not show up, and although the match did take place in Poland, Dad's home ground, that was still not a good enough excuse for the performance that my guys showed and displayed. It was only 1-0 at halftime too, but by the 80th minute, we had gone just 1 shot on target, and Dad then went on to score 3 goals in the last 10 minutes of the match, cementing a massive win and early bragging rights against us in a 4-0 victory. Thankfully for me, the run for Dad in the Champions Cup came to an end the match before against Bristol City, as they lost 2-0, but that's maybe why they were so good the following match. Either way, receiving the backlash from Dad's amazing run in the Champions Cup wouldn't matter if we managed to secure promotion, and he didn't. But my terrible, inconsistent run of form continued, and we are really in danger of dropping out of the top 8 promotion spots and being replaced by Dad, who is only 2 points behind after a good few wins in a row. With 2 draws and a loss, we then went into the final day needing results to go our way, and not just in our own match. And that's because Dad had beaten St Gallen 1-0 in the first fixture, but lost the next 2 matches with the same scoreline, meaning it went down to the final game of the season to determine who pinched the remaining promotion spot. And while Carlos Perez was heading in the rebound off of Monchu's free kick in the 7th minute, Dad was conceding the penalty in the 10th. It wasn't just Dad's results that I had to beat as well though. If Hull City won their home match, I still wouldn't get promoted. Doing what I could though, we went 3-0 up at half time, while Hull City's game was still 0-0. Up until the 52nd minute, when visitors Brand took the lead and did me a big favour. What makes it better is that Hull City actually missed a penalty in the first half as well. And speaking of penalties, Dad conceded a second to go 2-0 down. And somehow, all the results on the final day of the season went my way, and we managed to cling on, securing promotion in the most box office way possible. Well, final day drama. as I managed to get myself promoted because Hull City was defeated and we won 3-0 against Frosinone. Lovely stuff. However, I think you should be really annoyed with your end of the season.
I am really kicking myself. I lost the last 3 games of the season.
Didn't even score a goal.
I missed promotion by 4 points.
Yeah.
And I dropped 9 points there.
So 2 wins from there, and you are up.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at the clubs that you lost against, they're not the ones in the top. Whereas I had to beat Frosinone, who were in the top.
Yeah. The start that
through.
I had of that season as well, I should have been there. I should have been in that top 8.
2 of the teams that you lost against, in fact, that might be 3 of them. There's Sion and Aberdeen relegated. So Sion, Aberdeen and Rapid Bucharest was the other side. Rapid Bucharest, wherever they are, I think they can't be that high, surely. This is the trouble when it's that.
Yeah, but just below me they are.
Oh, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, Rapid Bucharest, there they are. So 3 teams there that you lost against, 2 of them were in the relegation zone and will be going down this season.
That's bad. That is really bad. That's 2 games I should have won there. I'd have been promoted.
Yeah.
And if I'd been promoted, you would have been.
That's true. Yeah, because I took that last spot.
Yeah.
83 points. So I'll be going up to the UEFA 2 League, the second Super League right now for the next season. We didn't have any players in there, which is not too shocking, to be honest, I don't think, considering obviously how good and how many games and everything everybody's played. It's not surprising whatsoever. The Champions Cup, though. This is why you're doing quite well in terms of financial, though. £261 million in the bank because you got to the quarterfinal, Dad. And this is what we mean because you lost against Bristol City, who are in our division.
Yeah.
So they were in the semi-final.
And we know how much money that was.
Exactly. So you lost.
Million.
Yeah. Real Madrid went on to win it. Semi-final. Bristol City actually got to the final. So they are finalists of the Champions Cup in Season 1 and lost only an extra time, might I add. Their finances now must be mega. They got £432 million in the bank. That's crazy, isn't it? They can now go up the division and spend well because this season they sold more than they bought. So, yeah, they can spend really well. And that's how life-changing for a club it can be in this database. They've just done really well in the Champions Cup, got all the way to the final, and they're sitting pretty now in the Super League.
Gutted I lost against them, really.
Yeah, but you had a great run.
Yes,
you had a great run.
A really good bit of money in my budget.
You beat PSG in the 6th round, so 5th round knocking out Girona there 4-1. 4th round, long way down the Hoffenheim you beat down there, and obviously the 3rd round we seen when you played whoever it was, Hanover and Preston. Preston went through against Hanover, so you defeated them 2-1. So the money that you picked up just from that alone, financially, would have set you up massively for
111 million.
Yeah, £111 million budget for this league, for the Tier 3.
Yes,
still
that just helps you so much, doesn't it? You're looking at some good players there, really.
Yeah.
3 or 4 really good world-class players, I think.
Whereas on the opposite side of things, I only got to the 2nd round and didn't do very well at all. And financially, only £92 million in the budget. I still got £62 million to spend in the transfer budget, but could have done with more going up a division now. So nowhere near as much, but still okay. Still a great season. Got ourselves promoted. We're closer to the promised land
you were
right
there
now.
All season as well.
Yeah, I did all right. A lot of the time, I was sat even higher than where we were suggesting. I dropped off quite a lot.
Where did I drop
towards
off to
the
then?
end? Well, let's have a look then at past positions because our runs towards the were difficult on this. Group A, Group D. There we go. So 8th and 12th. Both of us were sat by after the halfway point. That's match day 27. We were sat there in 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
So
I just lost it completely there, didn't I?
Top 8 go through.
And then the end of the season, bang.
Yeah.
Really
dropped off those 3.
So
it's disappointing from you. I had another bad run in the middle there. I mean, you absolutely stuffed me 4-0. That sort of kicked me on a little bit because I won a couple after that. But yeah, another bad run towards the end of the season.
Yeah, you
just managed to do it. Yeah. I just had good runs every now and then. Like my September was absolutely perfect. I had a great November as well. Only draw into Las Palmas is a bad game. Beat Bristol City, look. And then lose 4 in a row. So yeah, I was very inconsistent, unfortunately. But it did all right in the end. We got ourselves promoted into the 2nd tier. Let's have a look, though, at the top tier. I think this is quite interesting because these are the teams now that might be coming down to face me.
Yeah.
In Tier 2. So Liverpool were champions, 106 points. So Real Madrid winning the Champions Cup, Liverpool winning the Super League. But going down is the likes of Ajax, Eintracht Frankfurt, Nice, Real Betis. I mean, there's some big clubs there. Monaco, Leipzig, Brighton. Some big clubs.
Yeah.
And some smaller ones actually surviving. The likes of Stuttgart and Bilbao, who famously can't buy players. I wonder if I don't think they still can. So I wonder how long they'll survive with all this money and obviously only relying on players coming through. Be interested to see how they... Like, Fenerbahce doing very well as well. Like, Galatasaray doing really well. So, yeah. Not amazing for those clubs going down, but there's a lot of clubs that will be going down into your division, Dad. I mean, there's even more here as well. So it's going to play for an interesting season number 2. I've got to be thankful for Lauren, who got 23 goals. Didn't get one assist, though. Pione Sisto got 15. 13 goals, 15 assists. Obviously, Carlos Perez, who's going to be my new player next year. The loan to buy, 12 goals, 11. Monchu got 17 assists as well. I think he's a set piece taker. He has to be. He's 15 for corners. So that's really good as well. But yeah, we've got 60 odd million pound to build upon for next year. So we'll see how that one plays out. Dad, let's look at your squad. You've got 21 goals from Ishak, which is the Swedish striker that you had there. Not an amazing number. Not an amazing number, but I'm still pleased with it though. He was playing up there on his own really, so he got to take a lot of stick and hold the ball up as well, I feel. So, but he only assisted in 5, which I'm surprised with really. 11 and 13 for Patrick Wallermark, and Lewis Palmer only getting 11 goals as well. Yeah. I think you just like goals. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's what cost me. I lost those last 3 games to 0. I think I lost each game 0, something 0, didn't I? So yeah, goals cost me. So yeah, that's what I'll be definitely looking at. With your 111 million pounds. I'm definitely getting a striker in, aren't I? Yeah, definitely. All right then, well, let's see what happens this summer. One of my main aims for the summer was to upgrade my striker, and we sold Loren to help bring in his replacement, Pedro Mendes, for roughly the same amount of money. But he wasn't going to be the only new guy joining the club this summer, as we had another 5 transfers lined up. Dad's trouble was, despite having the money, he was unable to attract a higher caliber of player down to tier 3. He was building a new system to work with, and the first game of the season, in mid-July, he found himself 2 goals down but managed to claw it back to draw the game with 2 very late finishes. Dad had transferred to a 4-2-2 system using narrow attacking midfielders, while I was still using the 3 at the back system that got me promoted last season. I had began the season with a 3-2 win against Sevilla with a very late winner from my new defender, but followed that by drawing 3 fixtures in a row. But at the very least, the striker decision was justified, as Pedro Mendes was superb in the early weeks. And the step up into tier 2 was challenging, but we were surviving for now. Dad was majority of the time on the winning side, but occasionally silly points were dropped that he would have to rid of to avoid missing out on promotion like he did last year. Alright, Dad, start of the season's not been too amazing, but a couple of losses to Real Zaragoza and Tromsø. Yeah. Drawing, obviously, to Empoli. Are you surprised at that with the amount of players that you have brought in? I am a bit, but it's that type of league, isn't it? You're going to lose a couple of games type of thing, so I've just got to make sure I tighten it up a bit more, really, I feel. Max Ndeka was your big signing. Yep. Left-sided centre-back. Good centre-back, yeah. So that's what I feel that I had to strengthen that up and stop conceding goals. So that's what I've done. I've brought him and a goalkeeper in as well. So I think I've got a good goalkeeper in as well. Yeah. Striker-wise, you mentioned bringing the strikers. Bolivar has joined, as well as Stepinski. Yeah, he's a good striker. All right, he's 29, but he can use both feet as well. So... and his physicals ain't that bad. He's 6 foot. He knows where the net is. So, yeah, hopefully he can do the business for me as well. Okay, so you go in to 2 striker formation. Yes. I was a bit disappointed with last season with not scoring enough goals. So I've got 2 attacking midfielders now and 2 strikers as well. So I just hope that it sort of works for me this season. Yeah. That's what I need. I just need to get promoted and the money will come in. But if you get promoted, you're winning games. Yeah. So that's what it's all about, isn't it? Right. So, having a look, obviously, I mean, if you're looking at the league season preview, it does put you in 24th, but that's overall out of every single team in that. Now, obviously, there's 4 groups of 8, which means you should technically just scrape in as the 24th team who gets promoted. So that's who they are favoriting as the, obviously, ones to get promoted is basically from you up.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, now let's have a look then at my side, because I spent £124 million despite having a smaller budget. I used installments because I knew the money might be there later on. I did sell Lauren, though, for £17 million after a good season last year. He is 30. I decided to cash in. I don't think he's good enough for this division. So I sold him to a team in my division, funny enough, with 1 goal in 8 games. Nah, he ain't going to do that well. He got 23 for me and 45 last year. And I think I've replaced quite well, bringing in Pedro Mendes instead, who I think overall is a better player. And he's already got 7 in 9. So... Ooh. Good decision. I mean, I've seen that he, in the division below, got 33. So, yeah, I decided to go for that one straight away. The only downside is he insisted on having a minimum fee release clause, which is only £20 million. So that might come back to bite us in the future. But obviously, Carlos Perez joined us on that £3 million move that was already being done. Volpato, though, from Sassuolo was one of my biggest in £30 million. But I think my best sign-in actually might be between the two, because £35 million for Ayari comes in, who's a really good centre midfielder who's more of attacking, which fills the role that I was actually already using anyway, my centre midfield on attack. But left-sided defence, my defence is probably my weakest position. This guy here, Mikavko, I don't really know. Ukrainian, 19 years of age. He looks fantastic. He looks really good. So I think in this database we found from last time, players just naturally become really good.
Yeah.
Because they're all playing really good standard of football, which is what you need on Football Manager to reach your full potential. And they're all doing that.
Yeah.
So they're all playing high level of football, which means they're going to progress quicker anyway. I also got Ortega from Manchester City in goal because we needed a better goalkeeper, and he actually goes straight into the team as well. So we're keeping our formation exactly how it is. Pedro Mendes fills that role. Monchu and Ayari kind of like swap around here. I want it to be Ayari more often than not, and he has played quite a lot for me already, 9 games. I expect 4 starting, 5 off the bench. I don't really want to lock anybody into midfield when they got to play 47 games without any cups. So I'm kind of just happy just to let them play it out. I think Ayari eventually, in the long run, will be far better, because the player that actually went in there instead is on a loaned him out anyway. So there's other players that do. I think Racic has been playing quite a few games. Volpato has played a few at centre mid as well. So I don't mind the rotation option for that centre midfield on attack position. But Mikavko goes straight in there. Ortega goes straight in there. Obviously my striker, goes straight in there and doing really well. But the start of the season, we have gone up a division. Games are harder. We beat Sevilla straight away, 3-2, which I thought, well, this is great. Scored in the 92nd minute, but then we've drawn quite a lot of games. Also drawing to Como, losing to Reims and Lens. So some bad results in there. Only winning against Sevilla, Espanyol and Hellas Verona. Plus knocking Brøndby out of the cup, which means we are in the next round, which is the 3rd round there, against St. Pauli. So, happy days. I think you're also in it, Dad, and you've got Wolves in the next round. So we've already seen the money that it can bring you in that competition. So that's something that we're all going to be trying to do, is finish very well in that competition going forward in season number 2. Dad's good form continued into September, winning 3 games from 4, with Stepinski scoring 5 goals. His form in the league in the next 3 months, however, was really inconsistent, and he couldn't get a good run of wins going. Not to mention, he had also lost in the 3rd round of the Champions Cup, which is where I exited the competition too. Pedro Mendes was scoring a lot of goals, which was still fantastic for us. However, we were either winning games comfortably or we were completely out of them by losing 3 or 4-0. And as we went into the new year, both of our sides had a good chance to gain promotion, with Dad slightly higher up his league table than me. And that's where Dad began a run like no other. Home or away, Dad's Poznan side refused to lose a game of football, going on an unbeaten run that stretched over 4 months and into April. and was also seeing them beat the teams around them to climb into first place. I was still really happy with my former Aris, and the fact that we even stood a chance of promotion in our first season in Tier 2 was pleasing. But Dad was a shoo-in for promotion if this continued and should be going for the title. Meanwhile, I was sat just 2 points outside with difficult games coming up. Pedro Mendes continued to score goals in an Aris shirt even in games we failed to win, and he took his tally to 33 league goals by the end of the campaign in an impressive step up from 2 tiers below. In the end, 2 unfortunate losses cost us in our promotion hopes in what was still a fantastic first season stepping up into Tier 2. But we ultimately missed out on promotion by 3 points as we sat in 10th spot. Dad's miraculous unbeaten run did come to an end in mid-April at the hands of an unlikely side in Slovakia, which unfortunately opened the door for some more bad losses where Stepinski was missing crucial penalties. And although there were some great performances still, the final day came and Dad was not celebrating a title lift. But the main aim of the season was, however, achieved. Right, Dad, no amount of money is going to come in, well, compared to last season, thanks to both of us finishing in the third round.
That game we knew I had against Wolves, they done me. So, yeah. But I'm looking at the league this time.
You're in the Super League.
Yeah, that's
next tier.
Next tier, yeah. But I was comfortably there. I was there all season by the looks of it. So, yeah, I'm pleased with that.
92 points as
well.
Lost
9 games as well. So, but 92 points. I'm happy with that.
Only 6 away from Empoli, who are top.
Yeah,
it's a really good year. And if you're looking at like the top scorers of it, Stepninski with the same amount of Lauritsen with 32 goals.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's done
signing,
really well.
Yeah, I was pleased with that signing.
Yeah, that was the only player that was in there though. But yeah, still really good. Now, obviously, the third round by Wolves was also where I was eliminated by St. Pauli on penalties, so they went through. Manchester United actually went on to win that in the final, beating Benfica. So,
curse.
Yeah, there's not that many smaller sides getting as far anymore. No. I think that's obviously down to the money that gets brought into it. Right now, nobody in the lower leagues has anywhere near as amount as the big clubs at the top. So, yeah. Yeah, going into the second tier, Dad, you've got £243 million in the bank. So £153 million in the transfer budget.
Ooh, thank you.
Still a lot again. 33 goals from Stepninski. Zidane's even got 12 and 17 assists.
Still goals letting me down, though, really. You know, I got the one striker that done well for me there, but a bit disappointed with the other ones.
Yeah, so I want to look at mine. I was very unfortunate not to get promoted. I was only 2 points behind Lons there. I needed, one more win. And if you look, I lost right at the second to last game of the season against Bournemouth.
They got promoted, though. I think
they were good.
Third or something like that in the league. So, yeah.
It was a hard one, hard situation. But if you look at the past positions where Aris is, we only really stepped up into the promotion spots once.
Yeah.
That was match day 19. The rest of it, we were flirting around with it and could never quite get the form we needed to get promoted again. But it's our first season in it.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that.
Exactly. Our first season in it. We're not too worried about, getting promoted automatically straight away. Pedro Mendes, 33 goals. So he's been fantastic for me.
Yeah.
And the two guys on the wing, Sisto and Perez, has really been supplying them. 17 and 16. So, yeah, I cannot be, too displeased with that, really. We should be in a good position for next season. We got Carlos Perez getting 14 and 16 overall. Monchu doing quite well in goals as well. Ayari, getting a good amount considering at the start of the season I didn't think he was going to play that many games, but the development is definitely there. He's looking fantastic now for that centre midfield on attack. And now, unfortunately, I think that is at the detriment of Volpato, who only actually started 8 and played 29 off the bench. I was hoping he'd play more on the wings. He didn't, instead of Sisto. So Pione Sisto played a lot more on that left-hand side. I thought he would naturally just go in there anyway, Volpato. But maybe I should have locked him in. I think that would have been beneficial for him for next season. Because Sisto still got 17 assists. He's just nowhere near the player that Volpato is. And he's a lot older now. So might be something I have to look into for next year. But transfer budget, I've got £59 million with an okay wage budget. Financially, we've got £101 million. So we're kind of like going on the brink of it. We need a big year in the Champions Cup to really push for anything like that. I don't think we can quite do it just yet. I still think we're a few players away, maybe defensively. We're not quite there. I mean, I'm still using Alvaro and Brabic, whereas this guy has been great for me in development-wise. He's really good. I still think, we're a player short or two at the back if we wanted to do that for next year. But
Top League, how do they do then?
Yeah.
Who's coming down?
Superleague. Who is going down from the Super? Manchester City won it this year, so beat Real Madrid. Oh my God, they ran away with it. Look.
Yeah, we lost 3 games.
Liverpool, down in 7th place. Going down, Bilbao.
Yeah.
Rennes, I bet Rennes end up next to me. Of course they will. Dortmund are a big club that's also gone down as well there by the looks of it. So I'd say that's probably the biggest club that's coming down. But a lot of the clubs going down look like the ones that have also just gone up.
Yeah,
if you're looking at the amount of clubs that, I mean, Alaves and Besiktas, I think these were the clubs that were promoted last year. So
that's the problem, isn't it? You got these teams above you that they've already earned the big money. They've already got the players in.
Yeah, so but the points between is not that much. If you look, the club that went down, West Ham, had 2 points less than Valencia, but then that was, if you're looking at that's only 5 points behind 24th.
Yeah, it's not a lot, is it?
No. So down the bottom, if you're getting in that around that area and you're struggling for points,
up to Galatasaray, it's 1 win.
Yeah. Every point matters so much in there. So, it's going to be interesting when we do eventually get into that. Yeah. But I'm glad I survived. It's up to you to do that in the next time. I wonder if you'll go in Group A or Group B. Group B, you'll join me. That'll be quite interesting. We have to play each other again next season. But it's all about this summer now and see what we can do with the transfers, bring it in. So if you have enjoyed this first episode of the race to the Super League, make sure you smash that subscribe button so you do not miss episode 2 when that's out. It will be on screen right now. And so far, it was early success for us both, as I was promoted in Season 1 in very dramatic fashion, while Dad was promoted in Season number 2. And I'm not starting Season 3 with much promise, as my top scorer's release clause is activated by many bids. However, my scouts have found me the perfect replacement should he decide to leave the club, though, for roughly the same price. Dad, after making the step up, had big plans with his transfer budget, which is nearly £100 million, on 2 very decent midfield upgrades. And that's to go with his new striker, a 19-year-old Max Morstead, as the young German joins Lech Poznan for nearly £40 million. I have other bids for Monchu, who is one of my best players that I'm having to bat away for now still. And it's more drama during the summer window as one of Dad's transfer targets decides to go elsewhere. My striker, Pedro Mendes, did eventually leave for around £20 million, so I was very quick to put in a bid for Semedo and made sure we secured a deal for a player I think might be even better for us in the long run. And Dad was also splashing the cash as the season approached on another centre midfielder ready for season number 3. Dad was actually promoted into our league in Tier 2, and the earlier part of the season before we played each other was a competition of whose new striker could score more goals than the other, as both were finding the net rather early on. That, as well of course, was making sure that we both qualified through the earlier rounds of the Champions Cup. Dad, you're through the first round, but you play the second round after I do.
Yes.
So the pressure's on now to see if you can reach the second round of the Champions Cup. You've got Malaga in there. Now, we've seen a few of the transfers, but you've had a very busy window.
Yes, I mean, coming up the division, so I felt that I've got to improve the squad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I've got to try and do. I've got to get better players in. It's more important to stay in this league, but actually win games as well by obviously really.
That's it.
The money side of it, really. So, yeah.
Because so many teams go down, I think, because it's like 16 teams go down in each league, so it's quite a lot. You've got
to just a few games in there. You've got to be in there.
You just got to stay away from it, So, you spent quite a lot of money. You got Mayenda coming in, who's a striker, but obviously we know the main striker is Max Morstead, who spent £40 million on.
I mean, he's only 19, but this guy can get better at, from what he is now, and he's a good striker now, I feel. So I'm sort of like really sort of putting a lot of hopes in this guy, but his physicals are a lot better, and so just hope that he improves. I want to give him game time, so he's going to improve.
He's good in the air, and he's 6'4" with good jump and reach as well. So he's a danger from set pieces. He's young. He's got good potential. But then you're looking at the defensive side of the game, and you brought in Bella Kochap, again a young player, 23 years of age, young defender, and again a step up from what you already had.
That's right, yeah, and he's two-footed, so he can, he'll defend the right or the left side of it as the centre defence. So I've got to be looking at this as well. I'm conceding too many goals at the same time, so I've got to make sure I don't concede goals. Going up the league, I'm coming against better players.
Yeah, absolutely. Rodrigo Villagra from Brest. Hopefully he don't make a tit of himself. £43 million. Argentinian centre midfielder. Quite a lot of money for this guy.
It is quite a lot of money, and I'm sort of looking at he can play both positions as a defensive midfielder or the centre midfield. So it's sort of like gives me options in that area, I feel.
Yeah, but he obviously wasn't the only midfielder. There was a few midfielders who did come in.
We know what from our midfielders.
Yeah, Candela's a right back who came in who can also fill on the left hand side though.
That's one of the reasons why I've got him. He's sort of, and he can go forward as well a little bit. So that's what I've got him in for. He'll be a better right back than the one I've got, I feel. So it's an improvement again.
Yeah, but then there was more money spent. Now, we've seen the two midfielders that you brought in. We've got Matu Siwa, who is a Dutch, hard-working sort of midfielder, kind of like not very good, not like superb at anything, but kind of good at everything.
That's right, yeah. And he plays the two positions again, so it's another sort of midfielder that I can use. If I get injuries, if he's not in the first team for playing a defensive midfielder, he'll go forward into that central midfielder role.
Yeah.
So I think he's a good squad player, but I would say he'll get first team football, I feel.
Yeah. Now, the other midfielder you went for, of course, went to PAOK instead, which meant you had to pivot, and you found Daniel Baloka as the replacement. Another £14 million spent. Arguably just as good as a player that you lost out on from Union in the Belgian side. The Romanian 26-year-old comes in. So that's three midfielders that you brought in this window.
It's three midfielders. And there's a sort of like...
They all do the same...
They all do the same thing. So you can see what I'm trying to do, getting the same players are sort of in. But I just feel I just need... I'm building a squad, really.
Yeah.
And you've got to have this sort of calibre of player in. So it doesn't matter whether I get a player injured or something like that. The next player that drops in is just as good.
Yeah.
Which I feel when you're in this type of league, really... You can have a really good first team, but if you get injuries and the player behind him isn't as good, you're in problems. You're not going to win that game. And you can get a long injury. So I can afford to get a couple of injuries, and I've got good players who are almost identical, really. And that's what I'm trying to build. I do like my midfield being a very strong midfield.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I'm sort of getting beyond. They're all the sort of same.
I think as well, we're looking at it as there's 47 league games.
That's right, yeah.
And we want to get quite far in the cups.
Yeah.
For the money. If you don't get far in the cups, which tends to happen, is your players are too tired. They are rested for the cup games. You get knocked out of the cups, so you only play in the leagues. There's a lot of football to be played, obviously, for this. But then the final player is a player that you're actually locking in, and it was Mateus Fernandes from West Ham. Another £30 million, more of an attacking midfielder.
That's right, yeah. This guy's more of an attacking midfielder. That's why I'm going to lock him in. I mean, he's 21 as well, so I've got a good few seasons out of this guy, and I just reckon he'll get better as he goes on as well. So I want to use him in that sort of more of attacking area where his passing is really good as well. So he'll find the little gaps for my strikers to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, he's really tricky on the ball.
Yeah.
Which, in those tight spaces in between the midfield and defence, is what you need. Somebody who will receive the ball with a good first touch, can dribble around and find a pass.
Yeah.
Now, you can see he's got an under-23s player on it. I thought I'd highlight this because in the Champions Cup, the rules of the league, or the rules of that competition, suggest that you need to have a good amount of under-23s. You can see here, there must be at least 5 under-23 players in the playing 11. So in the starting 11, you need youth players.
Yes, and
which is a nice little twist.
You can get caught with that as well, can you?
Oh, yeah.
If you're buying more experienced players, and more experienced players are over 25 usually. So, yeah, you've got to be looking at that, getting those the under-23 players. So you've got to bear it in mind. Yeah,
you've got to make sure that you got enough to fill the squad, or else you miss out on substitutes. Now, at the minute, I can't even fill the substitutes anyway. Kind of irrelevant, but in the future, we need to take note of that. So tactically, Dad, you switch things around to a bit more of a 4-2-2 that you've got here.
That's right,
with a few of the player roles being tweaked.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of make it a bit more sort of a solid sort of going forward. Really, I've got 4 players up there, but I've got Fernandez coming back to help out the defensive midfielders. Really, so I'm hoping that I'm not too open in the midfield. I'm going to make it nice and solid, and I've got a couple of good strikers up there now who can put the ball away for me. So hopefully the results will go my way.
Yeah, they've been scoring goals as well, as we have seen. Max Morstead has been on the score sheet a couple of times. We've been in a bit of a competition between Semedo and Morstead, and Semedo's winning at the minute. But yeah, a good start considering you've gone up a tier. I mean, some of the matches you've played, you are scoring goals, beating Zenit 6-0. Obviously, it was a tough start. You have Fiorentina, who I think were in the Super League either one of the 2 seasons before. So that's a tough start, but not a bad result. But then to win 6-0 against Zenit, you're like, right, okay, Lecce 6-1. You're picking up wins against Lyon. It's looking all right. I think you'll be quite safe, to be honest.
If it carries on that way, I should be, definitely.
So let's have a look then at my transfer window as well, because there was other players as well as Vivaldo Semedo that joined. £31 million. Obviously losing Pedro Mendes wasn't fantastic, but I also decided to bring in a couple of defending options for me as well. So Loic Williams comes in, £9 million, just a good backup centre back. He's really good left-footed one as well, and for the price I thought it was rather cheap. We got Bruno Onyemaechi, who is from Olympiacos, £19 million left back, who's come in as well, so not a bad option there. Sayal Kombendi from Lyon is a right back that we have brought in, so he goes on the right hand side, obviously can fill that wing back position, only 20 years of age, got a little bit more potential left. I like the fact he's very physical and he's got good aggression and determination to work his way up and down the pitch. That's what I need from my wing backs. I'm not at a position right now where I can go for the very best wing backs in the world. There's obviously 48 teams that they would rather go to before even the teams that are better than me in the divisions that we're in, who are picking up better right backs right now. So the calibre of Kombendi is good enough for me to fit in quite nicely into my squad, and I'm locking him in as well. So very much the similar tactic, well, the same tactic as what we used and kept us in the division last year, and going into this season, although we started off a little bit ropey, 2 losses there. They were away from home, only losing by a goal in each of them. The games that we have won, I mean, knocking Newcastle out of the Champions Cup, who they are in the Super League and doing well under Eddie Howe. Really happy with that, knocking them out 2-1. A couple of draws, but then we've been on a bit of a run lately. 5 wins in a row, 4 of them in the Super League Tier 2. And of course, just beating Saint Etienne in the second stage of the Champions Cup. So, not a bad start. If we're looking then at the season preview, and we are in the same league. And by the way, we don't play each other to the final game of the season.
Oh no!
Which, yeah, that's.
I wish I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're both mid-table and it matters nothing, absolutely fine.
Good, yeah.
But it's going to be quite funny if we're both going for a promotion spot.
The last position spot, like it is now. Look.
If it was like it is now, you could not ask for a perfect scenario to the end of the season. Let's look at the season preview then, because if we're looking at that, this is obviously every team in our tier, in Tier 2. We are way down, so 44th and 49th out of course, 95. So we're in like that mid-table spot. But there's a lot of big teams above us, obviously. Zenit, who have only just been relegated, is the team that you beat 6-0.
Yeah.
They've just been relegated from the Super League, so that says it all, really. But look at the big teams' names that are in here, and even some of the scumbag ones as well. There's some big teams that have dropped down into this tier, so it's going to be difficult, as it always is in these Super Leagues, but they are just so much fun. But a nice little run in the Champions Cup will be great. For the money situation, I could definitely do with it. My finances of £59 million are we could definitely do with bumping that up with a nice little run, kind of like what you did a couple of seasons ago. So let's see what happens. After progressing through against Malaga to the 3rd round of the Cup, Dad then unfortunately came face to face with Bayern Munich, and there was no happy ending in that match. I had a much easier matchup in the 3rd round against French side Guingamp, and we took the lead early on in the second half, until they pulled one back from a cracking finish outside of the box. Then the game went to extra time, and a terrible clearance cost us big time, and we were joining Dad in being eliminated. It meant that we could just focus on the league, and Semedo continued to score, getting 18 league goals by the new year. However, it was so tight in the league table, we were down in 15th and all the way down to 18th was just 3 points away from the promotion spots, including Dad in 11th. Out of the two of us, Dad carried on the most hope for promotion as the season continued, but even his form sometimes dipped and he couldn't get a good run of wins. Dad was still in 12th place, and while I had dropped down to 21st, he was only 3 points still from the promotion spots, but his final game of the season would see him travel to face me. And so the fear of the inevitable kicked in, and I could cost Dad the promotion on the final day of the season. And with 4 games left, Dad managed to find himself in the promotion spots on goal difference, but with the positions behind being so close in points. Meaning every game mattered, and with 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss in Dad's next 3, of course it comes down to the final game of the season. And with the game 0-0 at half time, Dad's left back was rash in the tackle, and after already receiving a yellow card, is sent off in the 46th minute. That obviously was not ideal, and that's where my Aris side stepped up and took the lead and the advantage against Dad's 10 men. Which was then made even worse as Dad's side went down to 9 men after a horrific looking tackle as striker Stepinski lost the ball and lashed out on the defender to receive a straight red. Against 9 men, Dad never stood a chance and gaps began to open up, allowing Ayari to score a second. I mean, I'm just really happy.
I can't believe we've seen that coming. That's what makes it worse. We've seen it coming.
The only thing that would have made it worse is if I got promoted off the back of it.
Yeah.
I was just nowhere near. But I was very happy to play a big part in you not getting promoted to the Super League because that made me very happy.
2 players sent off as well.
Yeah, which
on.
obviously cost you the game because the goals didn't come until after it. I mean, I was very much all over you. We can't see, obviously, through the statistics. I mean, as it happened, you can see there, but you can't see through the statistics sort of when those shots were.
Yeah.
You can see sort of when the goal was, I was already on top before half time. So I guess I had the momentum going into the second half, but yeah, you actually finished down in 12. It looks like you were nowhere near it.
Oh no!
But you can see with 3 points, with a better goal difference, you'd have been promoted over Nice. So
I mean, you can look back over the last sort of 5 or 6 results and say I lost it somewhere else. But
because your end of season run wasn't great at all.
There's 3 games: Brighton,
Paderborn. You can see the Paderborn game is terrible. By the way, 2 goals from Junior Krupi in the last 2 minutes.
I mean, that's you can look at that game and say that's what cost me.
Yeah.
But when it's in your hands, the last game of the season, and I'm playing against a team that are a lot lower than me in the league, you expect to do it, don't you? But the guys lost their head, didn't they? They just started kicking everything that was going, really.
Oh, yes. So, I mean, the Champions Cup, you're unfortunate, really, to get the Bayern Munich in there. But, third round is you got past Malaga. It's the luck of the draw, isn't it?
That's right.
You get a bad draw.
You just got to hope that you get a good draw, through, and some of the big teams get knocked out somewhere along the line while you're creeping in the back door. And that didn't happen for me. I'm up against one of the big guns.
I mean, obviously, we've seen the likes of Bristol City fly when they had a good draw in that first season, but yeah, it wasn't to be. I mean, I only got to the third round as well, but I was eliminated by Guingamp, who I should be beating there in the tier below us. So I was really disappointed to lose to that team.
I mean, on the positive, for the first season in that league, that's quite good. I almost got promoted.
Nearly back to back.
I've got to look at the positive side.
Yeah. But yeah, my positive, I think the only thing I can take is that Vivaldo Semedo scored a lot of goals. So it was a good replacement to have. He is wanted. I need to be aware of that. £31 million, 26 goals in 45 appearances with 4 assists. Really good indeed. Yeah. Now, your side of things, Dad, I mean, your striker that you brought in, Max Morstead, didn't have as much goals. I think more defensively side of the game, you were a lot stronger than me.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's got development in there. You can see
he has got better.
Just physicals and his finish and first touch alone.
I'm going to look at it. He's a young lad, so that's a good experience first season. Nearly got promoted out of it. We move on from that. Hopefully get better next season. Then really.
Absolutely, yeah. Mateus Fernandes, he has developed and grown as well. You can see even in his technicals and his passing ability. Definitely worth locking him in. 21-year-old got better. 10 assists across the season. I think you'd want a little bit more than that, but it's promising for a 20-year-old.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, it's something to build on.
Yeah.
I'll look at it. I'll look at that sort of like 32 million That's a good sign, I feel.
Yeah, not too bad. Okay, finances then. Going into this summer, you have got £76 million with a very good wage budget. So
Yeah.
still reeling off the back of having a really high budget. And that's how important
Yeah.
getting far into those competitions is.
That's right,
This is
yeah.
affecting you seasons down the line.
Yeah.
I mean, the transfer revenue is only 60%. I have no idea why, but the rest of it is looking really positive. Whereas if you look at my budget, where I haven't had a good cup run yet, £63 million, 300 grand. I can't believe it's that high because my finance is only 109. It's the highest it's been for a while. But I'm surprised my budget is that high.
And they're giving you 100% transfer
Yeah.
budget back, so when you sign it. So, yeah, it's good.
Got a little bit to spend, so
Yeah.
we'll see what happens this summer because we're starting to see new gens come in now. We're going into the 4th season, and if memory serves me correct of how this database works, the new gens are unbelievable in this save. So we might start stumbling across them
Yeah.
very soon in the next couple of
We've got to
summers.
make sure our scouts are we're getting our money's worth off them, really.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They're
At least
doing
it's
their
really easy where to scout. The Super League.
Yeah.
So
The
we
hardest
don't have to
thing
send them
is, like you
across.
said earlier, there's a lot of teams above us, like in the top league
Yeah.
and in our league as well, that these players want to go to. So
Yeah.
that's the hardest thing, is finding these little gems, but getting them to come to us before the big guns get hold of them.
That's it. Right, well, entertaining summer ahead, I expect. Let's find out what happens. Transfer-wise, this summer, I was, of course, restricted by budgets, but I did sell my left-back to bring in a much better one in Matoro. While this time, it was Dad who was losing his best striker because of a release clause to multiple bids. However, he brought in an adequate replacement in Bungard from Brøndby. My main target was an attacking midfielder from Brighton, as the Greek wonder kid Kostelas signs for £62 million. And after last season's poor league position, I was willing to try something new to begin with. Kostelas adapted really well early on and scored 4 goals in his first 5 games, but the results on the pitch were very hit and miss for us. And so we adapted and switched to a 4-2-3-1 with 2 shadow strikers, allowing him to roam a little bit more. Meanwhile, Dad was flying in the league and crept towards September in the top 3. The only positive for me was that I won my Champions Cup game while Dad was losing to Basel. But disaster struck as with literally an hour of the transfer window remaining, Krasnodar activated Semedo's release clause and signed our striker with no time for us to find a replacement. I feel a little bit hard done by because in all my time as supporting being a Manchester United fan, I've never seen a transfer get done in 13 minutes. 13 minutes you can see here. Semedo bid come in from Krasnodar. 5 to 11, or 6 minutes to 11 if we're being really precise. 7 minutes past 11, he's gone. Gone. Because of the release clause.
Don't you wish Man United could do that sometimes?
I've never. It normally takes them 5 months. 13 minutes to get that done, and then by then the transfer deadline passes. I ain't gonna make a transfer in that time.
You got no chance.
No chance whatsoever. But I have reacted. Because obviously we've got that ability to do so. I've got an offer and a bid that's been put in for Hugo Duro as a replacement, £43 million. But if he does accept, he won't arrive until January. So that's what I've had to do. I've had to just go, okay, let's just find a striker. But I'm without my main striker, Semedo, for about 6 months of the season. A big chunk of the season, the majority of the games in the season.
Definitely, yeah.
Including, of course, those really important cup games.
You could be knocked out of the cup before the new striker gets there to help you out.
All right, you ain't in it. Basel knocking you out. Let's go straight to that.
Yeah,
Basel, second round, knocking you out.
And that was with me strikers.
That was with your striker. Yeah, you've been able to replace your striker. So, yeah, not 1-0 knocking you out there. Didn't even score a goal against
I was doing so well up till then as well when I...
Yeah, you've had a great start. I mean,
Yes.
Brentford, losing to Brentford, but I think they've been in the Super League. They've had some, and then we're at home as well. We got to remember the home and away fixtures make a massive difference in these divisions because of the travelling. You're still doing a lot of the travelling. It's like playing, obviously, a game in the Champions League. When you go for away from home, it's harder than what it would be in your league format because of the travelling. Football Manager does take that into consideration. But yeah, other than that, I mean, you've been doing really well. A good win against Young Boys to begin with. We had a nice little 4-game run there in the league, including beating Brighton away from home, Dresden away from home, with a lot of goals being scored as well.
Yes.
And then no goals against Basel.
The new
sense.
The new strikers, the new strikers are performing as well, so I'm pleased with that.
Yeah. So Pauk was the end draw there, which you rescued in the 97th minute after they took the lead in the 95th. So
I always find when you lose a game, the next game's always the dodgy game as well. I always, in my mind, if I lose a game, I always think best result of this would probably be a draw, then you kick on after that.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's what usually happens, really.
But of course, there are some new names, and one name has been dotted around quite a lot. It was the transfer of Beto.
Yes.
You brought in Bungard as the replacement when you lost.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Where is he? Wherever he's gone. I can't. Max Morstead there for £43 million. Bungard was brought in for that, but you had already signed what was supposed to be Max Morstead's strike partner.
That's right, yeah.
In Beto, £33 million from
I feel really at sort of this level, that's a really good, sort of partner to be up front with you. This guy, he is, look at his physicals, his strength wise and all that. He's got it all already. He's going to be up there and helping him really. 6'4", he's good in the air. So yeah, this guy was going to be definitely there, just sort of like nodding him down for him to be tapping in, and then not go and lose him as well. So I'd then sort of go and then look out for another striker then really.
Yeah.
So
he has obviously been one of my favourite strikers to use across FM24.
Yeah.
So as we're coming towards the end of FM24, and I don't think he'll be as good in the next one.
No.
It's been lovely.
He's
that
been a bit
Beto.
disappointed in real life playing for Everton, and it's
Yeah.
been such a shame, really, because he come to Everton with such good sort of reports. And
I
all
was
that.
so excited when he
we sort of loved it when he came. So yeah, it's such a shame, really.
But I mean,
it's good to use at the moment.
It's nice that one last challenge.
Yeah, we've given
Beto's here again.
Yeah, we've got him back again.
When's Frank Kessie turning up? Now, Yunus Emery Konak, £44 million from Brentford, centre midfielder, is actually a player that I looked at as well, but Dad had already gone in for. Very good mentally for somebody who's only 20 years of age.
Only 20 years of age, and I think this guy will be in my team for a few years now in that role of the defensive midfielder there. I mean, already his aggression's there, his tackling's there, his marking's there, and and his physicals is all there at 20, so I think I've bought a really good player here.
Yeah, and then if we're looking at the last two signings outside of Bungard, Arthur was the other one in August where you had a little bit of money spare. £38 million right back come in.
Well, I had to look at the right back because my right back cost me promotion last season. So I was thinking about getting another one in just in case. I might have to look to sort of selling him. He's cost me a lot of money, sort of. So I've got this guy, and I think he can be just as good, or if not better.
And he covers both sides.
Again, which if you listen to some of the videos that I do like a player that can do that, but he's mainly on the right, and he's not bad going forward either. So I feel that this guy will probably be as good as, and probably get into the first team.
And his teeth matches his hair.
Yeah.
But yeah, tactically, Dad, setting up in the same formation, unchanged from last year. I mean, I don't blame you really. You were
I was close to get promotion. Yeah,
so close.
So close. Yeah. One game cost me. Yeah. So I'm gonna go for it again. So keep the same formation, and hopefully the players sort of do me well again this season.
Yeah.
And I'll score a few more goals with the 2 I've got up front this season.
Your strength and depth is a lot better than mine. The size of your squad is humongous.
And the good thing is about that as well. When if I get promoted, I've got a lot of players that I can sell to make that a little bit more money as well.
True.
To sort of help me in that top league, because some of these players will not be good enough for the top league.
No.
So I've got a few players that I can sell that are not getting into this team, and they'll help me out for the next season. Totally. Yeah,
absolutely. Because you can see from the likes of my squad, it's nowhere near as big. We still got 13 substitutes, but 2 of them are goalkeepers.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, let's look at the transfers. It's that we've got. Maturo obviously came in, which was the replacement left back after selling Onyemaechi, who only joined the year previous, but we signed him for 19, sold him for 23, so nice little £4 million profit. But Alan Maturo is just a step above, and he can even go further than that, and he's only 21 years of age. I like the look of him. We're going to try and obviously develop him into a wing back, but he can play centre back. He's 6'2", so if we need a left-footed centre back, he's there. But his crossing ability is way too good for me to ignore and not put him in that wing-back position. But there was obviously one more sign-in that we brought in, and that was Costelas, who has stepped up massively into the position this year as our sort of main striker, and he's done really well. So Costelas coming in, very happy with that. The Greek 19-year-old, £62 million. So instead of like buying a lot of players, let's put a couple to bring in with the money to try and improve the side. But another signing from Brighton there. So tactically, we've got Costelas who goes in there, but Volpato is quite happy to play in that attacking midfield role. If obviously we didn't lose Semedo, my plan was to obviously be this with Semedo up front. That's what I was looking at and going, oh, this is quite good.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be that way now because we don't have Semedo. So now it looks like Costelas is going to have to jump into that striker position. And we've got a couple of players who can play there, but it looks like Fredrik Jensen is the guy who's going to step into that. He's not that good. But that's the reason why I said Dad's got way better strength and depth than I have. I don't necessarily have a lot of players in that position. Sisto can obviously assist, but he's not fantastic at all. He just plays quite well in the game, to be honest. So I think we might struggle a little bit, and we have struggled at the start of the season. We've lost quite a lot of games, including against the Rats of Rennes. You'll be pleased to know, Dad, for some bizarre reason, we've been moved to Group A, which means we are no longer in your group.
Right.
And I'm really disappointed in that.
I'm not.
Because I had a lot of fun costing you last year, and it was. I feel like we're being punished, and we're stuck in Group A
with Rennes.
Yeah, with
and
Rennes,
they beat you.
who beat us, and I feel like there's a lot harder teams in here, and we were struggling last year. So yeah, we've had to change formation and then change it again. So hopefully now we might be all right. We'll see how this one plays out. But we are a little bit further on in the Champions Cup because we defeated Servette 1-0 in our second round. But we got Rangers in the third round who are in our group and doing a lot better than us. So we'll see. And where we mentioned about the new gens coming in, Rangers have one. 17 years of age. He is 17. That good. Yeah, Scott Lane. So I noticed him straight away when I seen that Rangers were my next opponent. I clicked on Rangers to see who their manager was, and I seen their key player was a 17-year-old.
17-year-old with a central midfielder with finishing at 17.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Wow.
So, yeah, that's the type of calibre of player. But, yeah, when I clicked on it to see who the manager was, because obviously Russell Martin is a terrible manager, and I thought, surely not Russell Martin's still there. But no, and then I seen a 17-year-old as their key player, and I was like, what? So, yeah. Nowhere near the money that we can to bring in, but there is options in the future for players just like that, and there's loads of them. Yeah. So will we start seeing them through this season? We'll have to find out, but maybe at the end of next season, that'll be the type of caliber of player we'll be looking for. But I've got to stay in this league because right now we are right down in 31st. Again, the season preview. We'll take a look at that. It doesn't favour us too well either. You're in 46th, I'm in 50th, which I think is the two lower positions than what we were last year. Speaking of Frank Kessie,
there he is.
There he is. He's at Anderlecht
Frank
at the minute. Yeah. So he's at Anderlecht enjoying himself.
40 million. It's a tempting, isn't it? I always win the league with Frank Kessie.
Yeah, so we'll see if he ever appears. I did say he might appear, didn't I? There he is, straight away. Like he's in the Media Dream 11 for this tier, alongside Nelson Viper, Duranville and Sesko, who, by the way, all play for Borussia Dortmund, and there's no wonder why they are second favourites to go up.
Yeah.
Who the hell was Shakhtar got in their team to be 1 to 10 to go up? That's absolutely mental. I mean, their key players nowhere near as good as any of those three, so I don't understand why that's the case. But anyway, let's find out what happens this season. With reinforcements not arriving until January, I thought we would really struggle, but Costelas stepped up and became our go-to striker for the first part of the season. Dab was thriving, and it was mainly thanks to the 13 goals from Beto by January. And as you can see from the league tables, he was in a good position to be promoted to the Superleague this season. January came and went, and Hugo Duro did join us, but things in the starting 11 didn't change too much, and he became more of an option. My run in the Champions Cup came to an end just 2 rounds later after defeating Rangers, then losing to Liverpool, who beat us 2-0. It wasn't much of a run, but it still helped our finances creep over the £100 million mark. Dad hit a bad patch in March, losing 4 games from 5, which did harm his promotion hopes towards the end of the season. While I stood no chance down in 16th, Dad was sat in 9th place but 4 points adrift with 9 games to go. That's when Dad's luck switched and somehow he was getting lucky back passes and snatching wins off the back of it, going on a good run of games and wins. Winning every game through April, which completely changed his fortune. Climbing up into the promotion spots with 4 games left and 2 points ahead of 9th place. The winning run then came to an end in the following fixture with a draw to Famalicão, but all Dad needed to do was cling on to the top 8 in the league. And a win against Leicester and a draw to Hoffenheim was enough to secure promotion. I wasn't in the league. If I was there, I'd have beat you and took away 3 points.
I've just scraped in.
Yeah, well done.
Just scraped in. I thought I was going to chug it away at one stage.
Yeah, you went on a...
good.
I mean, some of the goals, the back passes that you were getting.
You've got to have a bit of good luck. You know, sort of. I had bad luck last season. A bit of good luck this season.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it comes in swings and roundabouts, doesn't it? So, yeah.
I'll take that anyway.
You deserve to go up. You went up 85 points, 2 points above Wolfsburg there in 9th place. Unfortunately, I can't say the same. So you go up in quite like eschewed company, really.
Yes.
Lazio, Marseille, Brighton, some big clubs going up with you, as well as Borussia Dortmund, who were champions in my group, 110
I don't think there was ever going to be a doubt with that, with the players that we knew that they had, didn't it? So.
No, that's it. Look, you also went up. Bloody Krasnodar, who stole my main striker, Semedo. I wonder how many goals he scored for them. I would be so... Oh, he's top scorer, look. I'm glad he is top scorer, because I would have been so annoyed if they didn't play him.
Yeah.
That would have been just the most frustrating thing ever. But, I mean, yeah, we suffered. Finished down in 13th. I was closer than maybe I anticipated at the start of the season. I mean, I was only 8 points behind, but I was nowhere near.
Yeah. What I'm pleased about as well, even in your league, I would have qualified.
That's true. Yeah, that's something to look at as well. Yeah, Nelson Viper, who I think when we did the Super League last time was my main striker at Malwell. 31 goals there. Look at the 3 that was up there in the average rating. The 3 we mentioned in the media 11. Yeah. So there's no surprise there.
We know he'll score goals wherever he goes, doesn't he? So he's one to get out of if you can. Yeah. So there's no surprise that Dortmund go up. I climbed up quite a lot, and I think towards the end of the season I had an all right end. I didn't lose too many. In fact, I only lost 1 game in 2 months there. Just too many draws. I was going to say, if you look at the games that you've drawn, that's the game that's cost you the promotion, really.
Yeah, definitely. Got past Rangers, though, and then lost to Liverpool, which is unfortunate. So, yeah, again, you had a bad draw last year against Bayern Munich. I had a bad draw this year against Liverpool. But, yeah, I've got to find my way of getting up into the Super League now, because the race is well and truly on. I was ahead, and now you've caught up and then surpassed me.
Come on.
In the Super League. So, financially, I've got £129 million in the bank. That gives me £62 million to spend, with a decent wage budget as well.
Yeah.
Now, squad-wise, we've got Costelas, who stepped up as my main striker. Didn't quite get as many goals as the likes of Semedo, or even, of course, Pedro Mendes got me in the past. I'm a little bit disappointed with the rest of the team chipping in. I thought my 2 shadow strikers, Volpato especially, would do a little bit better.
Yeah.
He has been my best player, so I can't be too harsh on him. But only 11 goals, 14 assists isn't too bad. I really need to find a secondary attacking midfielder in there. By the looks of it, when he eventually did join us, Hugo Duro only had 9 starts, 11 off the bench. And my assistant manager really favoured playing, where is he? The other attacking midfielder, the really crap one, Fredrik Jensen. 40 starts. How is he getting 40 starts?
He obviously can see something that we can't see.
Yeah, he is. He has got some videos of my assistant manager on his phone that my assistant manager doesn't want getting out. I think that is the case. And he looks like a demon who would do something like that. I think he is.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to him,
Yeah, he is. He has got some evidence, I think. But Yasin Ayari is getting better each time. He's growing and developing quite well into that position. But I still think, I need to make some adjustments here and find a system that will get me promoted like you have with you. But let's have a look to see how your team performed overall. The goals was Beto getting 23, but Bungard got 18.
Yeah, so the two good strikers brought in, so they've done the business from there. They got me promoted. So, but I'm a bit like you, really. I don't think I've scored enough goals. Yeah, I haven't scored enough goals. Bearing in mind, I've got two players behind them as well.
Yeah, because they didn't do that well.
No.
6 and 5 from Mateus Fernandez. That's worse than last season.
I expected more from him, really, because he had a good first season. And he sort of screwed his position down to it was his to take now, and he's let me down badly there, I think.
Yeah, because your best player, 7.19 average rating, was Patrick Wellemark, who, very similar to me, was the attacking midfielder that you still would hope would score more goals.
Yeah, definitely.
He got 13 assists, but
no, he's got to be scoring more goals. In that position, really, he should be coming forward and sort of like taking a few responsibilities, really, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, your transfer budget, Dad, £61 million. You didn't have, obviously, the cup run.
No.
So still getting £61 million is decent enough.
I've got to be happy with that, because like I said earlier, I've got a really big squad, so I can afford to sell a few players as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not too disappointed with that sort of figure.
All right, well, you'll have to tune in for the next time that the Super League drops, because, of course, we are now going into the actual Super League. Well, Dad is anyway. I still got to catch up. Dad is going into the top flight with all of the big boys. Now, let's have a quick look at this. Real Madrid have won it this year.
10 points.
They've won it back-to-back with Man City, who has either finished runners-up or won it in all 4 years.
Yes.
And Real Madrid finished runners-up the season before. So are we already seeing a dynasty? I mean, Benfica doing very well, finishing in third place. Fantastic from them. But even Erling Haaland can only get 29 goals in this league. That's how difficult it really is. And his old strike partner, Julian Alvarez, got 27. So going down into my divisions, you can see the likes of Sunderland, Feyenoord, some big clubs, Wolves, not too scary. I thought, we might see a few of the other big boys, but they all seem to be rising to the top.
From about
15 onwards.
Upwards, it's just big team after big team after big team.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's where the fun really plays out.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. There is a challenge there, especially because we've already given you a bit of a taster of the new gens at that one at Rangers. There's plenty more where that came from, and I think we'll start to see them. In Season 3, when Dad joined me in Tier 2, he was just a game away from back-to-back promotions before losing to me and missing out on the final day. And in Season 4, we both had to start the season without our best strikers, as they were bought through release clauses. However, we were split into different leagues in Season number 4, and Dad's good run towards the end of the season seen him promoted, meaning he is the first one of the two of us to reach the Super League. So I had to catch up, and I went back to scouting for some talent, and that's when I found Mads Borges, the perfect striker, as well as Alexander Schneider, who is again a fantastic centre-back option and only 19 years old. My scouts was helping with this cause too, finding an amazing defensive midfielder for £31 million. But of course I needed to make the money up, so I began trying to sell my players to afford these incredible replacements. And we began welcoming in the young new gens we were finding, and my plans to get this RS team into the Super League was all coming together. The problem is that my squad is still rather small despite the additions, so I went to a 4-2-3-1 narrow, which is good for a lack of squad depth. Dab wasn't the only one signing new gens either. After picking up 2 new strikers, he found Francis Ann, and he might have found the best 18-year-old centre-back either of us have ever witnessed. Dad started the season really strong, winning his first game in the Super League 4-1 against Rennes, with Kanate scoring a hat-trick. I also won my first game, and 6'5" Mads Borges was doing just what I was hoping he'd do. In fact, playing the ball out wide to Kambedi on the right hand side and crossing the ball in for Mads Borges to score became our signature move at the start of the season, as we picked up many wins. Dab was up against the big boys, but he was still managing to hold his own there, considering the step up to the top tier. I was also really pleased because we played 2 games in the Champions Cup and our new signings made it look really easy to progress. Well, Dad, we are in new gen season.
Yes, here it comes.
We did mention that we might start seeing a few really good ones pop up. I didn't realize we'd see this many that are that good.
Yes, and fortunately I've managed to get one as well, because I did approach quite a few, and like I said, I'm in the top league now, but I'm one of the lower teams in the top league, so a few of them are going somewhere. But this guy here, Francis Ann, is a central defender. Oh wow, 18 years of age, lads, only 18, and look at the physicals for an 18-year-old, and he's 2-footed.
Yeah.
Is he good or what?
I think he only has one weakness at the minute, and it's bravery. Like, that's the only thing you can say, he needs to work on.
He's 6'3", a jumping range of 15, his head in 17. He's 18 years of age.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. His marking's that good, his passing's that good already.
All right, tackling's 11.
Yeah, we'll take that,
But-
won't we? It's
a phenomenal player.
Oh, I'm really pleased with this guy. I mean, he's no doubt he's definitely going to get in my starting 11 without me even locking him in.
Yeah. When he gets into Belgium's team, he's got 8 caps.
8 caps.
He's only 18.
So this is a player that's going to be with my team for a few seasons, I feel now, definitely. So
Cracking haircut as well, the curtains. But
26.
St. Gallen, £26 million.
Got to be pleased with that, haven't you?
Unbelievable
And
signing.
he's got a goal already.
Yeah, and an assist.
There you go.
So he started the season very well. Then you've got a couple of players everybody's familiar with. Kyle George, £27 million up front.
Yeah, I felt like I didn't score enough goals last season, and I've got to have a better sort of calibre of strikers this season, up being in the top league. So this is why I've got this guy in. So yeah, hopefully this.
You sold better as well, didn't you? So.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I just felt it was one of those things. I just felt I had better, and he's sort of like 22 million. Yeah, sorry, mate. Did I get that wrong? Did I sort of 22 million from, and I knew I was going to replace him, so I thought, well, it's 22 million towards Canoti's 39 million. That's the way I looked at it, so I went for it.
Yeah, and then you got Kanate.
Oh, Kanate, sorry, not
who
Canote.
is,
and I feel he's a better striker. So, and he's going to play in the same role as what he was playing. So it's cost me a couple of million, really, never 10 million to get this guy in, and I feel it's a better striker. So I've got 2 really good strikers, I feel, now in my team.
Yeah.
So I've changed the sort of like tactic a little bit.
Yeah, you've gone to a diamond.
Yes, I've gone to a little bit more diamond. I just wanted a bit more sort of security in the midfield. I felt I was being overrun in the midfield. So Fernandez, I've sort of got him in there. I know how good he can be. I've just got to hope he just steps up with 2 strikers in front of me who are a better calibre than what I had last season. Arthur's gone into the right back position. I feel that's going to be a better sort of this season for me. Anne's right in there.
Yeah.
But I've made a bit of a boo-boo, I think. I hadn't realised that my reserve keeper had gone.
Yeah, you've only got one keeper.
I haven't got a reserve keeper, so I could be in trouble here this season. So I've just got to hope that my keeper stays injury-free.
Because this is very unlike you. He ain't that good.
He ain't that good, no. And I've been... I'll tell you what it is. I've looked at a couple keepers.
Goalkeeper's been the hardest position.
Oh, the hardest position to get. And every time I found a keeper that I felt was a little bit better than him, couldn't get him.
Yeah.
Didn't want to sign for me. And every sort of one that would sign for me still wouldn't have got in the first team.
Yeah.
Looking back at it now, I should have signed one of them, but I didn't. So hopefully, mate, you stay injury-free this season. Have a good season for me, please.
Well, the start of the season, you cannot deny you've had a great time. You had one little rocky spell of 3 games where you lost all 3.
Yep.
But the rest of it, can't complain at all.
You come against Bayern Munich, get a 2-2 draw. I'm really pleased with that. Beat the Rennes 4-1, so that's another good result there. Beat Juventus 1-0. So I've had a few good results in there. A little bit of a bad patch right in the middle there, sort of thing. But I'll take that as a start in the top league.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's going to be like that this season. I'm going to go through bad patches because I could get 4 or 5 really top teams all in a row, and you're going to lose all 4 or 5 of them.
Barcelona, PSG, Benfica, who we know obviously finishing in 3rd place, plus Barcelona and PSG.
Yeah, so there's another 3 games I could just lose right in a row.
Yeah, Man City, Arsenal, Real Madrid.
Another 3 games. so the Napoli, Brighton and Roma game, you just got to hope that you get a couple of results there, because if you keep on a bad run, it's 6 or 7 games in without a win. Then
that's it,
really?
yeah.
So,
you got to be looking at, I think, like that run there, you think 5 wins in those 8, and you're like, we're going to be all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you say, there's some really tricky runs in there. But
it's all about survival for this season, I feel.
Yeah, the good thing is you only play each team once.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I've got a free season. The way I look at this, if you're not in my league, I've got a free season to improve. And that's what I'm hoping. If I can stay in this league, improve, I'll be well happy.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the season preview. Where does it put you in the Super League? It does put you to be relegated, 45th place, 7,000 to 1. There's a 10,000 to 1 here. Leicester odds that we've got. But yeah, Lech Poznan, 7,000 to 1 in 45th place. I still think you'll do a lot better than that.
You look at that dream team.
You're in 11th already.
Yeah, so I'm a really good start.
So
that dream team that they've got there, there's some.
The media dream
players,
team.
Yeah, you look at the players I'm playing against. Look, it's just some, especially that strike force.
There's 2 Spurs players in there.
Come on, that's where they should be as well.
God, what is going on there? Media Dream 11, the idiots. Is it also quite interesting to see the managers? We can see there Zidane's took over at Juve this year.
I'll just beat them.
Yeah, Real Madrid have Antonio Conte, which that's a scary combination, I think.
I can never see that happening.
No, Man City still got Pep. Obviously, we're a few seasons in now. Arsenal have got Ralph Hasenhüttl. What? PSG, they've got Jose.
I've just heard he could be going to Benfica.
Yeah, so Jose's there. Bayern Munich have Arne Slot from Liverpool. Ooh. So yeah, there's a few mixed around, which means Liverpool's manager, Unai Emery from Aston Villa. It's weird, isn't it? Manchester United are rocking with a guy I've never even heard of, Jess Thorup. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Chelsea manager is Carlo Ancelotti.
Hey,
so
they're going to be winning everything.
Yeah, and the Barcelona manager is Hansi Flick still. So some of the big names have moved clubs, but some of them are obviously still there to begin with. So, all right, interesting. We didn't see the Spurs manager. Who's the Spurs manager? Thiago Motta.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm happy with Thomas at the moment. He's doing well.
Yeah, so let's have a look then at what I have done. Now, we mentioned the new gens. I think I've got better new gens all around than what you... I mean, you only managed to pick up one, to be fair.
But one, yeah. And he's good.
The guy that I bought up front, Mads Borges, and he's putting it in the work as well. Because obviously I never really got to replace Semedo with a player that I wanted. I made a snap decision and brought in Hugo Duro. He never really got into the team. I sold Carlos Perez this year, £45 million. So I had money. Pedro Alvaro also went as well. And I brought in Mads Borges for £29 million. What a player. 19 years old. He's 6'5", so he's a monster anyway. But the physical, the mental, obviously, attributes that he has got is disgusting. Yeah. 17 off the ball. Flair of 19. I mean, he's 6'5". Is he as good as Peter Crouch?
He gotta be.
Has he got the flair of Peter Crouch, is he?
Crouchy was better in the air than what he is.
That's true, yeah. 11 heading. For a 6'5", that's disappointing. Yeah. But the rest of him looks solid. He's got 9 goals in the league already in 10 appearances.
Great
11
start.
and 11. It's a fantastic
start. You can't have a better start than that.
How has he not got a cap for Denmark? No one don't understand that. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Rasmus Højlund isn't that good. But the rest of the signings as well, there are some other highlights. Well, we've got Elio Ruffiner, who £23 million for, to be honest, another really good centre midfielder. Good off the ball vision, passing as like an attacking threat. Not bad at all. And he's left-footed as well, because I have been playing like a left-sided centre attacking midfielder. But then I brought in this guy as well. Andre Bernat from Banik Ostrava, £30 million. You think, never heard of him. 30 million, that's a lot for a Banik Ostrava player. Is it though? Is it? Because I would pay £25 million for that haircut. He is 18. 18 years old.
How has he got mentals that good?
Mental
and
attributes
physicals
that good. He is also 6'4".
He's just unfit.
Yeah, that's right. Natural fitness of 10 worries me. I'll have to sell him before he's 28 or he will die on the pitch. He also doesn't have that good technicals yet, but the mentals and the physical attributes are there to be a quality player with a good potential.
His determination is 20, so he's got it all. He'll get there.
He has also got 19 aggression.
Oh, I love a bit of aggression.
Worries me with the 10 natural fitness and 12 concentration, but I am up for seeing it.
He's going to be so slow into a tackle, isn't he?
Yeah, and his off-the-ball position is only 12, so we don't quite know what he wants to do or where he wants to do it, but he's going to do it with that haircut as well. So Andre Bernat excites me in ways that I think might also scare me at the same time. Then we've got Alexander Schneider. So this guy, £37 million, was the first one I brought in. Centre-back as well. Yeah, not quite as good as Francis Anu, I think you've got, but really solid all round. Brings ball out defence, good natural fitness. Needs to work on his physical attributes, but he's 19 years of age. He's got the potential to do so.
Both-footed as well, so
yeah,
playing both sides.
Decent teamwork and work rate, which sometimes you can't
good.
really improve much on the game. So for a centre-back to have that already, yeah, I'm really, really pleased with that. There was a few more signings, though, and one more new gen for £6 million. We've got Joshua Uwakonye, who from Gladbach was just a really good backup left-back option that we've got. We've got Maturo, but yeah, he's just a good option. And Matthias Oren was another option that we got centre-back. I mentioned how I don't have a lot of squad depth. This guy gives me the squad depth there to play sort of DM and centre-back and a right-back if we really need it. But finally, the last sign I bought in for £6 million was Gaston Pavon from Ustandientes. £6 million. Again, what a player. What a player.
He knows where the net is.
Yeah, I mean, he plays across the front three as well as naturally as a striker.
Yeah.
He can cross the ball, which is quite important as well. Left-footed, so when I'm playing two up front with Mads Borges, who is right-footed, that works out perfectly. Just needs to work on a few of his mental attributes and his strength, but he could be a quality player. Again, with really good potential as well. He's played 5 games but hasn't scored a goal yet, but they have been all off the bench. And he only cost me £6 million, let's be fair. I am changing things around and I'm locking in Hugo Duro into this attacking midfield slot. Now, I was tempted to lock in the man that you just seen there, Pavon, but I think it might be too early to do so yet. I want to give Duro his chance. He did start many games last season. So let's see if this team can get us promoted with Hugo Duro as that left side attacking midfielder, because right now it still puts bloody Jensen in there. Honestly, what does this guy have on him?
That video is a good video, is all I can say.
So hopefully, by locking in Duro, Costalas and Volpato stay in the bloody team, and we can have Borges up front with these 3 in behind. Bernat goes alongside Ayari. Monchu is still in the team and probably will still play quite a lot of games, but I think this looks quite good. Maicavo and Schneider, nice little partnership there at the back. Still got Ortega. I had the same problem as you, although I do have 3 goalkeepers. Cannot improve the goalkeeper that I got.
Can I loan one off you?
Yeah, you should have. I got 3 of them. But yeah, so that's my situation right now. Start of the season, it's been all right. We have absolutely blasted through the Champions Cup. We're in the 3rd round. You've still got to play your 2nd round again, but we blasted through against Mallorca. Mads Borges got 2 goals there, you can see, but the rest of the team sort of was firing away. Mads Borges also got 4 against Paderborn, so although he has scored quite a lot, they've been like, he's got 2 there, 3 there, 4 there, 2 in that one. So yeah, they've been like dotted around different games where in some games we've just not scored at all. I mean, Monchu was sent off after 7 minutes there, so that was a write-off, that one. But losing 2-0, 2 late goals, disappointing. And then games like this where I feel like we should be winning and we've ended up having to scrape a 92nd minute equaliser is disappointing. So we'll see. But I think this season will stand a much better chance with the players that we have brought in, and the season preview also suggests that. 9th out of all of the teams, which means the top 18 is who they predict to get promoted. So we are well in that.
Yeah.
And we have 2 players in the Media Dream 11 with Borges and Maturo.
Yep, it's good.
Yeah, so we could be in for a really good season this season. We need to join Dad, because the longer that he's in that league and picking up better players, the less of a chance we have of catching him before you might end up winning a trophy. So let's find out what happens. The season carried on as I hoped it would. The same play down the right-hand side continued to work, and overall we were just a much better team than the teams that we were coming up against, as we stood firm in the top places of our league. Sat in 2nd place behind Hamburg, 12 points above 9th place, and with Borges scoring 19 goals so far. The only downside was our exit in the 3rd round of the Champions Cup to Leverkusen on penalties. Dad dropped into a rough patch, only securing 3 wins in 3 months and only drawing 3 of the other games as well, meaning he continued to slide down the Superleague table. For now, he was still safe, but there was only 4 points between him and 33rd in the relegation zone. He was also out of the Champions Cup in the most heartbreaking way, as when the score was tied at 1-1, Umar Sadiq ran through to counter to score in the 95th minute of the match. The second half of the season started better than the first half. Surprisingly, Mads Borges, whose goals increased per game after 22 starts, he had actually found the net 24 times. Dad's win ratio increased thanks to the form of Karim Konate. The striker himself scored 8 goals in the next 7 games for Dad in the league in a run of form that included 3 wins and a draw in 6 matches. Unfortunately for Dad, this came after a terrible 7-game losing streak though through January, and that left him scrapping for survival in 33rd position going into the final 9 games. And while top position looked a little far out of my reach, being 6 points ahead, promotion looked extremely possible. My next 4 games included 3 wins and a loss while only conceding 2 goals, leaving me just 1 win away from promotion to the Super League. The big question was, would I be joining Dad or would he be dropping back to Tier 2? Dad's big win over Spurs kicked him on, and what followed was 3 really important draws with Inter Milan, Union Berlin and Atletico Madrid, giving him a 4-point lifeline before the final 4 games. After 2 losses against PSV and leaders Lens, we finally got our win that secured promotion thanks to a deflected own goal against Vitesse. And we will indeed be joining Dad as he secured survival with a huge 4-0 win over Chelsea in the following fixture, making it almost impossible to go down. Right, Dad, I will be joining you next year.
You were there all season by the looks of it as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well done.
Actually disappointed how far down I finished. I was second for such a long time. I was top for a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of times,
finishing in 4th place. But I lost to the champions, Lens, towards the end of the season. They finished 10 points above me in the end.
That's hard to believe that you were first a couple of times and you finished 10 points adrift of them.
I know, yeah. But that's the Super League for
They
you.
only lost 5 games, so
Yeah.
They deserve to be where they are.
Very good. Knocked out in the 3rd round by Bayer Leverkusen. That's disappointing. Again, no cup run, but I don't know what division that they were in. Now, I will be joining you in the top league, but I didn't think I would be at certain points of the season. It was hit and miss for you, wasn't it?
Oh, 100%.
So before we have a look at the rest of my team, your form towards the end of the season
January.
was interesting.
I didn't even win a game in January.
Well, look at the run that you had from mid-December. What is that? That's 7 games in a row.
I was just on the downward slope very, very quickly one night. So it's lucky at the beginning of the season done me so well, really. It kept me in touch, really.
And the end of the season.
Oh, from April onwards, I was a top team.
Yeah. Battered the likes of Chelsea.
Yeah.
And Leipzig as well. And you're safe and secure in 28th place, 10 points
clear. So those last few games, really, they've done it for me, really, because there's a few 10 points in there, really. I could easily just carried on and slipped down.
Absolutely.
So I'm pleased I've survived. That's what it was all about. That's what I did say. Just survive the season and then work on next season. So I've done that. Well, I've got you to be in the league as well with me, so welcome to the league, welcome to the challenge.
Yeah. Erling Haaland took it personally when I said he couldn't score that many goals last year. He got 45 this season.
Average rating
for
player
the champions.
Well.
Yeah. Bloody hell. He absolutely destroyed the league this year. They were 10 points clear.
106 points, 10 points clear again, same as what Real Madrid was last season, wasn't it?
They seem to be the ones that are the most difficult. They've been first or second every season so far. So Man City are the team to beat. We didn't actually look at the Champions Cup. I mean, you were knocked out early in that. That is,
I just can't do anything in that cup at the moment.
You had one good run in it, and then that has been done. But the winner of this season was Chelsea, who you just beat 4-0.
Yes.
Which says it weird, isn't it? Salzburg got to the
who's
final
the manager of them? Who's the manager of Chelsea? Always wins the Champions League, doesn't he?
Look at the winner last season. We forgot to look at this. Strasbourg. I mean, Chelsea Junior. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely.
That's our feeder team, but Lens, who won my league, no surprises there, were runner-up last year.
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
So they had all the money to then obviously pay to get promoted this year.
Yeah, and it's worked for them.
Yeah, so it's made a big difference.
That's what you see, innit? That's what the money does for you.
Yeah.
So you need a good run.
Salzburg are in the league below, and they just missed out in my league. So I expect them to be jumping up with us next year because I imagine that their money is also ridiculous. They have nearly $750,000 and they have 200 million in their transfer budget. So they will be signing some players this year, I expect. Lens, who were last year, they've got another £129 million, and I wonder how much they spent 128, look. 128 million. 177 the season before. So 156 the season before that. They have been spending money. Although they did sell 181 as well.
But then if you're gonna replace the players, you've got to get rid of some players. You can't keep buying that amount of players and having a squad that size, can you?
Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's have a look then at my squad first, because we've got £71 million to spend going into the Super League. It's not a lot in comparison. People will go, £71 million. I'm telling you, that is 1 or 2 players max.
Yeah.
That's how much it is now for a player. But we have seen the caliber of type of player that you can get. Speaking of which, Mads, I mean, he missed a few games. You can see he's only played 33 games there. He picked up a couple of injuries where he missed 3 weeks at a time since he joined us. But when he did play, he was brilliant.
Yeah.
And he is getting better. You can see that. All right, his head and belly is still only 11. But he got 28 league goals, 3 assists, 30 goals across the whole season. Very bloody good indeed. I need to get rid of that. Because I don't want that to happen for a third time where I lose my best striker.
Adding a lot in this league.
No, not at all. So I need to work on getting rid of that soon. Kostelas is still performing well, considering he is playing in a different position to what he was last year in that centre attacking midfielder slot. So I'm happy with that. He's only 20. He's been playing for a couple of seasons now. Hugo Duro, locked him in. Disappointing. Very disappointing. I'll probably look to sell him on, lose money, and bring in somebody else. I still don't know how Frederick Jensen's getting 31 games. I cannot get rid of him. Mate, the good thing is...
You just got to sell him.
I can. I've tried. His contract runs out this year. I ain't renewing it. He's gone. I'm sorry. I mean, to be honest, he hasn't actually played that badly either. He got 7 goals, 6 assists, and got a 6.91 average rating. I just look at him, and it depresses me because he looks so crap. But he is now gone. He will be gone. We just have to find a replacement. I don't care if it's worse. Because Gaston Pavon, who he could have played instead, suffered. He only had 16 appearances off the bench. I mean, how is he not playing in front of him? Yeah. I do not understand it.
And he's still improved, but we've only played that amount of games.
So he needs to be playing games next season. I might need to lock him in. Yeah,
it might have paid you to lock him in this.
It probably would have, yeah. I tried doing well for Hugo Duro and it didn't pay off, unfortunately. But we've got Alexander Schneider, who locked in that centre-back position, progressed really well, developed well, played well.
I don't think I've seen so many yellow arrows in one player in one season.
Very really good indeed. Anticipation going up by 2 as well. So
really good.
Solid all around. But the other players that we brought in, obviously Andre Bernat, again, a lot of development and looking really good. Still only 10 natural fitness, but
he's a problem there.
Yeah, but he will be absolutely fine. Yeah. So the new players that I've brought in was done very well and fantastic. But we definitely obviously need to look at strikers. We need to look at possibly changing formation for the next year. We can't play this attack in going into the Super League. We will get murdered against the teams obviously that are in there, which is all things you need to take into consideration. Dad, let's have a look at yours then. Your transfer budget, £105 million. Again, not very far in the cup, but when you're in the Super League, you get a little bit more money for every win.
For every win, yeah. So
if you get wins,
I did win a few games.
Yeah. £105 million.
I'm kind of pleased with that because, like you said, that's
2 players.
Easily 2 players, yeah. Easily 2 world-class players, I think, for this league as well.
So, Karim Konate was the top scorer, but Kyle George was right behind him with 19.
Yeah, so it was a right decision to get 2 new strikers in. They've sort of done me well. They've made me survive, I feel, because no one else behind them has scored. I mean, Fernandez got 42 games, 5 goals and 6 assists. Sat right behind them. I wanted a bit more of that.
You gave him a lot of chances.
Yeah, I didn't get that many goals out of him. I would expect assists, and I haven't got either out of him, really. So, I mean, he's still looking good, but I'm still disappointed with him.
Yeah, I would be too.
I thought I would get out of him.
Your best player now, though, is a 19-year-old Belgian international, Francis Anne.
Yes.
And what a player he is.
He's looking good now, isn't he? It's looking good. Yeah, that's a really good sign, a good find. That was well done to the scouts for finding him for me.
Well, if you need 100 million, you could sell him if you like, but you've got 60% of the transfer revenue.
I'm asking for the 100%, but they won't give it to me.
No.
So I've got, and that's hence why I'm not selling a lot of players. Really, I'm not getting a lot for them. So But yeah, I definitely won't be selling him.
He is fantastic.
Yeah.
So who will be joining in? That's the question this
Yes.
summer. You got a bit of a big budget, so to keep yourself in the league and to do better in the cups, that's our problem right now. None of us are doing well in the cups.
No.
We had one of us do well in season number 1, and since then, don't think we got through.
It goes to show that
the third round,
especially my squad, because I'm losing very early in the rounds, and my squad,
Yeah, second round.
The depth of my squad in strength-wise isn't good enough. You can see that from the subs down. So when my assistant manager is like thinking, oh, we got an
You gotta
easier
rest a
game
player.
and he'll rest a player or something like that, my second players are coming through and they're not good enough, and I'll get knocked out too early. I can't afford to do that too long. Got to try to change it. Got to get some players in that are good enough for when they get put into the team.
Absolutely. So we got a busy summer ahead with those tasks in mind, because that Champions Cup is way more important than what you might think. This summer was all about finding the best talent, and I think my scouts found the best centre-back they possibly could. And he wasn't the only gem I was bringing into the club, as 2 more soon followed to strengthen all areas of the pitch. Dad was selling Bella Kotchap to Real Madrid to fund some more transfers of his own. And his replacement was a left-footed physical monster again. A German 20-year-old in Dennis Antwi from Mainz for £40 million. And Dad also fixed his goalkeeper problem too, bringing in Kovar. The start of the season rolled around quick and we had Real Madrid in our opening fixture, and to my surprise, we put ourselves 2-0 up after just 31 minutes. They did pull a goal back through Mbappe, but we held on to a win. And I was also really keen to give Gaston Pavon a chance in the first team this season. However, I think beating Real Madrid gave us a false sense of security, as we were truly welcome to the Superleague. Dad wasn't having too much of a better start than us either, as performances of Kyle George in the early months were rather impressive, and he picked up 10 goals in 13 matches. Dad, you've only got a goalkeeper.
Yeah. I mean, it's not what I was sort of say amazing keeper, but yeah, he'd be thereabouts for me.
He's your new number 1 anyway.
Yes, he will be, yes.
But it's just nice to have 2 of them in the club.
I've done well considering I only had 1 keeper last season. So yeah, I'm pleased with this keeper. He'll come in and do a job for me. Thanks so much for coming to me, because I approached so many players, so many keepers, and they just weren't interested in coming for some reason. So
£23 million. Hasn't kept a clean sheet yet in 13 games, but that's the Super League for you.
Yeah.
But the rest of the signings, I mean, we'll start our free transfer there for Karazor.
Yeah, I mean,
really good mental play experience.
That's right, yeah. I bought this guy, and I'm not expecting him to be straight into my first team, but defensive midfield, I needed someone there that I could just sort of say is an old head, and if I need him, he's there or thereabouts. And, you know, this player will be good for me. For 1 or 2 seasons, I feel, I'll get the most out of him that I can, really.
Yeah. But then the rest of the signings,
I'm pleased with the rest of my
new gens.
Yes, I've done well here, I think.
Yeah, so defensively, we got 2 that's come in for your defence. John Joe Wilson from Everton.
I felt that I had
$7 million.
I conceded too many goals last season, so so I bought this guy, and he plays right across the back 4 as well. It looks like he's more of a centre defender, but I've bought him for a left centre midfield, a centre defence, but I've bought him to play my left back.
Yeah.
And you'll see why in a minute. We know I've already got 1 outstanding.
Francis Ann.
Yeah, Francis Ann. So I've bought another one in as well. So this guy will go left back.
And then Dennis Antwi for £40 million.
Yeah, there's my second one there.
We'll go left-sided centre-back.
And he's a left-sided centre-back. So, yep, I'm really pleased with this guy as well. Only 20, so I feel that I've got a really good defence now.
Yeah.
I've got Arthur on the right back. The 2 centre-backs is the 2 young lads, and my new left-back as well. And I've got a new keeper, so I've got a new back 4, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with this.
I mean, he's 20 years old with 2 cuts to Germany, and with a goal as well. He
Yes.
must be quite good. He must be quite good. They aren't putting any slouches in their defence,
No,
are
they
they?
don't, do they? No.
But then the final sign-in, £27 million for Omatayo from Zulte Waregem. Nigerian 20-year-old attacking midfielder.
Yes. I bought this guy for a reason. I'm going to have a little tinker again with my formation. I mean,
Coming away from the diamond, are we?
I'm going to come away from it, and this guy's going to sort of fill that position for me. So I needed an attacking midfielder. He's only 20, so I feel that he's good, really. His mentals isn't that in too bad. So, yeah, I'm really pleased. He passing on the ball, his technique, his first touch. So he's got it all for an attacking midfielder, I feel.
Very flair type of player.
Yeah.
So, as you mentioned, you've changed things around. You've gone for back to the box formation that you had the last season when you were promoted.
Yep. I'm taking a chance. I'm locking Fernandez in again. I'm giving him another. This is the 3rd season I'm giving him. So You're getting another chance, my lad. Take it, else you're gone.
Yeah.
So the back four will pick itself, as you'll see in a minute. And I just that's the reason why I've locked the boy in defensive midfielders, because Kaiser will automatically take that position because he is better. But I want the other lad to be taking that position
because he's younger.
Yeah. So Kaiser then can take over if I get any injuries. So I'm giving him a chance as well. But there's my new back four, and I think that's one of the reasons why I've gone for more of attacking formation. I feel I've got a really good back four now. I can sort of take an advantage of it. I've got two good players in the defensive midfielder, so let's go for it.
Well, they couldn't, that new back four, prevent you from being eliminated from the Champions Cup.
Oh, no, I've done it again. I've gone out early
Extra
again.
time in the first round. I don't know why you're playing the first round. For some reason, you are and I'm not. I don't know whether there's like a bye or something.
Or I'm getting knocked out so early, they just put me in the first round every time.
Yeah, but extra time.
I'm looking at a couple of the results there. I'm thinking, I've had my last result, a really good draw against Real Madrid. I only lost 1-0 to Man City. So I've got to look at that and think that's a good result, really, because they're walking away with the league lately. But there's a few games that I've lost. I'm thinking, I shouldn't have. But that's this league, isn't it? You're going to win a few and lose a few.
Yeah.
That's how I feel I'm doing at the moment. I'd like to have won a few more, but I'm not at the moment.
No. Starting 21st, that isn't too bad. It's nowhere near relegation. Now, transfer history for me. I thought I had 4 players that joined. So we got £30 million out. Volpato has gone, £30 million. Not bad, but he never really got any better. And I think physically, he needs to be way better than that. It's no good just being technically good. In this league, you need to be physical as well. So he went for 30, and I brought in Angel Raylev for 30 from Ludogorets, who I think is going to be a better option and can also play up front. He's left-footed. Now, he's nowhere near the height of, obviously, Mads Borges, but he can do the other side of the game. He can beat the offside trap. He's quick. And he can also play centre-attack midfielder, as is Kostelas as well. So the Bulgarian 20-year-old, same price of what we just sold Volpato for. He's got 5 goals and 2 assists already in this league. I think that's a good little purchase, that. We then obviously needed a goalkeeper as well. We brought in Felix Gebhardt, who comes in. Now, Ortega actually starts over Gebhardt, and I'm just going to see if that plays out and changes, because Gebhardt's young enough I can put him in next year. But we'll see. Jacob Cliff, £30 million as a centre defensive midfielder. Danish. Great quiff. Now, mentally he's there. He's got an okay tackling ability. I don't know. I feel like I need to give him game time. He's got a perfectionist personality, which means if you do give him the game time, he should naturally reach his potential really quick.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, well, if my scouts are rating him 5-star, which means he should be on par with Mads Borges, I need to start playing him
straight away.
now.
Yeah.
Which you'll see I've locked him in. The final player, there's no doubt in my mind that this is probably going to be one of the best centre-backs in the world, and he's only 19.
What, better than my two?
I think so.
Whoa, that's a big shape.
I think he is absolutely phenomenal. He is 6'4". He has only got pace of 14, which is the only attribute which isn't 15 or above.
That's not a low figure, really, is it? 14, come on.
The agility and balance of Virgil van Dijk there.
Yeah.
16 and 18. Can jump as well. He's got great first touch, good heading ability. His passing's decent as well. Mental attributes are fantastic too. Low leadership, low aggression. That's the only 2 things that I'm looking at as a centre-back that I wish was slightly higher. But the rest of it, I think he's phenomenal. But he's only 19 years old. Cracking player.
He's going to be up there, but it's a bit of a competition here, I think, between your centre-back and my centre-back. Mine was only 19 when I bought him.
Yeah, I agree. 2 very good players that have come in. So we've done very well to find these absolute gem centre-backs, because now we both have 2 really good centre-backs.
Yes.
This season I'm locking in Pavon, though. He deserves it. He's going to get that opportunity. He was requesting to leave because of the lack of game time. He started 9 games so far and got 2 goals with a good average rating, so that's decent. And Cliff will also go in there too, because Schneider actually takes that position, which is the reason why I'm locked in Cliff, because Schneider is my centre-back, and I went in to play there instead. So when I lock in Cliff, Schneider then goes back into the centre-back position, and then obviously wherever Cliff is, Jacob Cliff will go in like that. So that's what I'm kind of looking at as my starting 11 right now, and I think it's better than what it was last year, which is the reason why I've kept the 4-2-3-1 narrow. I was so toying with changing things around, especially because of the start of the season, which, as you can see, other than defeating Real Madrid 2-1, and you're like, are we going to go on and win this whole thing? We then went on a really terrible run where we didn't win for the next 7 games. So, yeah, that was quite bad. And some bad losses too, by the way. Like losing 3-1 to Hertha. What is going on there? But then we ended up ending this little spell at the start of the season quite well with 4 wins from 5 games, only losing to Roma, winning some good games quite comfortably as well. So I think we might be all right in this league. We haven't played our Champions Cup round yet. We've got Hajduk Split in the second round there. Should go through surely against Hajduk Split. They're in the 3rd tier. So if we lose
I've been thinking that every season.
I know, right? But yeah, the Super League itself, the season preview. Now that we are both in it, we are 27th and 31st.
I'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Still don't have any teams in there. Any players in there. I don't know why Lamine Yamal's playing centre mid. I mean, he can do it, but for Barcelona. But he is obviously the world's best right winger or left winger. But they've got Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. there too. Zhu Ming is a very fast... Zooming. In case you didn't get that one. Left back who... I was looking at when he was at Marseille. He's a Chinese left back. He looks fantastic.
Yeah.
This is, again, the caliber of player that we're looking at. But yeah, I seen him when he was at Marseille, and I was like, oh, I can get him. Realised he was only on loan. I was devastated. Bayern Munich got him for 105k.
How old was he then, though?
God, I know. From Shandong Taishan in China. So, yeah, now he is their first choice left back, and you can see why. He's really bloody good. Don't know what it is with the new gens and getting afros in this database, but a lot of them have them. So, yeah, we've started the season okay. We're in that sort of like top end of the bottom half and 4 points away from the relegation zone at the minute, but a lot of things can change in the Super League. We need to stay away from that bottom half.
100%.
Let's see what happens. After going through it last year, Dad wasn't suffering as much this season, whereas I, on the other hand, was really struggling. Some really bad results and a terrible run through November and December, and we find ourselves in the red zone down in 35th place. We also joined Dad being knocked out of the Champions Cup early to a lower tier opposition as well. Dad's strike force of Kanate and Kyle George especially continued to be a massive threat to the league, but when we clashed in February, it was none of the strikers who took the headlines, as Dad's new signing Omatoyo scored 2 goals to win him the game and take the 3 points. A game which also had 2 red cards, one for each side, in a very feisty 2-1 clash in Poznan. Our performances did improve as we crept out of the relegation zone, though our main problem was goals, as we just couldn't get Mads Borges firing as much as we did last season. His 6 league goals so far was nowhere near the level that we were hitting last season. We were instead relying on the supporting cast behind him, who last season were feeding him, and this time they were stepping up themselves. Guys like Costelas and Pavon was vital. Dad made a great account for himself in the Super League this season, but it was still touch and go for me, as we really needed a crucial win towards the end. And we got a big win over Fulham, with Mads Borges coming in with clutch goals for a draw against Spurs and a 1-1 with City, and that was enough to survive with a game to go. Which was a good job too, because we lost the final game of the season, which made it look a lot closer than it really was. Survived with a point.
Skin of your teeth, mate.
I'm not even worried. Wasn't even worried.
Was it a point?
Wasn't even worried. A point, but we had better goal difference.
Yeah, so you'd have had to drop 2 points really to go down, wouldn't you? But,
yeah, we had a bad end of the season.
Look where you got that point.
I know. We actually had a bad run from when you beat us, because then we only actually won 3 games from that. We drew 4 as well, but yeah, there was some bad results. We did draw against Man City, and they scored in the 92nd minute.
There's your point, though.
Yeah, there was a point. There was a couple of points. Tottenham and Man City, where we rescued a couple of points towards the end of the season, losing to Bayer Leverkusen at the end there. But
you'd have been shaking in your boots for that game, losing.
That was a close one, to say the least. So the team that did go down, Roma, their final game of the season, they actually won. So it wouldn't have mattered anyway. No. We were secure. We were safe. We were secure. They won their last 4 games and still got relegated. That's how bad your first season was.
That Man City draw then at one point, that actually did keep you up then, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because you couldn't lose then.
Yeah, that's it. So we were safe and secure.
Good game to win. A good game to get drawn in, wasn't it, really?
We're in the same scenario as Milan and Barcelona. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, there's, you look above you. Look, there's some teams above you. That
Juve, Frankfurt. Liverpool's only in 23rd.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it more. The teams that you finished above: Inter, Liverpool. There you are, 15th.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that.
Very good indeed. You're in
season.
Sunderland and Lons on 75 points. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
With Kyle George, by the way, chasing Erling Haaland.
Well, there we go. See,
Kyle
Good
George
has
done really good, isn't he? Even in the Super League, he's stepped up.
Finally, had one of our
players
players in there. So yeah, I'm pleased with that.
Yeah,
Average rating, he was 4th as well.
Yeah, very good. Gaston Pavon was 8th man of the matches. Very pleased, considering obviously I locked him in.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm also really chuffed with my lads getting the most yellow cards. The dirtiest team in the league.
You wanted a bit of aggression, you got it.
Oh, yes, indeed. So, yeah, well done, lads. You beat me, Dad, earlier on in the season, and it seems like whenever we play each other, there will be 2 red cards. Because there was 2 red cards again within 3 minutes of each other. I think yours was before half-time, mine was after.
I think they just carried on fighting for 3 minutes. And
yeah,
then they got sent off at
went into
times.
a tunnel, having more of a scrap. That's 2 centre defensive midfielders being sent off, so that was a fun one. But Omatoyo scored 2 goals to secure the win for you there, Dad, beating me. But yeah, you were much the better side. But I didn't get any further in the UEFA Champions Cup either. Only 3rd round by Rapid Vienna, who are in the 3rd tier. So there I was going, I should be beating the 3rd tier. Yeah, I beat 1. I couldn't beat 2 in a row, though.
No.
So losing that
that's
time
what's
around.
letting us down for the money side of it, though, isn't it?
It is indeed. Now let's have a look at the money side situation. So finances, 44 million. But that's obviously because our wages are going up, £1.8 million. And we're spending a lot of money. And my transfer budget for next season's only 35 million. It is because I've been doing a lot, and I mean a lot, in terms of transfer debt. Giving, obviously, installments and stuff like that to get these good players in.
Yeah.
Because you
What
have
you
to.
gotta do. Yeah.
And it might cost me in the long run, where we're not going further in the Champions
I
Cup.
haven't seen one.
We will see it. Squad-wise, goals, not a lot. Costelas with 17, Pavon with 16. What is Mads Borges doing?
Yeah.
9 goals? Are you joking, Mads? You're making me mad. I don't understand it. Don't know how he's only scored 9 goals in 41 starts in the league. Crazy.
It's not a good start, is it?
Not at all. Ralev only got 11 and 6. Again, kind of disappointing. My defender got 5. The one that we brought in, who I think is one of the best defenders in the world. I don't know how he's managed to get almost half the amount, over half the amount of Mads Borges, who is playing up bloody front all the time.
Yeah.
Jacob Cliff got 1 goal and 6 assists. That's the guy I locked in as centre defensive midfielder. I think that was a good decision. He has developed a little bit, not amazingly. He is, of course, Danish alongside Mads Borges. I want to maybe give him a little bit of a... Just see what Mads like on international break. What's he up to when I'm not there? But yeah, Bernat as well, developing really well. So my 2 midfielders are solid in there alongside Ayari and Rufiner, who I've got a lot of options in there. Locking in Pavon, though. He's now become arguably my best player.
Oh, yeah. That's good. I mean, you've done it a season late, I feel.
Yeah.
When you see how he improved the 1 season, he's like that already now. So
Yeah.
really good.
Just need to get these a little bit further up, but I mean, what a talent.
Yeah.
Great physicals, great technical attributes, the flair of 20.
I mean, you've played him in attacking midfielder and he scored that many goals in his first season. I think it's good when you think he definitely knows where the back of the net is. You could even play him as a striker. He's good enough. Isn't he?
Yeah, I agree. Very consistent player, as you can see there, which is obviously a positive. Is massively injury prone, though, so he might have some problems with that going forward. But yeah, I think we definitely benefited from locking him in for this season. And it does seem like Stefan Ortega kept our goalkeeper out. Gebhardt only played 2 games. How Ortega played 47, I don't know. But yeah, Gebhardt is definitely the better goalkeeper at this point. Ortega is still knocking around, but he's still getting game time. I don't know. £35 million.
The player passed the video on to it.
Yeah, must have. Okay, Dad, let's have a look at yours then. So financially, £62 million in there. As we said,
Oh, it's less than yours. So I'm
transfer debt,
Yeah,
£20
not too
million
bad. Not
from
too bad.
instalments,
Yeah.
etc. So yeah,
I've got the 100%.
You've got the 100%
Yeah,
back though.
I can start selling players now. I
Yeah,
feel
and you got £58 million, which is more than what I had.
it's still not good for this
Still not
league.
great.
That's one player. One player, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we might struggle a little bit there, but you have got a bigger... Well, actually, no, you haven't anymore.
I started trimming a bit last season, yeah.
So you might actually struggle to sell a lot of players now. Carter George with 29 goals, though, 10 assists.
Yeah.
We know most of that was in the lead because you were eliminated early from the Champions Cup.
Yeah.
Kanate got 17. Mateus Fernandez, 10 and 8. That's his best.
Yes, that's a little bit better, but not... I feel the assists are not good enough.
Yeah.
That's what's lacking him, I think. All right, you got 10 goals. Brilliant. You're not getting that ball through to the two strikers.
Didn't even get 10 assists.
No, that's poor for me, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm still a bit disappointed with that.
What's worse is Omatoyo got 3 and 7, and we know 2 of them was against me.
Yeah. It's true, yeah.
So, I mean, but he's developed.
Yes.
And you can see really progressed across this season.
He is looking good now, and so I've definitely got to be working with him now, I feel.
Then obviously Fernandez, who we see is now 24, so he's getting slightly better, but I'm more interested in obviously the new gens. These are the players that we want to see. John Joe Wilson played quite a lot at left back this season. Did he play? Yeah, left back was his main role. He got a couple of assists.
He was always going to be with the 2 centre backs that I had anyway, so can't see him sort of taking their position, could you, really?
Yeah, and then speaking of those 2 centre backs, so if we're going by ability, Dennis Antwi is now your best player, and you can see exactly why, the left-footed one. And Francis Ann is there as well, the right-sided.
So the three new gens that I've got, they're the 3 my 3 best players, really. So that's 3 good signings I've felt down there. But they're all very good players now. I'm definitely going to be sort of like building a squad round them, I feel.
Yeah, and I can see why. So yeah, not bad. Transfer budget, you got a bit, but not a lot. So we're going into now season number 7. We've got our new gens.
Yes.
We just need to build on that. The Super League, as ever, is tough. Real Madrid are your champions this season round. First time Man City has not been in the top 2. And they actually dropped off quite a lot, down into 5th.
Real Madrid won the league again. You beat them this season and I drew with them.
Yeah, that's crazy, actually, considering beating them the first game of the season.
They only lost 6 games.
Yeah. Dortmund beat Bayern Munich. Oh, and a lovely clash of 2013's Champions League final.
Dortmund's type where we looked at them 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, when they were in my league, and absolutely destroyed it. Benjamin Sesko's doing well for them. But if we're looking at the past winners, obviously, this is the first time that they've both been involved in that final. Red Bull Salzburg, we mentioned them obviously getting to the final last year. How did they perform? 7th. So they will be promoted this year.
They're in our league then.
They're in our league after getting all that money, and they're still reaping the benefits. This is what we mean. Get into that final, got them £362 million, £145 million after they spent £91 million last season on obviously players being brought into them. So yeah, lots of money to be won, and we're not winning it yet.
Nope.
We need to do that. We need to bring in the money. Rangers, while we're on them, do they still have... So that he isn't there, but they're just pumping them out, Rangers. I mean, they bought him in. So, yeah, £51 million. Is that guy still at the club? I want to see if he is still at the club. We'll go by age. It'll probably be there. Doesn't look like it.
He's gone, hasn't he?
Doesn't look like it. So he might have already
cashed
left.
in on him.
£93 million. That has to be him, surely. No, Alan Berry? Another one. And he came through Rangers. He's Peruvian. What was he doing at Rangers? This is what I mean. This is such a fun database because these types of things happen. 125, there he is. £58 million he went to Southampton. Oh my God. Very good.
That was it, 58 million?
Yeah.
We missed that one, Meg,
We did, didn't we? I mean, he's now 102 million.
We should have approached Rangers to get him.
Yeah, I'm playing that position too.
So am I.
So, and he's way better than Mateus Fernandez. After season 5 and my promotion from tier 3 to the pinnacle, now that we are here, the caliber of players we have been able to sign has also opened up, as both Dad and I have timed our rise perfectly with some of the best new gens coming through that you will ever see. With plenty more this summer being targeted by both of us, as Dad already has brought in a new striker and fullbacks while rejecting other bids. Dad's spine the team is also being upgraded, as this time a 20-year-old CDN joins from Brazil. However, it starts off with my transfers being cancelled, as there is a board takeover attempt at Aris and a transfer embargo is being put in place. While this is happening, Dab was bringing in a right back from Portugal for £50 million from Feyenoord, which annoyingly was the right back that I had on my shortlist to go for this season. And after all that disappointment, the takeover falls through anyway, so Plan B it is. And Plan B wasn't a bad option either, as surprisingly, Conor Bradley was left in Liverpool's reserves and needed saving. A deal we got down for around £48 million just as the season was underway. The season began and we got ourselves off to a flying start as we started really well and were still bringing in new players as a goalkeeper and a winger who I intend to move centrally joined the club off the back of a winning start to the season and first round of the Champions Cup. I wasn't the only one though. Dab was off to a fantastic start too, and a lot of new players joined Poznan this season, and they all seem to be gelling well and performing, putting Dad even further up the table than I'm currently sat. Right, Dad, what a start to the season.
Oh, yes. This is the season I feel.
Yeah.
I can feel it in me bones.
Which I didn't expect, considering the turnover of players that you've had.
It's one of those things, isn't it? I'd had to get a bit more money in, but I felt the players that I were buying were better than the players that I was selling.
Yeah.
So I was getting one player in and sort of selling another player, or selling 2 or 3 players, knowing that I could. Because obviously you get your scouts out, you're hunting these players down, stick them in your wanted list, and then sort of have them there for when you can afford them. And that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
So I had to get rid of some players, and some of the players I got rid of, I was pleased to get rid of because I knew I was replacing them with better.
Yeah. You also benefited from the fact that I couldn't buy players for a month.
Well, it was ideal for me.
And you went for the right back I wanted to get.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll get on to him in a minute.
Fernandez, I've given 4 chances. I've given 4 good seasons.
And he's gone.
Yep. I'm sorry, mate. I gave you a chance. I did warn you last season. This was your last chance. You're gone.
Yeah, £38 million, nearly £40 million. Kyle George also left to Manchester City.
I don't know if it was a good thing.
Sit on the bench behind Erling Haaland.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So I don't know if it was a good thing sort of like strengthening their squad, but you've got to take a chance now and again.
Yeah, because you also sold Bungard as well. So that's 2 strikers gone for nearly £90 million then, really.
Yeah,
so
you need
a lot
the
of
sort
money.
of money to buy the calibre of players that you need in this league. You've got to sell them.
Yeah, Walamark, Balaka's gone. Look what happened when they give you 100%. You just got rid of everybody.
I did say I was waiting for it, didn't I?
But then another £52 million went out. Candela, the right back. Obviously, we know you brought in a right back. Decker's gone. Goalkeeper's gone. But don't worry, signed another one.
Yeah, I did sign one, so I've got one in.
So let's look at all the signings that you brought in this season, because there is a lot, but the quality is there.
Yeah.
And a lot of really good new gens. Starting off with Nick Vidmar from Swansea.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that I've sold a couple of my strikers. This is why I've sold the strikers. I've got this guy to come in, only 20 again, so he definitely knows what the back of the net's going to be. So he got 6 goals in 11 games already. Yeah. You know, he's got it all. I feel he's finishing, his dribbling, his first touch it isn't great, but I can work on that. And his passing's still there, so he can even support his players, but technique's good as well. So off the ball, 19, I like that as well. He got a little bit of aggression with him as well. So, yeah, 6 foot tall. Physicals are very good.
He can also mark somebody.
Yeah.
13 for marking. That's better than some of our defenders. Yeah. Ridiculous, but there we go. But then Railson on the other scale, because that was £60 million, £13 million, and he goes into your starting 11.
Yeah, well, I knew that was one of weak sort of position, really. So I was looking for another sort of defensive midfielder. And I brought this guy in. His passing's good as well. Or his tacking's not brilliant for that sort of position. I usually like him with a bit more sort of tacking and sort of a bit more sort of physicals as well, really. But yeah, I think he'll do a job for me, really. He's got it all. He's a wonder kid coming through.
Yeah, another striker, £40 million for Ngua from Anderlecht. So not the physicals, but
he's not brilliant, but I feel that he'll get there. He'll get there eventually, and a good one to
professional.
If he doesn't go straight into my front 11, he'll be there or thereabouts and scoring a few goals. I feel still in the season.
Yeah, Bjartström from Brann, £40 million. This is Mateus Fernandez's replacement.
Yes, hopefully. So I think he's going to be a better player. Now, I'm sort of like I'm banking on this player being so much better and just feeding those balls through to my new strikers. I reckon this guy can do it. I mean, his passing for a start is 18.
Yeah. He's got 3 assists already.
Yeah.
If you think Fernandez only got, 4, 6 the other last couple of seasons? Yeah. So he's already halfway there.
Yeah, I mean, his teamwork and his vision's there as well, and his flair. So he's got it all. So hopefully he shows it.
Yeah, very good player. £40 million, which is the same price pretty much that you sold Fernandez for to Shakhtar for £38 million. But then there was another £185 million spent. Diogo Cunha was the right back that I was going to get. He was on my list to pick up. And unfortunately, when my embargo took place, you snapped him up.
Yep.
What a player he is.
Oh, I mean, this just sort of seals my back four now as being one of the best back four in the league. I feel. I just think my weakest position out of my back sort of four really is my keeper now.
Yeah.
So you look at the two centre backs I've got, the left back I got last season. Now I've got the right back to sort of fill that position as well. And my league form shows it already. They're doing well.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I've only lost one game.
Well. But he would have been so perfect for my right wing back.
Yeah.
I just look at it and just think that's the right wing back I need. Transfer embargo.
Am I sorry I got it?
Of course you're not.
No,
Of course you're not.
No.
He's 6'4" as well. He's
Yes.
an absolute giant. He's
Yes.
brilliant. Lars Hartzio from Odds, £20 million. Very much like the other Norwegian centre attack midfielder you brought in.
I mean, he's going to be good. Whether he gets into my first team, I don't know. But I feel that I've been being knocked out of the cups because my second team's not good enough to be in the cup games.
Do you know what's really funny?
What's that?
He's got 5 assists and he's only started 2 games. He's
Well,
come
there
off
we
the
go.
bench 9 times and got 5 assists.
So there you go. So that just goes to show what I've been saying is that you've got to have the players that are going to come on as subs or even take over. You've got injuries that are just as good. And this guy proves that if you get these players in, they'll do the damage for you as well.
The Norwegian Paul Scholes.
Yes, right.
Lars, there we go. So then we've got Gianmarco Pret, £61 million,
paid
another
61
centre
million,
back.
and he's probably not going to be my first.
And he doesn't
centre-back.
get in your first team, no.
But strengthen the squad. That's what it's all about. Strengthening the squad, and it goes to show this player will do that for me as well. He's just as good as one of the two I've got already there, but. What a defence I've got.
Yeah, then we got Jordan Panev, who from a club I've never even heard of. So looks like they're like a Russian side. I don't really know. It's hard to say when the nation changes. But Panev, £18 million, just another backup striker, only 19 years old, but with really good potential. Yeah. He got 30 goals in 50 games for them. He's got 2 and 2 for you already, and that's off the bench.
Yeah, that's a great start. His determination is there, the flair is there. His physicals are really good. I mean, his stamina is really good. The only thing he lacks is a bit of strength, but we can work on that in training.
Yeah, that's it. And then the final signing is that other goalkeeper.
Yep.
£35 million for a backup goalkeeper. Oh, you spend £35 million on a goalkeeper. I'm telling you now, there's not a lot of choices in there.
We're really struggling.
Really is not. I'm very lucky. My goalkeeper that I picked up, which was cheap as chips, is an enigma to find a goalkeeper that good, that cheap.
I'm sort of fingers crossed with this keeper. He could come out to be a really good keeper. The only thing I was a bit wary when I bought him was his first touch is 6. That's really
and his
low.
eccentricity's 14.
Yeah,
you want that to be the other way around.
The other way around, yeah. I don't mind if it's like 6 or 7. The eccentricity, but 14 is a lot. But I'm taking a chance on him. He's good everywhere else. I feel his one-on-ones 14, his reflex is 13, his rushing is 13. That's what I always look for. Really, is those 3 there, and his handling is 13. So those are good, but his first touch lets him down a little bit. But he's a good second keeper, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the idea of the eccentricity is the attribute that reflects the goalkeeper's tendency to do the unexpected with or without the ball. That doesn't necessarily mean it is a bad thing. No. We just know all the bad goalkeepers have that as a high attribute.
Yeah.
However, when unexpected with or without the ball and his decision making is 17, that could be a good thing.
It could be, yeah.
He could do something unexpected. That's good.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a really bad attribute to avoid. But yeah, he's not fantastic just yet, but it's really hard to find a goalkeeper. This is your best 11 though.
Yes. And I think that it picked itself as well. I didn't even have to sort of lock any players in. So, I mean, my back 4 there, world class, I feel, in this league now. I can sort of like rely on them back 4 now. And then, I mean, even my midfield, I still feel that's a good midfield. But my strike force now, I feel, is very, very good. Going forward now, especially the 2 attacking midfielders now. I've got rid of Francis, brought in Strom. He's just as good, even better. So I think this could be a really good season for me. And I've started that way, so fingers crossed I can keep it going.
Not too bad at all.
One bad result against Juventus, but you got to take that.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to win every game in this league. You're going to lose 8 or 9 games and still win the league.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got through the second round of the cup.
It
took until the 91st minute against the Stoke City.
And it was a penalty.
Yeah, and you can't even say on a cold night in Britannia because it was played at a neutral ground.
Yeah.
And they're in the 3rd tier. So, yeah, you struggled with that
unlucky.
one. But you've got Lorient or Real Valladolid in the next round, who is managed by Kyle Walker.
I was just going to say that.
I
Did you
just
see who was
seen
the
that.
manager?
Yeah, so that's always fun, isn't it? Kyle
Yeah.
Walker as the manager, 39
I bet he's
years of age
faster than
now.
half those players in that
Yeah,
team.
probably is, yeah. So there we go. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Let's have a look then at my transfers, because again, I had a bit of an active window as well, and of course some drama with the transfer embargo that took place, which stopped me from signing the goalkeeper I went for. Actually ended up beneficial to me. So I lost Stefan Ortega on a free transfer, but that's absolutely fine. Like I was looking to get rid of him anyway. Monchu went for £35 million. If we're looking here, Monchu £35 million, or £33 million. But then also Loic Williams, Gebhardt went for £20 million. So I did make quite a lot of money this season. Duro also gone, £24 million. So a lot of money came into the club, which allowed me to spend. Now, my first signing was Poloni Collins from Wolfsburg, £41 million. New gen, 19 years of age, a defender who can use both feet. Not got the best strength, but I think the rest of his physicals are fantastic for me. The mental attributes are almost there already for somebody who's that young, and technically, yeah, he's there. He's a good player.
Yeah.
Good potential and a professional personality. Will he start? He has been starting games. There's a reason for it, and that's because I've switched to a 3 at the back again. Now, Connor Bradley was my second choice right back. For some reason, he was in the reserves at Liverpool. I don't understand why. I've brought him out the reserves to give him game time. I think he's better than what my scouts suggest.
Yeah.
Just the physical attributes alone.
Do you know, the only thing I
playing
would
there is
disagree
good.
with on there is his aggression. I think he's got more aggression than that when
Yeah,
you watch
I-
him play.
I
He likes to put a foot in, doesn't he?
He's Irish. That should automatically be at least 16.
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, well done, Connor Bradley, for getting some first-team football. Then we got Mateus Silva, who, from Velez, £6 million. The Argentinian league has been really generous to me. In fact, South American leagues in general.
Yeah.
The fact that they're not in the Super League has really benefited us picking those players off, because he is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not playing a left
I was
winger.
gonna say, yeah, you're not playing that.
I haven't been playing a left winger, and I'm still not playing a left winger. So what am I going to do with him? You'll find out. And then finally, we've got Daniel, who is my new goalkeeper. He is a 4.5 star now, potential, but a very good goalkeeper. And
Yeah.
where I need the attributes to be good, he has them. Eccentricity of 2.
That's right. That's the right way around now.
Oh, thank God. But the reflexes of 17, handling of 15. He's great with
One-on-ones.
one-on-ones, good
Yeah,
at
it's
throwing the ball, positioning, everything about him I love. And he's 6'4", and he's only 20 years of age. So he'll go in as my new goalkeeper.
I think that's worth every penny you've paid for him.
I agree, yeah. Very good for only £14 million. Because originally, the goalkeeper I was going to go for was only on loan, and it was a loanee from Spurs. When I went back after the embargo, they wanted stupid money. So I looked elsewhere.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
We always do.
So that's why I ended up getting Daniel. So I'm really happy with that. Now, tactically, we switched things around because we just survived last year. We've gone to a 3 at the back again, but instead of obviously what we were playing last time, we've got a shadow striker, a DLF, and an advanced forward. Silva going in as that shadow striker. We've also got a wide centre-back. That should be Poloni Collins. When I do best 11, it was putting Poloni Collins in there. It does. A Bakarov and Schneider alongside him, 2 really good centre-backs that we've already got at the club, alongside Poloni Collins, and we've got options on the bench. There's a few players who can play centre-back. Matoro and Bradley are my 2 full-backs, who are now the only players in my team who are still real players in my first 11. And Ayari as well, who plays centre midfield on attack. But sometimes he won't necessarily play there because of other players that we've got. Rufiner actually goes in there quite often as well because he's left-footed and does quite well. Raylev automatically goes in there if we didn't put Silva, which is the reason why I put Mateus Silva in there. I want to give him some game time because Raylev can also play up front. And I think as a striker, he'll do really well alongside Pavon and Borges.
Yeah.
So we'll see. They can fight it out. Because we've also had a good start to the season. We lost to Salzburg. We've seen all the money that they've been getting. We lost to them when they came up. And we lost to Benfica, who again, I mean, we did go down to 10 men quite early on, but have been doing well in other competitions. But the rest of the results have been fantastic for me.
Yeah.
We've beaten some big teams. We took points off of clubs which, you know, not necessarily we deserve to. And we're also defeating Real Sociedad in the second round of the Cup. and they are also in the Super League. So even though we got a tough draw in the Champions Cup, we are still through. And the clubs that we got to face is either Mechelin or I don't know who the other result is that they've got to play, but whoever it is anyway, I think it's a league below us. So we've got past the hard one. We just got to carry on now. So this is interesting. This could be a good season for both of us here. We're both sat right now in the top 8, which is lovely. You're only a point behind Manchester United at the top there. Season preview, though, doesn't suggest that it's going to be that good for us. 17th and 22nd, still better than what it has been recently. There's a new name in the Dream 11, Monnier. I mean, you can see why. He's a left back, though.
Yeah.
Very good left back indeed, playing at Manchester United.
His physicals.
Yeah.
He is quick. He's lightning.
Fantastic player. He's 20 years of age. So he goes in because Camavinga, for some reason, is classed as a left back. Weird. Okay. Interesting season ahead for us. And we could... Carlos Tevez is a Shakhtar. I've just seen that. That's crazy. Yeah. Interesting season ahead for us in the Super League. I'm really liking this start for us.
Yes. It's our best start.
Best start, yeah.
Is this the start of us putting pressure on the leaders?
Oh, I hope so, because now we're in season number 7.
Yeah.
Obviously, the race is to win the Super League and the Champions Cup. Doesn't have to be the same year. It's just whoever does both of them first. So let's see what happens. Will this year be the year one of us picks up a trophy? Dad and I met at the start of November, where both of our forms had dropped slightly, but it was once again a very entertaining game which went back and forth, with the eventual winners being my Aris side with a 3-2 result. We let ourselves down in the 3rd round of the Champions Cup, but Dad progressed comfortably and even won the 4th round 7-0. And he was really unfortunate to lose in the 5th round in extra time to Bayern Munich after they scored a 93rd minute equaliser. 4 points separated us in the league. However, I was still 10 points off of champions Real Madrid, who seem to be leading the way again this year. But a big positive is that Connor Bradley is currently leading the league in assists as we go into the new year. As we push through the next few months, both of us went on really good runs, especially Dad, who got to April with only 1 loss since the turn of the new year, and it showed in the league table. As we were sat in 3rd and 6th place with just a point between us, but probably too far behind Real Madrid to make a title push. However, maintaining that form in the league seemed way too difficult for the both of us in the final stages of the season. Well, not a bad season. I'm just disappointed because we both had bad ends of the season. We could have been much higher, especially you. 1 win in 10.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed with that because, you know, I'm close there or thereabouts. And I've just lost it completely.
9 points behind me. I finished in 6th place. Obviously, the highest that we've had so far.
I think you've had a great season.
Yeah.
I mean, Real Madrid to come through like that and win it. You know, they only lost 4 games in the end. But after the start I had, I'm a bit disappointed with that, really.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting Mads Borges clicking again.
Yeah. He
didn't get many goals at all last year. He got 25 this year, 2nd highest. Only behind the legend that is Erling Haaland. But... what I'm most pleased with is Connor Bradley, 19 assists.
Oh, yeah.
Screw your right back who I couldn't sign. Because I got Connor Bradley instead. 19 assists.
My defence was so good as well. You know, I thought I'd do better than that. But I had a real bad end of the season. So.
Well, let's look at this statistically.
Yeah, well done.
Fewest conceded and most goals was Real Madrid.
Yeah.
No surprises there. We weren't in the fewest conceded top 8. Most clean sheets, we weren't in that either. So maybe defensively you're not quite as good as what you expect your team to be. But that could be down to the system, not down to the players that you've got, of course. I think we just got to look at the teams that we finished above. I mean, Liverpool's all the way down there still. Barcelona, PSG and Bayern Munich are below you.
Spurs there as well.
Yeah, so I finished above Inter, Dortmund and Man United as well. Only 3 points behind Manchester City. So I think we can be really happy with that.
Yeah.
What we can't be happy with is our performances in the Champions Cup. I mean, maybe you can.
I've done better than I have done before, but I just come up against a better team.
I lost to a tier 3 side, which is really disappointing. Whereas, of course, you come up against Bayern Munich in the 5th round. That's the 2nd time I think they've knocked you out.
Yeah. I mean, they finished below me in the league this season, but it's still one of the big guns, isn't it? You know,
it's still Bayern Munich.
Yeah, so
they still got Arne Slot. They still got the likes of Jamal Musiala and Harry Kane in their side. So, yeah, it's no surprises that you're coming up against a tough team and losing 2-1 after extra time. not too. Nothing to be too disappointed
I've
with.
got to be happy with the season because I've finished 10th, so it's the best I've finished. But I think what it is when you had to start like I did, I'm so disappointed with the season. Really.
Yeah.
Where I think you had a sort of an average start just behind me, wasn't it? But you carried it on.
Yeah.
And we had both not very good finishes, so we could have been better.
Yeah.
That's the annoying thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think goal-wise, I think you might be a little bit disappointed with the amount of goals that both your strikers got. Only 19 and 18. The Nick Vidmar, obviously a new signing. I mean, he's going up. There's 20s there in decisions.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Was he 21 now? So he's getting better still. So I've got to be working on him, really.
But only 19 goals. Konate got 18, which isn't amazing.
I'm disappointed there because he's a well-experienced striker. So that could be what I'm looking at now.
Assist-wise, I mean, we mentioned Lars Hartziel, the Norwegian Post goals. He got 15 assists, and he only started 19 games. Yeah. We mentioned how he got loads of assists at the start. He got more than what Fernandes did in like 3 seasons.
Yeah, he did, yeah. I mean, that's what I've got him in for. You know, if he's not starting, he comes off the bench and he still does the business.
Yeah.
So it's all about building a good squad. I think I've got it now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at sort of like. There's a couple of players at the bottom you can sort of like think about now, sort of like trying to improve now, and that's what you look at, really. Now.
Yeah, because Karazor played 38 games. He's 33 and not amazing.
I think he'd be definitely going now. So at that age, really.
And again, the goalkeeper situation.
Yes, I don't
Kovar
know.
played all 50 games.
Yeah.
You didn't have one game for your youngster who
and it's one
very
of those things.
player.
Do I lock him in or do I just sort of keep him in reserve and sort of see if I can improve on a first team keeper?
Yeah. Railson's developed quite well.
Yeah.
Diogo Cunha, the right back, who could have been mine, didn't develop and didn't play that well either.
I'm disappointed with that, to be honest with you. Really disappointed when you think of my other defenders, how well they improved the first season, and he didn't improve that great, did he?
He didn't.
All right.
He's gone, and he is gone. Transfer budget, you've got £89 million, but not much of a wage budget. Again, financially, we are struggling more than other teams because of the lack of Champions Cup progression that we've got.
Big stuff for me.
Yeah, and your debts and loans, your transfer debt's
20 million last time I looked at it.
73 million.
Yeah, so I've increased that by 53 million.
That is huge. Let's have a look at mine then. So squad-wise, we've got 25 goals from Maz Borges. That's where I want my striker to be, around about that 25 to 30 mark is the ideal scenario. Mateus Silva locked him in. Only 11 goals and 7 assists from centre attack midfield, but now he can play there naturally, which means I don't have to worry about locking him in next year. And if he's better than the other player, my assistant manager can then play him, obviously. But Gaston Pavon has done well in terms of development, maybe not in terms of goals. Only got 16 and 7. Bernat got 10. But Connor Bradley, 20 assists is very good. Really good and solid from that. Poloni Collins has developed that left centre-back role, that wide centre-back role was his. He's very fast and progressing forward up the pitch. Can't be too disheartened, really, with that. I mean, Daniel, my goalkeeper, again, really good. Solid season for him.
Yeah.
Really happy with that. Raylev may be disappointed because he didn't play as many games. He got 9 goals and 3 assists, only playing 13 starts, but 32 off the bench. So I might look to sort of give him the game time next year instead of locking Silva in. But I've got £40 million. It's not a lot at all going into next season. And financially, we're only £71 million. My transfer debt's gone down. So it ain't as much as what yours is at the minute. And my wages has plateaued as well. So we've got the same wages from the last 2 years still in this league. So I'm sort of like okay with the finances right now. We just need a good cup run. That's all we really need, to be honest. But right, okay, on to the summer then. Will it be as busy as the last one? I doubt it because of the money.
No.
But we'll see. After assessing my side, I come to the conclusion that improvements was needed in the central midfield, and that's the position I was looking for next. After setting some parameters and having a look, a 20-year-old German midfielder appeared that caught my eye, and I immediately knew I had found my man. Dad began the summer bringing in 2 of his own talented new players, another right back and a goalkeeper to shore up his defence. Which clearly didn't go to plan as he lost 3 of his first 5 fixtures to teams that he should be beating. Outside of a big Champions Cup first round win, mine wasn't much better either, and we have the champions Real Madrid next. which surprisingly turned out to be a boring 0-0 draw. But with both sides making a lot of changes to our lineups, we just got to hope we haven't disturbed the dynamics too much. Okay, Dad, a few more first teamers have left the club. Arthur going for 48.
Well, I've got a new right back in, and he was better than Arthur, so I could afford to lose him.
Yeah, 27 cashing in when he's that age as well. Kania, who's gone. I mean, how have you got £40 million for this guy? I do not know.
Yeah. So I just promoted him as really good.
He came through your youth academy.
Yeah. All profit.
Yeah.
Really pleased with that.
Not too bad at all. But then, outside of that, no other players left the club. But you did make 3 big signings.
Yes.
I'm actually quite proud of you for doing this. This is 3 good signings as well.
I feel it is. This is the positions where I felt I might have been just a little bit weak.
Yeah. So Fortes comes in, who is another right back that I was kind of had my eye on. And he's
we spoke about the other right back that I bought was really good, but he had a bad season, and I just felt that this player can come in and just take over from there. Really, that's the reason why I sold the other Arthur. So I didn't need him then as a reserve. I've got this guy to go first team football, and the right back I signed last season will be the reserve, I think.
Yeah, Fortes, who has played 4 starts, 5 appearances off the bench, has got 4 assists.
So there we go. He's bombing up that wing and banging him across, and he knows how to cross the ball, and he's quick.
Yeah.
So that's.
We'll come back to that last one there. But Andreas Mortensen from Viborg, who is the same club that I bought Mads Borges from.
There we go.
Providing another very good Danish striker.
Yeah, I'm hoping this guy would sort of... he could get into my first team, he might not, but it's a good striker to have in your reserve team, your subs on the bench, that thing, in it. So he's 6'2" as well. He knows where a ball... Well, I say knows. He's only 12 ahead of him, but he's 6'2".
Yeah.
He doesn't have to jump very much, does he? So... I think he'll score some goals for me. He's finishing 17. His composure is 14. His decision making is 14. But his determination, he'll only get better.
Well, if he's given the chance.
That's the problem. He's injury prone.
Yeah. And he's not very consistent.
There's a lot of cons in there,
so we'll see. Yeah. There are a few cons on that one. But there's no cons, I don't think, in Sadio Jafarga.
This was my main signing for the season, and this is where I felt I really needed to be strengthened. And I've got my keeper. Finally got him. This keeper does look good, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
At 22, he's world-class keeper, isn't he? So I'm
and
really
apparently
pleased.
He can only get better.
Yes. So yeah, I'm really pleased with this. He definitely knows how to defend. 1-on-1, 16. His reflexes, 16. His rush out is 14. He's got it all, really, isn't he? So his kicking and his handling.
Costs a lot of money, though. 90 million.
Mate, I had to pay it. I knew that was my weak...
As we said, there's no goalkeepers.
Yeah. I knew that was my weak position. In my defence, I've been saying all the way through, and my defence is so good, but that's where my weakness is. So hopefully this will be a better season for me.
2 clean sheets in 9 games, which for the Super League,
that's brilliant.
It's quite good.
Yeah,
it is quite good. Now tactically, you've changed to 3 up front.
Yes. Well, I've got the other striker in, so I'm feeling I've got to go.
Who
for
had
it.
season 8 on it?
It's my favourite, innit? You know that. If I get the strikers in to do it, I'm going to do it, and I feel I've now got 3 class strikers in there. I'm not worried about my defence now, so I'm going for it, yes. And they're all there, look. So hopefully they'll score me more goals. I'm sort of like that with Kanate, but I'm
Kanate.
I'm going to stick with him. I felt I could lock another striker in there and take him out, but he knows where the net is. He's been consistently in the teens for each season.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to get rid of that for goal scoring.
Well, 17, 16, 23 since he signed. He's got 4 already.
He hasn't really let me down.
No.
But I feel that now he's the only non-new gen in the team.
Yeah.
So I'm not far off a full team now.
Yeah.
And I could have easily make it a full team if I wanted to. There's probably another striker there I could have locked in.
Yeah, you've got quite a few on the bench.
Yeah.
Mortensen, who you just signed, obviously Penev, who signed last season.
Yeah,
can also
so there's
play
a few strikers in there that I could have put in and then had a full new gen team. So I'm there or thereabouts now, but I just think I'm going to go for it this season.
All right, well, you've started off with a couple of bad results.
Yes.
Forest and Sassuolo losing to them, and Everton. But then after that, you've had some really good ones as well.
I mean, that's a good hammering from Milan and at 5-1.
Yeah.
Beating Man United as well. So
yeah, they've been there or thereabouts.
Good draw against Real Madrid.
Yeah, 2-0 against... And, well, to be fair, you're unlucky because they equalised in the 89th minute. You scored in the 94th, and then they scored in the 96th.
Yeah.
Is it still Conte there? Get out! Jamie Carragher!
No way.
That's hilarious.
Mate, how are they going to understand what he's saying?
I know. Jamie Carragher's. Look all the jobs he's had. He's been Preston, Forest, Milan, Fiorentina.
There's no way he can go to a different country and speak their language.
Well,
with
we're
his
all in the
accent.
same league, to be fair, aren't they? So.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's different
they're
languages.
all learning
isn't it?
English, I think, in this database is the main language. But
He don't speak English, though, does he?
That's true. Yeah, can't understand. What has he done? So he was relegated at Fiorentina. Oh, he's promoted again.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So maybe he took over quite late in the season. He did. Like, they were already gone.
Yeah.
But he was sacked at AC Milan after the awake of support and pressure. He was sacked at Forest after losing confidence of the dressing room. And he departed as Preston after agreeing to go to Forest. How the hell did he get the Real Madrid job? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
Like, that's mental. They plucked him out of Fiorentina after not really that long, to be honest. He was only there a season. That's crazy. I don't think has he won much?
Are we going to take bets for how long he lasts?
Oh, gotta be by the end of this year.
You reckon that early?
Real Madrid
You're not
have
going to
been
give him another season?
winning everything, if you think, where they've been. So they had Zidane, who resigned after 2 league wins and 5 cups. That is so Zidane.
Yeah.
So when was that? Where's he? Oh, he's going to be the manager of France now, so that's understandable.
Yeah,
That's,
I understand that, yeah.
Antonio Conte was sacked. He was sacked quite a long time ago as well, actually. So 6 cup wins and 2 there. Gary Cook become the manager at some point. He doesn't even exist anymore in this database. You can't even click on him. But that is crazy. That's so funny. Jamie Carragher's the manager. Oh well, right. We'll move on.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, normally he's sat there on CBS talking about.
Do you know, I'm disappointed I've only got a draw against them.
Yeah. What formation does he play? What tactically? Of course it is.
Oh yeah, good old
Bloody
4-4-2.
course
Yeah,
it is a
of course it does,
4-4-2. Oh, that's hilarious. He is the manager of Jude Bellingham, Vinicius Junior, Mbappe, and Martinez. Oh, Trent.
He's got Albert side there.
Trent got in the job.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
no,
100%.
Trent got in the job.
Trent, I'll tell you what happens here, because Trent speaks good Spanish, doesn't he? He speaks to Trent, and Trent speaks to everybody else.
That's right, yeah, it's translator. Oh, that's so funny. I love it when things like that happen. Anyway, let's have a look at my transfer window, because I've got a couple of new players that have joined the club. Of course I have. And also a few names who have left as well. Rufiner has gone for £21 million, as well as Matthias Oren, who has left as well. 4 names, in fact, have joined. 2 of them on free transfers. So we've got Jordan Davis, who's joined on a free transfer from Arsenal. Backward goalkeeper. He's not very good, but Daniel's going to be my new number 1. He's good enough just to get us by as a backup. Yeah. Then the other free transfer is Anton Stack. Not a bad free transfer, to be honest, just to bring in. He's 31, bit of experience in there. Now he's out for 3 to 5 months. Of course he is. The first time that's happened for a while, I'll be honest. But yeah, he's a good player either way. But of course, you need to go for these young players because the amount that you have to have starting in your starting 11 and for under 23s. But this guy, Hertha Berlin, £54 million. I mentioned him already. Fatih Tekin, who is a fantastic player. Yeah. I'm looking at him for a centre midfield on attack in the system that I was playing last year. He could be really good for that.
Good, yeah.
Gets forward whenever possible with 15 for finishing, 16 for composure, drives through the middle of the midfield like with 18 dribbling and 17 agility. Oh, he could be good in that role. But then the final signing was the one that I spent the most money on, £75 million from Lens. Is a really good left-sided centre-back who actually is only right-footed, but he can also play left-back. But he's fantastic at centre-back, and with us going through at the back, we need options at centre-back. I've sold one of them as well, so as you can see, I locked in Tekin. Best 11 pick actually puts Tekin there, so I don't really want that to happen. I want it to be more like this, to be honest. I want that to be my centre-back options, and then either Silva or who's the other one? Raylev go in there. That's why I locked in Tekin, because when that happens, that sort of figures itself out. So that's really what I want my start 11 to kind of look like. And we started the season okay. We've lost a couple of games, unfortunately. Some bad ones to Roma. We got battered by PSG, and we've even drawn a couple as well that I would expect to win. Porto against Jamie Carragher's Real Madrid.
If he's drawing games against us, mate, he's gone.
Oh, I know, right? Fiorentina rescued one in the 94th minute with Fatih Tekin, so yeah, not bad. But we are through to the Champions Cup third round. We got Bristol City in that one. I didn't see where you were. We got too distracted by Jamie Carragher. So you're not playing the second round for a while yet, so you got to get past this team here to get into the second round. So well that's gonna go. Yeah. We'll see. But that sent me absolute west seeing Jamie Carragher there. Did not. You could have given me 100 guesses and I wouldn't have guessed Jamie Carragher.
No way we would have gone there, would we?
Absolutely not.
Because I would have had another 100 guesses. That would have been 200 and we still wouldn't have got there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what happens then in this season in the Super League. Jamie Carragher's career aside, it was still a rather bizarre season, as both Dad and I were doing well and progressing in the Champions Cup, both reaching the 5th round as we went into January. In the league though, Dad was doing way better than I was, and he was in 8th place, albeit 16 points behind top of the league. And we were starting to really make some serious money in the Champions Cup as we progressed through to the 6th round, beating Midtjylland and Barcelona. In the 6th round, I progressed yet again with a comfortable 2-0 win over Aston Villa, but Dad had no such luck against Shakhtar, losing in a penalty shootout 13-12. This meant he could concentrate in the league, but this was my chance to win a trophy. My trouble was overcoming Jamie Carragher's Real Madrid in the quarterfinals though. And we started really well, taking the lead after just 8 minutes through Borges. But Real Madrid and their 4-4-2 under Carragher came back with a goal from Kylian Mbappe. And that's when the game truly opened up and another 5 goals was scored, but all 5 of them by my Aris side as we smashed them 6-1. Which we then followed the game after, defeating Dad 2-1 to end his good league run of form too. But we were more set on the semi-finals of the Champions Cup as we had Porto next. Another match where we seemed absolutely untouchable and were rampant from the beginning, killing the game off, going in 4-0 at half-time, leaving us with just Inter Milan left to play in the Champions Cup final. Both Dad and I finished well in the Super League too, as this time he took 6th spot, while I had managed to drag us into top 10 despite having the cup run as well. But it was all down to the most important game of the season for us, our fully strengthened side up against Felipe Luis's Inter Milan, who had only won 1 game in the last 5, but do still have a fantastic team, including one of the best goalkeepers around. 90 minutes to win the first trophy of 2 needed to complete the challenge. And once again, we started the game really well, but it wasn't until the 44th minute before we finally broke the deadlock through Raylev. Second half though, and a mistake in the midfield led to Inter Milan countering and a very tight run as Pino stayed onside just to equalise. And just 8 minutes later, it was Brajan Gruda, the other winger for Inter Milan, who punished us, scoring and giving them the lead. We pushed forward and was patiently trying to find the correct opening for an opportunity to pull things back even, but that golden chance simply never came. And unfortunately for us, our hard work led to us having to watch Inter Milan still lift the Champions Cup as the quest to lift one of the 2 trophies in the Super League continues. So close to getting the first trophy.
I mean, I'm chuffed to bits, but well done.
Unfortunately, we couldn't lift the Champions Cup today. It was Inter Milan's. But yeah.
And they haven't been a side that's been there or thereabouts.
No.
We haven't seen them at all.
Barely
really,
mentioned them, to be honest, have we?
So, I mean, you've got to be gutted.
I have, because I felt like I was a better team in the final. We took the lead as well. At half-time, it was 1-0. We looked quite comfortable. Second half was just disappointing. Really bad, but oh my God, I'm gutted with that. Absolutely gutted with that. 2-1 loss.
Yeah, I am as well.
To Inter Milan. But, I mean, the run that we had, we got rid of Real Madrid and Jamie Carragher beat them 6-1.
6-1.
So, beat Porto 4-0. We got there emphatically.
Yes.
We
Yep.
barely conceded a goal. We beat Aston Villa 2-0, Midtjylland 2-0, Napoli there, beat them on penalties. But 1-0 against Bristol City. We barely conceded a goal in that competition until we got to the final, which has helped our finances.
100% that will
and
do.
Then
That's
some.
where the big money is.
£379 million in there now. You can see how much it shot up because we were quite low throughout the season. We got £122 million in the bank for the transfer budget. But the debts and loans still there a little bit. We don't have to worry about it too much now. We've got a lot of money in the bank. That's helped us. You didn't have a bad one in there, though.
No.
Either. I mean, both of us have done well in the Super League. We haven't really mentioned that yet, but we are 2 points away from each other, 6th and 8th.
Chuffed to bits with that season there. That goes to show that I sort of put a good keeper out, and it's put me in there now.
Yeah.
I'm pleased with that. 6th place. Really good finish. I mean,
6th round in the cup.
Season for you again. Yeah, I got further in the cup this time, so I must have earned a bit more money.
Yeah, that was when I was, and only knocked out on penalties as well. So
I'm
that
disappointed
isn't too
who I
bad.
lost to, but there you go.
But you knocked out Barcelona along the way, Bochum in the 4th round, and
Yeah.
Hamburg in the 3rd. So yeah, you had a couple of bad spells. There's a spell there where you only won 1 in 6.
I'm looking at the way I finished there. There's a lot of draws in there. If those are the games. 2 more points. If I'd won 3 of them, 6 more points in the league, where would that have put me?
Yeah. Well, it would have
6
put you
points.
6 extra points. Still in the same place.
Yeah. Oh well. There we go. Still
Behind
behind
Real Madrid.
I can't believe I'm behind. I can't believe I'm behind him. I can't believe I'm behind him. After what we've done to him this season, both draws and you having him 6-1.
Hilarious.
Mind you, is he still there?
Is he
Is
there?
he still the manager?
No!
I'm going to take it back. I don't mind finishing behind Real
Jamie
Madrid then.
Carragher sacked. When was he sacked? Only just.
Oh, only just.
He was sacked 3 days ago.
Oh, so he did do it. He'd done that season but not like you said. If he didn't do anything, he was a goner.
He was. Yeah. I'm
Jamie
quite
Carragher,
surprised
though.
considering where they finished. I mean, I knocked him out late on in the
That's
competition.
probably what's cost him. That's
Yeah.
probably what cost him his job.
But there we go. Manchester
hammered like
United are champions, though. That's the first time that they've gone on and won it. 108 points. They've got this guy scoring all the goals for them, though.
Yeah.
So a 20-year-old
20-year-old.
Italian.
This is why it's starting to get hard now in this league that
Yeah.
you've got to. The other teams are getting these players as well as us, really.
Not Tomato, D'Amato, the Italian there. So, yeah, he's done very well. Won it by 6 points up there. Erling Haaland dropped down to 31 goals only. So, Damien Pizarro at Gladbach. I didn't expect him to be that good. To score that many goals anyway.
Dortmund are on the scene now.
Yeah, Nelson Vipers up there,
Yeah.
32. They've done really well up into 3rd place, 99 points. Duranville, Nelson Viper. They've kept all their best players, haven't they?
Yeah.
And Bayern Munich's up there because they got 24 clean sheets in the Super League. That's disgusting. That's very good. You can see, obviously, they only conceded 42 goals, 25 clean sheets across the whole season. Chelsea only got 20. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's really, really good from them. But we haven't got any players outside of the 2 yellow cards, which is both our left backs. So there we go. But overall, a solid season. We are knocking on the door now. Nick Vidmar, 25 goals. Progression as well. Looks a rather talented player.
Yeah, pleased with that. That's a lot better there, really, I feel.
Canate still in the team, getting
See,
16.
he still hasn't let me down again. That's another season he hasn't let me down, really, but I don't know.
Yeah, and then
Still
we've
no.
got Frank Ngua, who come off the bench quite a lot, got 11 and
There's
13.
that could be my takeover from there, really, I think. Put him into the team and lock him in, sort of, I'm thinking of, really.
Right back, got 11 assists.
Yeah, really pleased with that.
And he was solid, one of your better players across the season. And the goalkeeper, I mean, really good. How many clean sheets did he get? He got 9 across the whole season.
Yeah.
Which is the same amount as what he got last season, but he conceded a lot less and played less.
I'm looking at that team now. If you go back to my squad, the tactic I'm playing, so the starting 11, I'm looking at that and thinking, where do I improve that now?
I mean, maybe DM. I think your defensive midfield is not amazing.
No.
Although he got 4-star rating, just he's more of a centre back than a defensive midfielder.
You're going to be spending nearly 100 million on one player.
Yeah.
I feel now. When you got a squad like that now, or a team like that now, I think I'm looking at 100 million for one player, and that's what I could be looking at, really.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But you have got 76 million.
Yeah.
So you have got a bit better finances.
So then, if I'm going to bring one player in, I can sell one player, so I can make the 100 million.
Yeah, because you got 100% of the transfer revenue there. Let's see then. So the finances were kind to me. Obviously, I've got 122 million pound to spend. 26 goals. This is what I like to see. 26 goals from Gaston
you got
Pavon.
2 players in there, haven't you?
Yeah. But it does obviously make sense if I'm getting that far in the competition.
Yeah.
So Pavon was top scorer, but Mads Borges was 25. Just couldn't score in the final. That's the most disappointing thing. Tekin from centre midfield on attack. 18 goals and 14 assists.
Good.
Really pleased with that.
Yeah.
Because that was an experiment I really wanted to go well. But he's done well as well. Bernat, 7 goals, 10 assists. But defensively, like the rating's
I think he's done
high.
well. They're looking at it as well. The amount of games, especially your top 3, 4, the amount of games they actually played.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't get a lot of injuries there.
No.
So they played the majority of the games, didn't they?
So, yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. And the defenders, they've all chipped in with, like, assists and goals, to be honest. Like, I mean, Schneider was 6 and 9. Poloni Collins, 3 and 3. Abakarov, 3 and 3. And then Baptiste only got 1, but he played majority of the time in that centre midfield, that centre back spot, right in the middle of the two. So you can understand why he didn't get as many as maybe the wide centre back or the one who might be supporting Conor Bradley. But yeah, I'm happy. I mean, I've got £122 million to spend. We'll see who I bring in, but make sure you do not miss what happens next, because we are knocking on the door now of winning the Super League and the Champions Cup. It would only be a matter of time before one of us is lifting a trophy. I tell you who won't be though is Jamie Carragher. And I got so close in the last season, reaching the final of the Champions Cup only to lose to Inter Milan, who lifted the trophy in front of me. But we are well and truly cementing ourselves in the Super League and knocking on the door of the top players in there. Which is very much thanks to some of our new gen wonder kids we have been signing recently who have transformed our teams. And I was only adding to that list as I pulled the trigger on a player we've highlighted previously for over £100 million. He slots in perfectly into 2 positions in our team, the centre midfield spot, as well as the shadow striker role. Dab was changing things too, as Karim Konate was out the door to Brentford for £64 million, replacing him with 2 new strikers who were better and both absolutely rapid, fast and clinical in front of goal. Not to mention, they were only 19 and 20 years old, and you know what happens when Dad gets a lot of strikers. The 3 up front is utilised in full force. He also made a £100 million signing for a Chilean left-back from Barcelona who made a big impact in the game against me. We played each other the beginning of August and I found myself down to 10 men after a straight red card. But Dad's new signing, Mazabal, evened it up in the second half, picking up a second yellow. And the score stayed 0-0 until the 96th minute, when Penev smashed in the winner for Dad's Poznan side. So a good start for Dad, but how will our first new signings fit into the demands of the Super League? And will my over £100 million centre midfielder live up to the hype we gave him when we first discovered him at Rangers? Well, Dad, we kind of tracked his career.
Yeah, we have.
As such, really. He's 22. I went and got him.
Yeah. Oh, that's bad news for me, I think.
Yeah.
He is a good player, isn't he?
I mean, look, what shocks me is we know like the players in this database are phenomenal. He's only classed as 4-star in my current team. He's absolutely mustard. But yeah, I paid quite a lot of money for him, £115 million. It might be the biggest transfer that I have made so far, I think. But as we've seen, he moved to Southampton and he had a really good season in the Super League as a centre midfielder or a centre attacking midfielder for Southampton, who we know aren't really near the top. 9 goals and 11 assists with a decent average rate. He's got 3 assists and a goal for me already in 7 games. But he wasn't the only signing that I made, and I've only made 4 signings here, but I think it's a really smart window for me, to be honest, because one of the transfers, that's £115 million. I had a lot of money from reaching the final. I didn't really make a lot of money back. I sold very little players, but I lost a couple on a free transfer. However, I did bring in a player and I've loaned him straight out for first team football for 1.3 million. I bought him for 2 million. So they've almost paid for his whole transfer. And that is Miguel Angel Rodriguez from Nacional, 19-year-old centre defender. I mean, you can see why I was happy to only pay £2 million for him and why I needed to loan him out, because he probably won't get into my team. But everything is there for him to be a good player eventually. We'll see how he develops. I mean, physically, he's that good already at 19. 6'3", not really much to worry about in terms of mentals, just need his technicals to increase, and I think we'll be looking at a quality player.
Number, is he really? Yeah,
exactly. William Jiggle, what a name, from Sheriff. Yeah, William Jiggle. £27 million for this man. He's a striker, again, a really good one.
Yep.
good potential, and considering he's only nowhere near his actual potential, well, maybe he'll reach it. But you can see he's very consistent, and he likes important matches. Something that I've been thinking about, obviously after, I wouldn't say chuck it away in the final against Inter Milan, but we should have won that.
Yeah.
We were the better team, and I'm going through my team, and I'm like, he don't like important matches. He don't like important matches. So maybe that's something that I need to integrate more, is looking at some things like that, because it's the side of the game that I think both of us don't really look into. I know I don't, which means you probably don't either.
I definitely don't know. I didn't even realise it was there. Really.
Yes. So, I mean, if they're not very good in important matches, things like cup finals, they are going to struggle. So I can see why maybe we did chuck it away. And then we got Kostas Koulourakis, who comes in on a free transfer. He's a real player, but because we lost on a free transfer, Mikavo, who of course has been with us since like season number 2, just haven't really played a lot, so that's the reason why he decided he didn't want to join or sign up for another year. I thought I'd just bring in Koulourakis. He's 27 years of age. He's actually looks like a better player, to be honest. Really decent free transfer. Paying him a lot of wages, but we got a lot of money at the minute.
Yeah.
So that's the transfers that I made, and going into next season, obviously we're going to be playing pretty much the same system that got us to the final, and I'm not locking anyone in, because at the minute Scotland goes in. Now my only concern is that Tekin doesn't, because I'd rather have Schneider at the back instead of probably one of these three, and have Tekin in there with Lang sort of ahead of him. I think that's the lineup I like. But I'm kind of like against locking so many players in every single season. You can already see they're needing a rest as it is. So we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. But yeah, there's a couple of positions that I think next year I might look into actually improving if I can. Wingbacks and goalkeeper. You could see on my rollability there, the ones that are 3 stars right now in comparison to the rest of the team. I just couldn't resist the signings that I made this year, and it was sort of like replacements for other players. So we'll see. But, I mean, schedule, we lost against you early on in the season, 1-0, in a 96-minute winner, but with 2 red cards. So, again, that clash, the derby is back, it looks like.
Like the old red cards in our game.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm more in the pushing for the Champions Cup already, looking at this, compared to maybe you might not be. But I lost to Barcelona, Brighton and Milan as well. A couple of draws to Gladbach.
Really.
If anything, I think I might drop too many points already.
It's still a long way to go, though. Still a long way to go. You never know.
Yeah. Now, as you can see, you're there in 6th place, and you've had a better start to me, but you've only signed 3 players, sold £107 million. But yeah, if you're looking at it, these are the 3 that have left the club. All the money has come in this summer. Kovar, your goalkeeper, Kanate, your striker, and Konak, your centre defensive midfielder.
I mean, even though I've just sold them to finance what I've bought, because I think, same as you, I think I've had a smart window as well. I've filled it in sort of certain positions where I felt I needed replacements, and put good replacements.
I agree.
And that's what I've done.
I mean, you've brought in some unbelievable strikers.
Yeah. I mean, this guy here, I mean, it shows that his favourite position is out on the wing, but he's still a striker in my books, and that's where I'm going to be playing him up front. Yeah. You know, he's got everything I need. His finishing's all there, his composure, he's really good, and he's like lightning. This guy.
He is rapid.
You can understand why they've put him out on the wing as well, but
yeah,
I'll take that as a striker. He can get in there as well. So, and he's close to his full potential as well. So, yeah, he's at his peak then, really. For 20, that ain't bad.
He is going to be one of these players that you would hate to play against as a fullback, because he's very good at dribbling, he's quick and agile, and he likes the ball played to his feet. Yeah. He's going to get that ball, push it past you, and he's gone. I mean,
off the ball as well, he's got 16 as well. So even when he hasn't got the ball, he's going to be in places where it's going to look dangerous.
Yeah.
And he's hell of a tall at 5'10" as well. So, you know, in the air, he's going to be absolutely lethal.
Can't jump though. But he is a model citizen, which is the perfect personality. Yeah. So if I know he's only got a little bit of potential left, but maybe that's because he is so good already. But if he has any more potential, he should be reaching it. With model citizen personality and playing matches, he should reach it. Yeah. Started off the season really well as well. 5 goals, 2 assists.
Oh, couldn't ask for any better.
Unbelievable start of a good average rating. So,
I mean, 86 million, I think that's still a bargain. Really.
I
it's
do
a lot of money, but it's a bargain, I feel.
The situation that we're in, the world that we're in, that's very good money. Yeah. And then we've got Diego Hormazabal, who is a great name, from Barcelona, £100 million up to 115. I mean, again, fullbacks are hard to come by and be good and he's already very good, and apparently he can get better.
And what can I say? I mean, he can play both positions as well.
Yeah.
On either side, because he can use both feet. But his mentals and his physicals are really good. I feel it just needs, I think, a little bit sort of more training on his strength to get his strength up a bit more. But again, he's quite quick. He can get the ball over. His concentration levels and his decision levels are all really good. And he likes a bit of aggression, which is what I like as well. I mean, his tackling is 17 with aggression of 15. So he likes to put a foot in there. And
he'll be getting some yellow cards.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
He is Chilean. I think his main weakness is his natural fitness.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Probably means like if we are still going 10 years time, you might have to look to replace it.
Yeah.
But yeah, £100 million. Barcelona only paid 1.7 2 seasons ago. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's, because we're doing the European Super League, you can find these bargains. It's just finding them before anybody else.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Your final signing though, Martinez Rovic from Valerenga, £39 million. That is a steal for this 19-year-old striker.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at how much I paid for the 85 million for the other guy striker, this guy I think is not far behind him or even as good, and I'm half the price really.
Yeah.
So I'm pleased with this guy as well, and he's quick as well. His determination is 17. The only thing I would sort of say I'm a bit worried with his decision making is only 14. Where I'd like to have been a bit better than that, but
he is only 19.
He's only 19, yeah, and finishing is 18 already. So
yeah,
come on. So these two guys, left and right, with Vidmar in the middle of them.
Yeah, of course, Vidmar's still in the lineup, and he's
what
still
a strike force that I've got then, because his finishing is 18 as well. So
yeah, we haven't really looked at like the development of some of the players for a while, but Nick Vidmar's.
I mean, he's the older one of the three.
He's 22.
Yeah, and he's that
phenomenal. Yeah, what a player. A lot of 20s in there.
The only thing
Francis Ann going centre mid.
That's the only thing I'm sort of a bit. I don't know about that, because that's where I'd prefer him to be there. But this guy's just as good in there as well.
Antwi's decent.
I mean, it sort of says to me now, my next position I'm going to be looking at could be the centre midfield where Ann is, and then sort of concentrate on that next season, really.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're looking at your role ability, it rates Railson as like the worst player. But again, we are struggling to find those DMs who are 5-star. I think I was very lucky because the one that I've got, who I've had for a while, Bernat, has been class as well. Yeah. And I got him so early on, if you think £30 million for about 4 or 5 seasons ago. So yeah, I was very lucky to find somebody who was that good. Okay, so the start of the season's been decent for you, Dad. Obviously picking up the win against me there. You went on a nice little streak until you lost to Braga. All those teams that you've eaten, and you lose to Braga, PSV, and Real Madrid absolutely battered you after they finally got rid of Jamie Carragher, of course, and they got Sebastian Hoeneß in who has been the Porto manager. In real life, he would be the Real Valladolid manager. I think, actually, it might be Stuttgart. I can't remember when this database would start, but yeah, so he's a decent manager, and Jamie
lost his job.
Yeah, Jamie was sacked, and let's just say, for a good reason, they're top of the league. So Man United and Hamburg have beaten, but Man United obviously they just won the league. They are a very good team. They got some of the best players in the world on this. Yeah. Nice to see Tyler Diblin up there and still doing well. Look how good he is. But there we go. So the start of the season, it's been an interesting one. We are both still in the Champions Cup, which is quite important. We're in the second round. You haven't had to play a game yet. But yeah, we're getting ever so closer to the top of that Super League, and we're getting so close to winning trophies to the point where I'm literally on the pitch when that main trophy is being lifted. It's just not my players that we're lifting it, unfortunately. Maybe it's going to be this season now. The next fixture in the Champions Cup was a simple one for me as we defeated Tondela 4-0, but Dad had a much trickier tie still in the second round, only beating Sampdoria in extra time. He then played Utrecht a few days later, and an early red card was damning. Although they still took the lead, Dad lost and is out in the third round. While my Aris side was gliding through the third round with another win over Levante, before facing Swansea in the fourth round and destroying them 6-0, which started with the new signing Scott Lang scoring a beauty. Dad was performing much better than me in the Super League still though, and was only 6 points behind Real Madrid at the top. who seem to be doing really well under their new manager since Carragher was fired. As the new year swept through, we've had more victories in the Champions Cup, putting on fantastic performances against some of the best teams in the Super League, and it was very much because of our attacking threats, who are always on the ball and ready to pounce and score. And we picked up 3 more wins in the competition to go through to the semi-finals, where we'll face Manchester City. Dad's form slipped off in the Super League, however, and he began dropping a fair amount of points, as well as dropping down positions. The league was pretty much unobtainable now, and he was still 7 positions ahead of me. So on the biggest game of the season up until that point was Manchester City in the semi-final, and Borges give us the lead. Unfortunately though, it was just for 10 minutes as Oyhan Sanchez equalised, and when the Norwegian Terminator is on the pitch, chances are he's scoring, and that's exactly what Erling Haaland did to secure the win for City. A devastating blow, as you can imagine, to get that close again, but great for the finances. City in fact went on to face Chelsea in the final and beat them 1-0 to lift the cup. Oh, I put my eggs in the basket of the Champions Cup.
Unlucky,
We got to the semi-final, beaten
Knocked
by
on
the
the door,
by the
innit?
winners as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great for the finances, as we've seen. Look, I mean, you can see the last 2 years I've got to the final and the semi-final, and the finances are looking really pretty. This is what we are sort of been aiming for, which is great, and it's given me 133 transfer budget for this summer,
That's a
which
lot
is
of money.
what we need.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's at the cost of my terrible league form, finishing in 18th. And look what happens when you ditch Jamie Carragher.
They win it easy.
You win the league by 7 points, and it's still obviously Sebastian who is there in charge. So, yeah, fair play to Real Madrid for making better decisions. Dad, a disappointing season for you, though. We
Yes.
dropped down in the league,
Very, yeah.
down to 11th, of course, 3rd round in the Champions
I'm
Cup.
just not a cup team, am I? I'm just getting knocked out of that so early. I'm just not giving myself a chance, really. Where you look like you're a cup team, I'm definitely not a cup team on mine. So maybe that's what I'm going to look at. Maybe I'm just going to sort of build a team to sort of do better in the league and just hope that the cup comes with it.
Yeah, that's it.
So that's what I'm looking at, really.
I think the positives for you is your new players coming in,
Yeah.
because Mart Ulscherver was the top scorer of the league, of your team, and he has got a little bit of development going on
Yeah.
there. I mean, weirdly, I can't remember if it was his acceleration or his pace was 20. That's gone down.
I think
One
it
of
was
them has,
his
but
pace. I think his pace was 20.
yeah,
Yeah,
but some
was
of
it?
his other attributes have gone
Yeah.
up. And obviously he only got 17. It's not a massive amount, but
It's not,
his
to be
strike
honest with you.
partner, 15 and 14.
Yeah.
There are, I mean, you are spread across 3 strikers. We got to remember that. It's very unique to see somebody get like 30 goals when you're playing
all
your 3
three.
up front.
Yeah.
But Vidmar, is dropped off slightly as well. So, I mean, it's how you determine success.
I mean, I'm not too concerned with the strikers, with their scoring that many goals each. Yeah, I would like one of them to be, well, I would like all 3 of them to be in the 20s, I think.
Yeah.
And I think if I do better in the league, I think all 3 of them would be in the 20s, really.
Yeah.
So really, I'm more concerned now. I'm going to leave my strike forwards as they are. I think my strike forwards is good enough. I've just got to be looking at other areas now to see
I agree.
where I'm sort of failing a bit, I think.
I mean, statistically, the most goals scored, we're not up there. Real Madrid have got 118, but we are joint 7th. So we both scored 86 goals this season. But fewest conceded, we're also not there. We are quite far down on that. You're joint 22nd. I'm only down in 31st in the league. I'm conceding a lot of goals, which
Still in the
shocks
60s,
me because
it's a lot of goals, isn't it?
my defence is really good,
Yeah,
and I'm
right.
playing through at the back.
Yeah.
But I do have some worrying aspects in terms of the goalkeeper. It's never really developed into a goalkeeper that I think is good enough.
See, I'm fortunate. I've got a good.
You've got a great goalkeeper, yeah. You've got one nice and early who's, he's fantastic. You don't have to worry about him whatsoever. He's really good. But you did pay the money for him.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
right,
he didn't cost you,
90
20 quid. He was 90 million.
Yeah.
It was a lot of money. But, yeah, you got him in nice and early. I think that's something I need to look at soon. £45 million for you, though, Dad. That's low. And that's obviously
That is
because not getting very far in the cup. You've only got 40 million in the bank.
And that's the problem when you don't do well in the cups. It does cost you a lot. So, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with that. But I've got to take it on the chin. That's what's happened to me. I've got to play with that. So
Yeah.
I might have to sell one player to sort of finance to get one player in with the 45 million.
Yeah. Now, my Aris team, obviously goals-wise, was really good for Mads Borges, who got 31 this season, so I'm happy with. He was my main sort of spearhead of my attack. Gaston Pavon, who plays more of the DLF, got 19 and 18. Again, I'm really happy with that. That's fantastic from him.
He's played a lot of games as well.
He has, yeah, 51 games. It seems to be like when he can start, he does start, and he's the first name on the team sheet. Scott Lang, Lang, first season, 10 goals, 7 assists. Disappointed with the average rating, I'll be honest. I thought that would be higher, but yeah, still, it's a good amount. I'm glad that Fatih Tekin did play quite a lot of games. Bernat, weirdly, I think he must be playing centre mid attack instead of the DM where I'd rather him play. Yeah, he's playing a bit of a mixture of both, to be honest. He's even picking up quite a lot of cards as well, but I'd rather him just play in the DM role and just have one of these guys in that centre midfield on attack. They're just better suited to it, but we'll see. Yeah, I think I definitely need to identify maybe my fullbacks with this money. I've got a lot, especially look at the wage budget.
Yeah,
I think that's my summer is going to be looking at those positions. I think if we can find some good positions, players for those positions, I think we definitely will improve the team. Kicking off the summer, my scouts have found another corking striker for me that I had to bid for, and there's other players in there that I've also got my eye on as well. Looking at my squad though, I've identified that fullbacks is a place I've got to strengthen to complete, so hopefully my scouts have found some of them. And again, they have. They found some really good options, such as this lad from Marseille. Although I did have a meeting, which could have cost me my job if I didn't attend, about another fullback that I was planning to get rid of anyway. And Connor Bradley also leaves the club after doing really well for us for the last few seasons. Dad's keeping busy too this window with bids going in for 2 of his players that he's decided to accept and sell. But whether they want to go is a different story, however. So with all my fullbacks leaving, I've got big money left to go for a right back that I think is world class, so an offer is made. One thing that's persistent though is that the bids this summer coming in for Mads Borges are ridiculous, and I'm not accepting them. They are getting rather silly though, with bids coming in for over £123 million. But I just can't let the man go who is such a massive goal threat for me, scoring so often, I just can't let him leave the club. Dad, on the other hand, has decided to change his tactic again, and his team is struggling to adapt to the new one and get it clicking. Well, outside of a little bad spell there, where of course Rennes had to beat me, and Frankfurt, of course, I would be looking at a really good start to the season. And that goes alongside the players that I have brought into the club. So it is a terrible time, Dad, if you're the next team to play me.
Yeah.
Poznan. Because I have won 5 on the bounce right now, and I'm scoring a lot of goals, only conceding 3, which is really little in the Super League.
Yeah,
like that is considering how bad my defense was last year. My defense this season has been extraordinarily good at the start. So yeah, I'm really pleased with how this season has started off, and that is probably thanks to really switching things up at the back. So Connor Bradley gone, £51 million, roughly the same price as obviously what I paid for him a few seasons ago when I plucked him out of Liverpool reserves. Matthias Silva, who I bought for the wing, trained him in centre mid, never really got a lot of game time or developed, gone for £35 million. And Saul Kumendi, £24 million, has left the club as well. So we've got a few new players in, 3 fullbacks in fact. We've got Frederic Julian, £38 million, for what I would think is a really good player who could play both sides. So Julian is a cracking sign we got from Marseille. Vlevski from Besiktas, £51 million. Really good Bulgarian striker, 6'2", so he's quite physical as well. Beats the offside trap. I like him for those reasons. Ahmed Manga, I had my eye on this guy when he was at Al Ali, and he went to Al Wada, and I was a bit annoyed really because he went for 11 million and it was really, really cheap. I let him go for a couple of seasons, only bought him for 19 million.
So still really cheap.
Yeah, he plays right mid. We don't have a right mid right now, but he does play left wing back. He's right. He's Saka, isn't he? Like Bukayo Saka.
Yeah.
So he is right-footed though, so I would prefer it if he was left-footed because I think that's even better for when he plays right wing as well.
Yeah.
Still, I like him. Other than obviously the being right-footed. I think he's a quality player, 5'4" and just can't jump. That's the only weaknesses he really has for me in that position, so I'm happy. And then we've got Pablo Esnalt, £122 million from Juve for a right-back. I need to start training him. I think I'm starting to train him as a wing-back, but he is definitely the best version, my best wing-back potentially in the club with that crossing ability of 17, and he is really good at concentrating too. So,
and he's quick.
He's very quick. We're gonna lock it in Scott Lang into this centre midfield to stop the DM going there. Bernat. I want Bernat to be playing there, and if I put Lang there, then that stops Bernat from going there. So that's the reason for it, because then he can power forward into that position there, and he's been doing quite well from that, obviously, by the looks of the start of the season. I haven't played a cup game yet, which is good in a way, but Sheffield United is next, so hopefully we can get past them. Dad, you've been a bit of a rocky start, to be honest. I mean, it's a really bad start.
It is, yeah.
One win in the first 5.
I'm a bit concerned already, because I have tinkered a little bit. I mean, I'm looking at that as well. I got a 2-2 draw with Real Madrid.
Yeah.
So I'm looking. That isn't a bad result, but there's a few results around it that I'm sort of like, oh, that's not good.
No, that's the trouble.
So, yeah.
You're still there, Sebastian.
You're still there, yeah.
Yeah. You got through the cup, though. Third round of the cup. You're found an extra round than I am now.
To get a 2-2 draw with Real Madrid and then lose to City and lose to Spurs as well, I'm not happy with that at all.
Yeah, well, transfer-wise, you've had a busy one. £74 million out, so there's Hartzel who's gone and Ngoa who's gone, so a couple of strikers there who have left. Yeah. Obviously, you've been replacing strikers.
Yeah, I had quite a lot of strikers, so I just thought to pick to the ones that I sort of don't feel that will get into my side now. And sort of where I've tinkered, I don't need so many strikers as well, so I let them go.
Yeah, so those two have left. You have brought one in with Kovacs, who's come in, who is more of like he's better at heading than he is finishing.
Yep.
But then he can't jump. It's a very weird player, I'll be honest.
I think I sort of like just sort of fill in the spot with this one, really. He's not great at anything, but he's not a bad sort of player to have in the background. He's not going to hit in my first team by a long shot. He's going to be way down there, so I've got him just in case I get injuries and things like that.
All right, well, the big signing for you was Fatih Koka.
Yes, so where I've changed my tactics, I needed a centre midfielder, so this is the guy that I sort of got in for that position, really. His passing on the ball is 17, his first touch is very good as well as 17, anticipation is 16, so he just screams out he's a good centre midfielder for me, so that's what I've got him in for, really. Tries
killer balls as well, which is great. That's what you need. Breaking the line of defence. Yeah. And he's a set piece taker. Yeah. 15 for corners, 16 for free kicks. So you can take those set pieces for you too. The final signing that you got was a Thiago Silva, which is just a loan signing from
I'm just
Chelsea.
Sort of covering the sort of position where I did say I sort of needed a bit more sort of backup, really. So I've just got this guy in on a loan, sort of really just to help me out, really. And I've had not much money left to sort of buy anybody else, so I was concentrating on the centre midfielder role, really. All
right, well, tactically, you have switched things around from the 3 up front. We've got Olshover now. He's sort of like been pushed to the right.
That's his favourite position, so we'll just see what he is like out there. So, yeah, and I've pushed the boy up to attacking midfielder, which is really good as well. So, and then Coco in the centre midfielder.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Anne goes right back into where I wanted him to be as well.
Yeah, in that centre-back position.
Push Patisse into defending midfielder.
Yeah.
So I've sort of solved that position in a way, but it's, I'm quite happy with my back 4 now, really.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is. I mean, it's not doing too well in the league. But it might be all right in the cup, though. You never know.
Well, yeah, that's it. We'll see how you go, because that next match is a big one. Will one of us be lifting a trophy this year, or at least have another good cup run? Let's find out. The game between us was a quiet one up until the 60th minute, where I piled on too much pressure and Tekin broke the deadlock. Dad's goalkeeper was his best player, and he made 7 saves this match, but one of the shots he didn't save was the second goal from Manga in the 95th minute. He did eventually start going on a bit of a run, and even got through another 2 rounds of the Champions Cup, which unfortunately was something I couldn't muster myself. My form dropped in the league as well, and we fell down to 10th place going into the new year. Unfortunately for Dad, his time in the Champions Cup didn't last much longer as I did, as he lost 1-0 to Hamburg in January, which meant neither of us had much to play for going into the back half of the season, which was a shame because I was on an unbeaten run that spanned nearly 4 months. And from March onwards, Dad also managed to pull off an amazing unbeaten run too, ending with a 6-game win streak. Well, now, we both had good ends of the season.
Yes.
There's not a lot of losses for you, and
I
again,
lost my last game in February, so very good end of the
I
season.
had a good spell just before that where I went 3 months, nearly 4 months without losing a single game, but ultimately still not good enough when you can only finish 8th and 12th.
Yeah, so it goes to show how bad of a season I was having if I had a really good end of the season.
Yeah.
And I only finished 12th.
So we are struggling.
Disappointed.
And cup-wise, I mean, it's abysmal for me, second round. But you got to the 5th round.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit further.
Yeah, before
So-
Hamburg knocked you out.
Yeah, disappointed with that.
Who are in the tier below, by the way.
Oh, no, that's even worse, isn't it?
Of course, Red Bull Salzburg went on to beat them in the final as well. So it is a huge opportunity. Red Bull Salzburg are in our league, but it is a huge opportunity.
When the big guns are not there, you've got to take advantage of it.
Oh, yes. Because we've got a new winner as well in the Super League. PSG have won it. Is that the first time that they have won it? They have indeed. That is the first time that they have won it. They finished second a long time ago, but Real Madrid have dropped off this season down into 4th place. Sebastian still kept this job for now by the looks of it. Where is Jamie Carragher? Is he in employment? He is still unemployed.
Okay, no
and to
one
be
wants
honest, not surprised. He's wanted now, look.
Hey, who
Yeah,
won?
somebody wants him. Don't know. You can't click on it and
innit?
find out. But he might
Probably
have a
Man United,
job
innit?
in the next episode. We'll have to have a look. That'll be hilarious. Right, okay, so not a great end to the season. Well, not a great season in general. There's 7 points
No.
between us. I did beat you as well, 2-0 in that,
Yeah, you
that
did, yeah.
game straight from the off. But goals-wise for yourself, Dad, I still don't think it's very high considering you went to 2 up front, especially when your second top scorer is the
signing.
attack midfielder.
Yeah, that's not good news, is it, really? It shows there's something definitely wrong there. Yeah, I'm not very happy with that at all. No one in the 20s. Oh, what are you doing? So you got to be... Well, that shows we're unfinished in the league, to be honest with you, really.
Yeah.
You're not going to get that many goals, so you're not going to go up the league, are you, really?
Who did score the most goal, though? Me. 109.
Blimey.
So, I mean, your team scored 103, so you were only 6 goals away. But, yeah, 109 goals for my
I'm
Irish
surprised that I'm
side.
so close to you then, considering them, really. 6
Yeah.
goals.
Defensively, Spurs only conceded 39 in 47 games. That's hell of a good. That's absolutely mental in this. We are all the way down the bottom. Defensively, we
Oh,
are
I'm
not
in the
fantastic
70s
at all.
this time, so my defence didn't play very well at all.
No, so we both struggled in terms of that. But yeah, I mean, your transfer, because again you didn't get that far, your overall balance is low. You can see financially you have been dipping into the red.
Yeah.
Your transfer budget is only £50 million again next season. You really could have done with like a quarters or a semi.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
This year to bring that money in. I mean, me second round, I'm just still living off the money I had before. I've just managed to just plateau, and I've still got £99 million for
It's good.
this summer, so I've still got a lot of money in there. Gaston Pavon got 25 goals, Vlavsky got 16, Scott Lang way better, 11 and 22. That is fantastic. That's exactly what I bought him for, to get those numbers. My biggest disappointment is Mads Borges. I mean, we were rejecting huge money for him, then he goes and pulls out just a 7-goal season.
Yeah.
I mean, he got 15 assists, but it's weird. He's so inconsistent. Look how
much-
the seasons have been for him.
I much prefer a striker that's got no assists but 30 goals.
Yeah. I mean, the first season, 28, then 9. 25, 19, 22. 3 in a row. That's
Yeah.
quite good. 7. What? This is crazy stuff. I mean, his average rating's still been good each year, but I can't work out Mads Borges and how well he plays. My biggest mistake, though, this year, not locking in Esnault. I had a bit of a boo-boo there. £120 million. Didn't play a single game because he cannot play wing-back.
Didn't play a single game.
Didn't play a single game.
You paid 122 million for him.
So, I mean, it'd be like a new signing next year.
Do I have to say anything? I mean, usually I would get absolutely slaughtered with this one. He'd be right on me, but do I have to say anything?
Yeah, you look where you finished in the league, well, even though I didn't play him. All right?
122 million, didn't play a game.
I know, big mistake. I should have locked him in, but I forgot for that because obviously I don't have. He's classed as the second best right wing back, but Julian played 42. So who the hell played there instead? I do not know.
Yeah.
I thought he'd have just gone in.
So you haven't played all the games?
No,
So he's paid her out.
That's what I mean. It's crazy. And on this side, Julian's the main one there. And I mean, the trouble is, Maturo, who is my left back that I was expecting to just to fade out, still play quite a lot of games. So, yeah, next season I'm really going to have to try and lock in Esnalt into that position, because that, I mean, it'd be like a new signing when he's
definitely is a
when
new
he can
signing.
play.
He hasn't played a single game for you, so yeah, he never played a single game. Did I just say that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
3 times. But yeah, oh, there we go. I have to bring in some new friends. We've got £100 million to spend. We'll see. I mean, that'd be like a new signing. I don't know what I'm going to do with Maz Borges. If we get some big offers again, I mean, his valuation's gone down a little bit now. I'm not surprised when he's getting 7 goals. We might have to cash in at another time. He's 25. We still got a long way to go.
And after flirting with the Champions Cup for the last 2 seasons, I'm back to being eliminated in the early rounds. Although the league form finished great, we are still nowhere near the top dogs. But at least we're still better off than Jamie Carragher. For now. So the start of the window, I spot a striker I have to bid in for Arbeloa. He has a release clause that's crying to be activated and looks an incredible talent for 22 years old. But he decides to reject me and stay with Bilbao instead. Dad was signing a very good centre-back for a decent price from Tanzania, £60 million for Mbena, who moves to Poznan. I decided to cash in on my centre midfielder Tekin. I didn't get much more than what I paid for him, but I'm planning on changing my system and he no longer fits. My big signing of the window is a goalkeeper from Inter Milan. Huge money, but he is probably the best goalkeeper in the Super League. I don't know what's going on, but a second striker has rejected moving to my club from Roma. So instead, I signed Zilner, a German centre midfielder who at 22 is fantastic. My concern was that I was losing Raylev, who's joining Villa on a free. So instead of buying a striker to replace him, I ended up going with Zilner, a centre midfielder, and we looked to add another centre midfielder to our new system. To all of our surprise, Jamie Carragher is then announced as the new manager of Liverpool. He's in the tier below for now, so we don't have to worry about him, but the start of the season did creep up on us quick, and we actually had to play each other in July. And with my new system and new goalkeeper, I was optimistic of a good result. However, I would be wrong. Dad resorting back to a 3 up front absolutely battered me 4-0, and we'll hold bragging rights over that for a long time. But at the very least, the positives of progressing through the Champions Cup is something we can be pleased with at this early stage.
Well, now, my new goalkeeper is very good. Just 4-0 against you. He didn't play very well that game, did he? Well, to be fair, considering he conceded 4 goals, 6.7 average rating, tells me it probably wasn't his fault.
He probably could have been a lot more.
Yeah, it was the right wing back that I've been trying to lock in.
Yeah.
Esnalt, who is fuming that I barely played him last season and requested to leave, but he isn't going to. So, bad start. But transfer-wise, we've got the goalkeeper we needed, and you might remember him because it's the goalkeeper that Inter Milan had in goal when they won the Champions Cup against me. Back then, he was only 20 as well. He's 22 years of age now. He's fantastic. He's a very good goalkeeper. So
100%.
I paid a lot of money.
I mean, Reflex is 20. I don't think I've seen a keeper like that.
No, I paid a lot of money, but it's one of them where it's like, well, it's the main position that I needed to improve. There were, of course, some departures, some sad ones too, with William Jiggle. He's gone. And Fatih Tekin, who, of course, we signed for quite a lot of excitement, but he didn't. Never really, just sort of after that first season where he got 16 goals for me, never really continued that. So I cashed in £67 million, and that allowed me to bring in Thomas Zilner for just slightly less, who I think might be better in the long run. 23 years of age. Mentally, he's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Very good player. I like his player traits as well, but he can also play deeper, and that's the reason why I got him, because if you remember, Fatih Tekin couldn't. He was playing there or centre attacking midfield, so he was more of the attacking midfielder, and I think we need to focus more on playing that defensive side of the game. So we've pulled it back. We've got 2 strikers, but we've got 2 centre midfielders on attack. Esnalt and Borges. I'm locking in Borges. He's got one last chance. He started the season and he scored more goals than what he did throughout the whole season last year. Last year, I think he only had 9 throughout the whole season, whatever it was. He's got 8 already in the league alone. And he played 13 games compared to 44. So he started so well. Last year, he got 7 goals throughout the whole season. This year he's already got 8 and 13. So he's really booked his ideas up because he's also got 8 assists.
Yeah, that's good as well.
16 goal contributions. So we're starting off very well considering how bad our results were. Esnal, of course, being locked in. We'll see if he can naturally take this into his position. He's already, if you think, only played a couple of months, already got to an accomplished position in that, which is great. Hopefully his happiness will go up and he'll ask to come off the transfer list. Had to lock him in still for the whole season because Julian still goes in there, which is fine. Like, he could just play a bit part.
I think that'll change next season, won't it?
Yeah, I think Esnal will just be locked in for that. But yeah, I'm happy with the defense. I think Zilner is a great addition. I'm still confused as to why Bernat goes there. I just don't understand it, really. I think having Zilner and Lang in those two would be so much better, but there we go.
They look like brothers.
Yeah, they do. They are exactly the same hair and face, almost. That's crazy. But yeah, not a bad start in terms of play performance, but we've had 2 bad spells already. We'll see. But at least we're through the cup because that's 7-1 against Nice. Thomas Zilner getting a couple of goals there. Borges as well. So, yeah, we're all good. We've got Le Havre in the next round, in the third round too. And they are in the third tier. We should really be smashing them. But we've seen it happen before. It doesn't always work like that. So, there we go. Now, Dad, your transfer budget at the start of this season
very easy one
wasn't a lot. Yeah.
No.
So, you only managed to get 1 player in.
Yes.
No players out either.
Yep.
And Boehner.
Good centre defender, really, I thought. So this guy sort of helped me out in defence. We're all sort of like conceding a lot of goals. We're not getting the starting 11, but he'd be pushing, knocking on the door and saying, why isn't he getting there? His physicals are very good and his mentals are very good as well. So
yeah.
The only thing I sort of think is a bit sort of bad on it is passing's only 10. So I've got him in training and working on that, really. And his dribbling's only 9. So for a centre defender, it's not too good because I like playing ball-playing defenders.
Yep.
So it's not too good for that. But he's got everything else. So, it's a good addition to the side.
Yeah. Not a bad price either, really. £60 million,
No.
which is the same what they paid for him like 5 seasons before that.
Yeah.
So they've developed him and then you just took him for the same price. Tanzanian as well.
Yes.
Might be the first Tanzanian player that we've ever bought. We've had a Vietnamese the other day.
I've actually been there as well.
Have you? Tanzania?
Yeah, when I lived in Gibraltar, I went to Tanzania, yeah.
Crazy. Didn't even know that about you.
Nope.
And you're my
There you
father. But there we go. So, okay. Not bad for that, but you have changed tactic.
Yes.
Going for a 4-3-3
I've
now.
gone back to it again, yeah. It sort of... I thought the last sort of league sort of campaign wasn't too good, so I've gone back to what was working, especially seeing I felt with Coco being in midfield sort of makes my midfield a little bit stronger as well. So try the 3 boys up front again. I know they'll score goals for me.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Let's try that again.
Well, schedule, obviously you've played some difficult games, the likes of Inter Milan and Man City to the first 2, and you beat them both.
Yes.
So that's quite an interesting one.
And I've got a draw against PSG after they won the league as well.
Yeah.
So that's 2 seasons in a row I've drawn with the champions. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a few results around it. Real Sociedad and Napoli that sort of let me down, I feel, and Sunderland. So hopefully starting improving on that.
Yeah, I agree. Now, of course, the hilarious situation that we do. Are they not in our league anymore? But the hilarious situation that we have been following is, oh my God, Liverpool actually got relegated. That's hilarious. Jamie Carragher is now the manager of Tier 2 Liverpool.
So because they got relegated, they got desperate.
Yeah, God, bring in Jamie Carragher.
Yeah, we desperately need him.
Nobody else wanted him. But yeah, they've had a lot of managers you can see that are getting sacked after just 1 season. So how many players? Every single player there has only lasted a season. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It ain't looking good, Brev, for Jamie Carragher, is it?
Nope.
I can't even recognise half of those names anyway until you get down to the likes of Unai Emery, who was there after Slot. Slot is the only one who has lasted a 2nd season, as you can see. Ernesto Valverde's there. Italiano was sacked as well. Then I don't really recognise Coudet, Oniki.
I reckon he should get Gary Neville as his assistant.
Yeah, he should. I don't think Gary Neville would be in here.
No, I don't think he would.
Would he be in here, Gary Nev? No, he isn't. No. But yeah, there we go. So Jamie Carragher is in charge of Liverpool. They are top, though. He started really well there.
Yeah.
They've got to be playing their 4-4-2, isn't he? Is he still playing the foot? Of course he is.
Of course he is.
Classic. Classic Jamie Carragher football. But there we go. So we'll see and we'll track to see whether they join us in the Super League for the following season and whether it's still going to be Jamie Carragher. But yeah. Champions Cup is what I'm aiming for, because I think I'm already out of the league, 23rd. That stands a bit of a chance, though. He's still 12 points behind Man United. You just never know. If a couple of wins go on a good run, you
right
just never know.
Dad enjoyed more good form for the rest of the calendar year, including getting through the next 2 rounds of the Champions Cup with ease. And I was in the same boat for once, as we absolutely smashed through the 3rd, 4th and 5th round of the competition, scoring a lot of goals, with Zilna really performing in all 3 matches, getting 3 goals. But nothing had improved for me in the league, and I was still down in the mid-table section, far away from relegation though, while Dad was sitting in the top 8. Dad defeated PAOK in the 5th round of the Champions Cup 4-1, but then he had to play Napoli, and a youngster stepped up. Kozaja from the youth team scored 2 goals to progress Dad through to the quarterfinals, where unfortunately that match was against Dortmund, and it went to a penalty shootout, and the Dortmund substitute goalkeeper Jovanovic made 2 vital saves to knock Dad out. Meanwhile, I was pulling off fantastic results in the competition of my own, beating Milan and AZ Alkmaar in the quarters to face Dortmund myself in the semi-finals. And overall, the second half of the season in general got a lot better for us as we both climbed the table. To win the Champions Cup though, you have to have good luck and make very little mistakes, and unfortunately, mistakes were made in the first half. We did pull things back, even with Dortmund in the semi-final through Borges, of course, but Dortmund fired back with a second and a winner just 9 minutes later, and we're out.
Well, Dad, we both went on very good runs, but we couldn't get past the eventual winners.
Yeah.
Borussia Dortmund, who, under Terzic. Has Terzic been there the whole time? 7 years he's been there. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've gone on to win the Champions
It's
Cup.
one of those where the big boys got knocked out and we missed it, didn't we?
Big chance. Krasnodar and Fulham was the other semi-final. Such a huge opportunity to go through. They beat us 2-1. They beat you on penalties. Even at that stage, all of the big guys out of it.
Yeah.
In the 6th round, Liverpool was in there. Look, Jamie Carragher. They got promoted, by the way. They're sat in first place. Was knocked out by Dortmund. But even in the 6th round, the likes of PSG, Real Madrid, Man City, none of them in it. Man United, Man United just won the Superleague.
Yeah.
None of them are even in it. Man United were eliminated by Dortmund, so Dortmund thoroughly deserved to go on and win this, by the way.
It's a shame, really, because if I had beat them, I would have met you in the semi-final.
Yeah.
So one of us would have been in the final then.
Yes, against Krasnodar.
Yeah. Ooh.
So, anyway, you didn't do too bad in the league. 90 points.
After the last 2 seasons, I've got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
That means I went back to that tactic again, and it's worked. It's got me back up the league again, back in the 6th place. Still a long way off the leaders, Man United. So, but the league keeps changing, doesn't it? It's different teams now, so it goes to show.
It's exciting.
You only need one really good season, and you could be jumping right in there.
And you have Penyev, who got 31 goals for you this season. Yeah. Unexpected, because he wasn't the ones that was naturally going up front.
He wasn't.
The last couple of years. He 15 starts, 31 off the bench last year. This season, given a starting role, got 31 and 14.
Yeah.
And was only in behind still Erling Haaland, who's 33 and still here scoring goals.
I'm happy with that. Definitely happy with that. So I'm moving in the right direction now.
Yeah. I think you've had a really good year, to be honest. I was down in 14th, but again, I had a really bad, really tough start. So I'm not surprised whatsoever. But financially, it's going to be good for both of us there.
Yeah,
You've got
definitely,
162. You can see how it's helped you.
Yeah.
With a £98 million transfer budget, just getting to that quarter-final and obviously winning in the league.
I mean, that's another one player that world-class player that I can buy now.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas myself getting to the semi-final, up to 400 million again, which was obviously round about where I was the last couple of times where I got to the final and the semi-final. And I've got £100 million to spend. So again, it's helped the money-wise. And of course, my new signing, my new right back, he is now a natural as a wing back, so I don't have to worry about that. So that's absolutely fine. But yeah, what we're looking at really, 26 goals. We've got 24 from Pavon. Not bad at all. We're playing with a winger now. We've got 13 assists, 13 goals with Levski, who's been out on the wing, but hasn't actually started that many games. We've got good amount of options, I would say, going into the next season with another £100 million. Goalkeeping wise, we're solid.
Yeah.
With Diana, he played 55 games, did really well. That's the point. Let's have a look at the statistics for this year. We've had a look the last couple of years. This time you had the most goals.
Yeah.
So last year it was me. This time it's you. You got 113, 91 for me. But fewest conceded, still not there.
No.
I'm surprised. I mean, I'm only in 14th, so that ain't too bad. But that's still almost double what Real Madrid have conceded, what Man United are conceding with 32.
Where am I again?
So you're even further down than that. All the way down in 35th.
In the 70s again.
Yeah. Mentor, you're finishing higher than me.
Yeah.
After that. But I think you just scored so many goals.
Yeah.
So Man United had 26 clean sheets in 47 games. That's absolutely disgusting. I was 24th, so we weren't too bad with 19. But there are improvements there. But we need to prove again if we're going to get anywhere close to the top, because John Valencia in goal for Man United is nowhere near better than either of our goalkeepers.
No, 100%.
So it's what we're doing system-wise, defensively, and D'Amato up front has been really good for them the last few years. He's scoring a lot of goals for them. And Baldanzi, they've got two Italians going forward who have been absolutely solid for them the last few years. They've won another one. So we can see there from the past winners. They won it 3 years ago. They've won it again in between Real Madrid and PSG. Okay, well, let's go spend some money, shall we? Because, we're looking at... I'm going to change to a winger. As you can see there, we're flicking over to a winger, so we'll see how this one plays out this summer.
This summer was really quiet for us as we spent all of our budgets on one player each to try and impact and improve our side. And I was buying, for what feels like the first time ever, a winger. Changing the system after a lackluster year to have a left winger, and the one player I did buy wasn't my only option there, as many strikers in my team could also do the role. We were getting the best out of both worlds for that player though, because the inside forward quite often drifted to make a 3-striker formation, and he was a deadly scorer. Not to mention he's 6'2" and had great jump and reach, which was quite handy for back post crosses. Dad's money was spent on a defensive midfielder to stop the goals from going in, and from the start of the season, it was clearly working. Because after 11 games in the Super League, Dad was top after winning 9 of them. However, Dad is already out of the Champions Cup, which I am still in.
Well, we had a very quiet transfer window for once.
Yes, we
Both
did.
Both of us identifying one place that we needed to add a player in. We spent all our money on that.
And I got knocked out of the cup first round.
Already knocked out of the cup. Well done. But you are top of the Super League right now.
Yes, I've had a hell of a start. So, yeah, I'm really, really pleased with the start I've had. All right, I've lost 2 games against Atalanta and Porto, but every other game after that, I've got the 3 points. So I'm really pleased.
Beating some of the big boys like Real Madrid as well. 2-0. Sebastian's still there. Barcelona as well. Braga, was it me or you who struggled against Braga a couple of seasons ago?
It was you, yeah.
Yeah, so, you're doing all right.
Gladbach is usually my bogey team, isn't it, really? When I'm playing the German league, that is anyway, so...
So let's have a look at your one and only signing that's happened. I mean, Mortensen has left the club as well, £40 million. He has gone striker, but Scott Fenton is the only player to join, 115 million, going up to 155.
It was a position I felt I had to sort of improve on, and this guy's done it for me. He's already had his full potential already at 22. So I mean, his physicals and his mentals are really, really good. His first touch is there, his passing's there, his tackling's there, his technique. He's got everything really for that sort of position, really. So even his positioning off the ball, his work rate, his vision, he's got it all.
Yeah,
so it's a definite improvement.
From Kittian and Nevisian, which
I know exactly where that is.
I reckon that's the first time we've ever signed a Kittian and Nevisian player.
Yeah, I think it is.
Perfectionist personality, so, good to have in the changing room, even though he might have already reached his full potential. Picked up from Arsenal, because that's your favourite club. £115 million is a lot of money, but we are at the stage now where if you want to get the world's best in that position, that's actually quite cheap.
And the good thing is I beat Arsenal as well in the first couple of games, so... I took one of their best players and I'll give them an hammering as well. So, yeah, I'm pleased with that.
So, to give you an idea, if we were to get rid of, obviously, the best players in the world, you're looking at costing you a lot more money than what it would for anything else. So, I mean, that's only cheap because it's my player. A lot of them are just not for sale, or you're looking at close to 200 to 300 million pound. If you're looking at Man United striker there, that's not even the one that's scoring them the goals, 300 million. So finding these key players now is going to, especially if they're new gens, are costing you stupid amounts of money. A 26-year-old centre defensive midfielder there. He's world class. Nearly £300 million could cost you. So when we're spending 115 million up to 155, and you're going, God, that's a lot of money. It's quite reasonably priced, to be fair, for a world-class player.
Yeah.
So Scott Fenton has joined the club for you. My one and only signing is a winger. So I've switched to a winger this season. As I mentioned last year, we are going to switch to a winger. Vlaevski can play there, but I think I needed to bring in an out-and-out winger, and this guy comes in, and he can also play centre mid, so it gives us options, and we're not going to lock anyone in. Another player from Southampton as well, Romanian 23-year-old. They got him on a free. They played quite a lot with him and done really well. So £96 million was the only transfer that I actually had, because I didn't even have anybody leave the club. So that was quite nice, to be honest, having the same sort of team coming in. Hasn't started off too well. I mean, I've drawn quite a lot of games, to be honest, which is a better sign than me losing like 3 or 4 and winning the other 2 to reach the same amount of points. But I mean, I beat Man United 4-0.
There we go.
Yeah, you are the current champions, and we're through the next round of the cup, which is something that Dad can't say he is.
I'm concentrating on the league,
though.
I'm going to concentrate on the league this
All right,
season.
fair enough. I mean, I would be too if I was top of it right now. I'm all the way down in 16th. So, Dad, your tactic you're setting up is the same as last year.
I'm staying the same. Yeah, I've got
Couple
Fenton
of changes in the roles by the looks of it. Fenton has joined though, and it seems to be a positive start for you in the league campaign. This is, I would say, the best chance that either of us have had. I mean, they are rating us ridiculously high, 2nd and 4th.
Yeah, when you look at our teams, we got to be there knocking on the door. I mean, you knocked on the door quite a few times with the cup.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can't be a bad side and be doing that.
Yeah, that is true. Liverpool ranked 13th for Jamie Carragher's newly promoted Liverpool side. We'll see about that.
I love this when we're just slaughtering him.
I know, I really hope he gets sacked. He's so funny, wasn't it? Okay, let's see how this season plays out. Will Jamie Carragher stay in a job, or will one of us be lifting a trophy at the end of the season?
Dad's great form at the start of the season only continued, and he started to look like a contender for the Super League title. However, my form was also fantastic, and we breezed through another 3 rounds of the Champions Cup. Not only that, but we started winning a lot of games and went from September to January unbeaten in both the league and cup, with our new winger scoring and being involved in a lot of the goals we did score. And you might be surprised to see that Dad and I are currently sat 1st and 2nd in the league with just a point between us two. In the Champions Cup, we overcame a good Ludogorets side in the 5th round, but then we met our match with AC Milan, who was our next opponent, and they beat us 2-1. However, it wasn't just the Champions Cup we began losing games in, and surprisingly, Jamie Carragher's Liverpool were really good. In fact, with a few games remaining, they are on the same points as Dad and have split between the two of us sat in 2nd place. The following month was exactly when me and Dad had to play each other as well, and once again, Dad smashed my Irish side. In fact, he went on a 4-game winning streak right at the right time. And Liverpool, although unbeaten, did drop 2 points against Porto. I lost too many points to be included, but Dad's battle with Carragher was going down to the wire. And Dad's next 2 fixtures were big wins as well, beating Athletic Bilbao as well as Torino as he continued his push for the title, where it wasn't as impressive for Liverpool. They beat Benfica comfortably, but then lost to Chelsea after a red card in the 3rd minute spoilt their chances. Dad then lost his next fixture to Manchester United, which could give Liverpool a slight chance if they were lucky and won their match. But a draw at home against Rangers meant the title, unfortunately for me, was secured for Lech Poznan.
Well, I don't believe it. We have our first trophy. Oh, I can't believe I was cheering on Jamie Carragher's Liverpool to go on.
I'm just glad I beat Jamie Carragher.
Oh, no. Can't believe it.
Come on.
Jamie Carragher's Liverpool, newly promoted, finishing in 2nd place. All the way, I was thinking, how am I going to explain this, that I wanted Jamie Carragher managing Liverpool to beat you there and win the league? I mean, I didn't have a bad year.
When he just won it.
Yeah, I had 100 points.
Yeah, 100 points. Just pretty good at it, really.
So, 108 points, but we have our first trophy, 1 of 2. Congratulations, Dad. You've won the UEFA Super League, 1 of 2. Knocked down.
Halfway
you
there.
only need to win the cup now.
And I'm awful in the cup.
And you have completed the challenge. but the trouble is you barely got past first round. Oh, so, I mean, well done.
Yes.
Really well done.
I was there all season, so I'm pleased with that.
Yeah.
Good, consistent season, really.
Yeah.
Leading goal
Penyev,
scorer. Yeah.
leading goal scorer, highest average rating, nearly the most player of the matches, and 17 assists. Talk about an unbelievable season for this young man. I mean, that is phenomenal. Really, really good. The system seems to really favour how he plays football. Really, really solid from you. I've got nobody up there other than Diana, so that's all right. That's not
Because of yellow cards.
Yeah, yellow.
I dominated that.
Scott Fenton there, newly coming in, like getting 18.
That's what I got him in for.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, isn't there? Bloody hell. Oh, right. So, I mean, great end of the season as well, Dad. You only lost there to Man United, and you beat me 3-0 as well. I couldn't even cost you. So you had a little bad spell in March.
Yeah, I nearly chucked it away there, look.
Yeah,
So...
you beat Liverpool 2-0. Obviously, beat Jamie Carragher, the rivals near you. Done really well towards the end of the season when it was getting close.
Yeah.
So a solid end of the season there. Whereas I had a okay end of the season as well, to be fair. Only lost 3 in the final 4 months, but only lost to PSG, yourself, and Manchester City. To be honest, I can't be grumbled about that.
That's 3 top teams,
yeah. I'm just really annoyed that we couldn't beat the likes of AC Milan when it came up against us, especially going 1-0 up against them in the 6th round. I mean, let's have a look at the Champions Cup, because Milan went on to win it, so that's twice in a row. I mean, it's an all-Milan final as well. Twice in a row that I have lost to the eventual winners.
Yeah.
Which some people go, you lost against the eventual. That's worse than me. Like, well, if I beat him, I would have won it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just frustrating, isn't it? But never mind. But money-wise, I mean, I only got to the 6th round. We've still got a good amount of wages and still £125 million to spend next year, because now I am chasing. Squad-wise, we got 23 goals from my winger coming in and doing well in his first year. Pavon getting 23. What did I say? But Borges, every other season he has a stinker.
Yeah.
15 and 14. He's got an injury there. Is that a bad one? No, he's all right. He's only twisted his ankle. But Brajewski's got more goals than him, and he only started 19 games compared to Borges' 43. So I don't know. I don't know what to do with Mads Borges. He's 27 now. Do we keep on? I mean, nobody wants him at the minute. When Man City was offering me £170 million, I was like, no, I ain't getting rid of him. Now I'm like, I should have cashed in. But there we go. What would you do with Mads Borges if you were in my position? Would you be selling Borges, keeping Borges? I don't know. Because some seasons he's amazing. I mean, it says there, very consistent performer. I call bullshit. Because that isn't consistent at all.
No.
Well, okay. Dad, your squad. Penyev obviously leads it with 17 assists, 31 goals.
Yeah.
But Vidmar there with 22. Really good. Rovik with 17 and 11.
The 3 strikers sort of done me proud this season, didn't they? They've all found the back of the net consistently for me this season.
And even Ulshova only started 23. He got 13.
Yeah.
So we're all doing really well.
I'm pleased with that. Good finish this season. Got the trophy in. One in the bag. Halfway there.
Yeah. We mentioned a couple of seasons ago the winger, the fullback side that you bought in. He is now class.
Oh, yeah, he's looking really good now, isn't he?
5-star. So, we don't normally highlight the development as much, but
that was a good buy back then. When it was it 3 seasons ago? I bought him 4 seasons for
115 million.
So I've got what I paid for.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
is good news, really.
Yeah.
So I haven't got to worry about that position for a good few seasons now, really.
No, that's it. Very good. All right, well,
I've got a small squad, and I sort of like having a small squad, because then the assistant manager doesn't change the team too much.
That's the trouble.
You know, when you've got a team that's winning the league, surely I should be doing better in the cup when he can't change a team completely.
Yeah.
Which is what normally happens, isn't it? So, I don't know where to go from this, really. So, got a bit of money.
Big budget.
110, so I'm really pleased with that.
Big wage budget
I
too.
can get another... Definitely one world-class player in, so I've got to look at that. Maybe 2 if I'm lucky.
That season, however, Dad was on a rampage in the league with some unexpected challengers. That being Jamie Carragher's Liverpool, who took Dad's side all the way but still couldn't stop him from winning the Superleague. Meaning Dad is the first to pick up one of the trophies required to complete this challenge, and he just now needs to win the Champions Cup. Part of the reason for Dad's success was his 4 lethal strikers, and 2 of them this summer attracted bids for over £100 million. They were all rejected, and instead Dad just continues to add world-class players to his side as he builds for the Champions Cup.
I was also receiving massive bids as my left back / right winger was also attracting a lot of attention. But I've been recruiting too, and I've bought a new monster-sized striker who started this season well, banging in goals, including a goal against Jamie Carragher's Liverpool at Anfield as well. However, we've already got an early advantage over Dad because after a grueling penalty shootout, he is out of the Champions Cup. And I am not.
Right, Dad, after your successful Super League win, I have to do something about it. So I bought in 2 big players for, I reckon, for really good prices. I think I've done really well,
good.
yeah.
It's good prices, yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
Picking a player from Leeds United in Velikov.
bargains here.
6'5" Bulgarian striker who can also play from the wings naturally too. So I think I found a bit of a gem here.
Yep.
Good strength, good jumping reach, although he is 6'5" as well, but finishing ability of 18, yeah, he is a cracking little player. We'll lock him in as well. He's only got 3 goals in 11 games. Hopefully he can get more. But the other sign-in, Puska from Eintracht Frankfurt, 60 million, I think is even better. Because 60 million for, again, a world-class centre-back. Czech Republic as well, so a different, unique nation that we've got added to our lineup. He's also 6'5" too. I'm creating a giant squad. But there he is. Very good player indeed. Now, tactically, we are switching things in terms of instructions and some of the player abilities, but we're keeping this left-hand side winger role because we have got a lot of players that have come into that now. Kraken, who of course was the signing we made last year for that winger position and did very well. We're locking in Velikov in that front position, which means Borges isn't locked in. Although he has started most of the games in that position next to him. He's got 2 goals. But I think he's playing really well. I mean, 7.15 average rating.
He might play better working off someone.
Yeah, possibly. We've got 2 giants up front, though, because he's also 6'5", so I hate to see the defenders having to mark him. I do feel sorry for you. But, I mean, they're handling them really well at the minute because a lot of the games we have not done very well at all. We drew against Liverpool, though. Jamie Carragher's Liverpool are still there, 1-1 away from home at Anfield. And we are through the second round of the Cup, 5-3 there against Puskás Academy. The same can't be said, though, Dad, for you, and you're out of the Cup against Sudatrol on penalties.
Second round again.
Yeah.
And I found out the problem now.
Yeah, we know it. We knew it was probably this, but we're looking at like the first team and going through. I mean, they're playing a lot of like the under-18s.
I mean, why am I playing this? Even my goalkeeper changed, and I'm playing so many different players that shouldn't even be on the pitch, and I'm losing the game. I mean, for me, that's my season over with because I've already won the Super League. So I've got to be looking at it now and thinking, change assistant manager, or do I lock every player in?
Yeah, that's it.
That's what I'm looking at now.
So, I mean, not a bad start to the season. 4th place in the Super League, but again, you don't really have to worry about it too much. That's more my problem at the minute. I mean,
I felt like I had a good transfer window as well. I bought in
two good players.
Yeah,
one from Rennes, Van den Brink.
A good
back. Price.
I mean, I've got this guy. He can cover. I mean, we know my left back is world class, so this guy can cover him, but he can also play in the left side of the centre back as well. So there's 2 options that I do like when I sign these players, and he's well.
Jumper reach of 5.
That's the only problem, isn't it? Really, you know. I mean, how tall is he? He's 5'9". So yeah, he's a massive guy, and he's so. I'm a bit concerned about why that's why he needs a bit of training on that. So yeah, but he could get into the first team.
Yeah, and then we've also got Daniel Samuel.
Yeah,
125 million pounds.
That's where most of my money went.
Yeah, improve your right back because you weren't playing wingers for you, so it'll be right back.
Yeah, and so he should get into that position. His crossing ability is fairly because he can play on the wing and he's quick as well. So yeah, I'm really pleased with this. Two good signings there, which probably get into my first team.
Yeah, well, the best 11 pick puts them in there currently at the minute.
So
Samuel at right wing back,
So
Van den Brink at left centre back.
Good transfer window for me then. I feel I've improved.
I really hope Van den Brink plays when my 2 strikers come to you.
You got no chance, man.
Like try and mark him like this. So yeah, that'll be funny. But like you watching you mark Peter Crouch.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So that's the equivalent of that.
I'll be just punching his kneecaps.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So not a bad start to the season. We don't play each other though till very late on in the year in April. So if I am going for that, then you could cost me later on in the year. But I very much doubt I'm going to be able to catch up to that top now. It's one of those things. I have played quite a lot of good teams so far. I think there's a run of games where, here it is. There's a run of games where in 2 months where I play all of like the really good teams at the minute. So Man City, Real Madrid, and PSG. I've got them all in one round.
If you're on a good run, then you only need a couple of good results. Win, like 2 of them out of the 3.
Yeah,
and you're in a chance then because you could go on a hell of a good run then for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's it. And I got a bit of a tricky month there because we know that these teams have done quite well. I mean, Salzburg won the Champions Cup not so long ago. They've had quite a lot of money. They've still got money.
The only one I'd be worried about looking at is Spurs the last game of the season. That could cost you dearly.
Piss easy. Absolute. They got £277 million. John Dow Thomason's the manager of that one. They got loads of money in their transfer kitty. They just haven't actually spent any of it. Sounds like every year.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So frustrating.
Right, okay, let's see what happens then in this season because Dad is now 1 trophy up, but he's also knocked out of the trophy that he needs, so it's a free hit for me.
So our task this season is simple. We win the Champions Cup while Dad sits back and can't do anything about it. And the 3rd round was a breeze as we fly past Salernitana into the 4th round where we play Red Bull Salzburg. And lose. Oh dear. Our league form hasn't improved either as we slipped into mid-table alongside Jamie Carragher's Liverpool while Dad is pushing for another title. If Dad is in with a shout for the title though, his final 8 fixtures include me, Inter Milan, Manchester City and Real Madrid. Before that though, Dad drew with Liverpool. But that was the game after they sacked Jamie Carragher and put Romelu Lukaku in charge as their interim manager. So although this season wasn't as exciting in terms of chasing trophies, it was exciting in the games between us as we took a 2-0 lead in Poznan against Dad before half-time. And in the second half, Dad's team finally kicked into gear, pulling one back, followed by an equaliser 9 minutes later. But with just 3 minutes left on the clock, we still managed to bag a winner. This was part of an amazing run I seemed to be on, however, as I went from December 1st to that game against Dad, the last game of April, unbeaten and only drawing 4 games. Actually catching Dad up in the league table and overtaking him in the Super League going into the final month. And of course, Dad's run was much more difficult than mine and he lost twice more. While I kept my unbeaten run going, still dropping 4 points, but what a second half of the season.
Well, I had a good push.
Yes.
The start of the season killed me off.
Yeah.
7 points off of Manchester United. And if you think about my start of the season, how many of those points could have easily been just won from that? I mean, at home to Hertha, away to Rangers. These are the games that have really cost me there.
Away to Leeds.
Yeah, and I had a bad September, really.
Yeah, that's
bad October and September. Outside of that, really good season. Yeah. Because beat Real Madrid, beat PSG, even Man United, who went on to win it. I won 3-0. Comfortable.
They lost more games than you did.
Yeah. So I threw it away because I beat you 3-2 as well, away from home. Strikers, did they score any? I'm surprised by that. If you were playing that, I mean, they didn't look like Borges had an okay game, but he didn't score. Yeah, I'm gutted really. Couple of draws at the end of the season, but it was already over for me at that point. 98 points, 105 Man United, and Real Madrid finished on the same points.
You look at the 2 teams, you and Man United, you drew too many games.
Drew too many games. Drew 11 games compared to their 6. Oh, that's so annoying. But there we go. The Champions Cup, Salzburg knocked me out. Spurs went on to win it. Beating Man City in the final. John Dow Thomason's done quite well. Their finances must be huge now. Nearly £1 billion.
God blimey. So
they've got a lot of money to spend, which is not good for us because they already finished in 5th. They're doing quite well there. Well, it's not good for me anyway. You're down in 6th. You did all right, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at past positions. I had a bit of a climb, really. It was a long
climb. Yeah. That just goes to show how bad of a start of the season you did have, really.
Yeah.
I was like sort of almost consistent, really. I got myself into that area and stayed there, really.
Yeah, we chopped and changed quite a lot towards the end of the season. Oh, very frustrating. Very frustrating. But if you're looking at the statistics of the league again, Dad Penyev got 33 goals, only behind this man, who got 2 more for Hamburg, so he's done really well.
I'm pleased with my striker because that's 3 seasons in a row now. He's been in the 30s.
Yeah, he's been in it. Been in amongst it.
Yeah.
Player of the match, though, Olshover with 12.
Yes.
That's the one that has been surprisingly not as good as the other two.
That's right, yeah.
And this year, flying.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of your strikers had bids for £100 million in the summer.
Yeah, it was getting annoying because I'm sort of like, I'm getting offered that type of money and what can I buy with that? But
Yeah.
when you've already got that good, you don't want to lose them, do you?
No,
really?
that's
So,
it. He had
yeah.
the most player of the matches, one of the second highest average rating.
Yeah, good season
and he
for
had
him.
19 assists, which was the most alongside Esnal. Amazing what you could do when he plays in the right position, isn't it? My right wing back, and Baldanzi for Manchester United, who has just been so good ever since Man United bought him. Statistics of the league, though. You had the most goals. Weird, isn't it? Weird
Yeah.
how this all works out.
Yeah.
Fewest conceded was Man United, but finally, I'm in there. I'm in and amongst it.
Yeah, that's good.
So you can see why I managed to finish as high as I did.
So
Most
I'm
clean
still
sheets, I
conceding
was
goals.
in third.
Yeah.
So that's
How far down was I of that?
that's the difference in between why we're sort of like struggling. Well, what we're struggling with. You're in 10th, not too
Well,
far down.
That's a lot. I mean, in the 50s this time. I've been in the 70s the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
So I'm really pleased with that, sort of getting on that sort of right track now.
Joint 9th for 16 clean
Yeah.
sheets. So yeah, we're all right. I still get the most shots, and you were third in there for shots. So I should be scoring more goals, really. Bloody Mads Borges, I reckon, inconsistent again, is he? Let's have a look. Well, anyway,
Did you notice
what?
how far Liverpool were down then?
Well, yeah. I mean, the
Story. That's a long way down.
story of the season.
Is
He's
he?
gone.
He's gone.
He's gone. Jamie Carragher sacked again. He lasted a lot longer than the other
He done
managers.
well. Yeah, he done well because he got him promoted.
He nearly got
and then
3
came second.
seasons. Yeah, nearly got 3 seasons. But Romelu Lukaku came in as an interim for a while. He's now left, and then Liam Kelly, by the looks of it, is taken over as the manager. But yeah, Jamie Carragher sacked, unfortunately. Fair play. I might ask him to be my assistant. Should we go to 4-4-2, Jamie? But there we go. Now, not a bad season for either of us, but still no trophies whatsoever. Goals-wise, again, it's my winger with 24, so that's 2 seasons in a row. He's been really good. Mads Borges, 23 and 11. That's not bad. Velikov, not amazing. No, so I'm a little bit disappointed with that. Vlaevsky even, again, quite disappointing, really. But Esnal is a standout performer for me with getting 20 assists there from right wing back. Absolutely solid. £63 million to spend. It's not a stupid amount of money, but it's a good amount. Schedule for your squad start for you: 33 goals from Penyev, the Bulgarian, very good from that.
Yeah.
Olshova, 21 and 19. Solid again, but your squad is looking quite small.
It is very small, isn't it? So,
£55 million in the transfer budget.
Yeah. And the problem is I can't afford to be selling players now because I think sort of nearly every player I've got in my squad now are really good.
Yeah.
Or there or thereabouts. So I'm just looking for a bargain around now. Just
Yeah,
sort of like
a couple of cheap ones.
to the squad, really, I think.
I know I have something that I'm a little bit gutted with is Abakarov even, who has been my centre-back for such a long time, just won't sign a new deal with me. And I cannot get him. For some reason, he just won't sign a new deal. And he is about to leave the club, 2036. So, yeah, doesn't look like I'll be able to keep hold of potentially my best centre-back.
Yeah.
He's been solid for me for so long, which
You've
is
got to be knocking on the
unfortunate.
door of your director of football. They're finding out what's going on then.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
The good thing is I've always had a good amount of centre-backs. If you
Yeah.
remember Rodriguez, who came in, unbelievable. That's the guy that I signed for £2 million.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, how well he did. That one long spell at Brentford, and yeah, he's been absolutely class. But yeah, we're struggling to keep hold of Abrakov, and by the looks of it, he will leave the club. Never mind. Somebody I have to replace £63 million to do it. Who do we bring in?
A huge bummer for me this summer was losing Abakarov on a free transfer, and he didn't even have a club yet. He still just didn't want to resign or sign again for me. Dad even tried to sign him as well, but he couldn't afford his wages. That's because he's spent big already. But I've sold another pillar stone player as Gaston Pavon, who's been here for ages, is gone for £79 million. He's been unhappy only being a rotational option in the last couple of seasons. That allowed me though to sign Matteo Hansen from Red Bull Salzburg, who knocked us out, of course, last season, and he cost me £123 million. Another summer, and Dad is receiving huge bids for his players, but he's not keen to sell any of them at this point. Would that decision come back to haunt him later though? There's only one way to find out. What isn't fair, however, is that he didn't have to play any Champions Cup games, where I had 2 earlier rounds to play, which thankfully we managed to progress through. Dad's form has started really well though, with a couple of new faces too, as we both adapt to new systems.
Well, Abakarov has gone to Spurs, because of course he has, which is really frustrating.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you even tried getting him at one point. That would have annoyed me more.
It really, I was gutted because he agreed to come.
Well, yeah, he would have gone, yeah.
I just couldn't afford his wages.
Yeah.
His wages, I mean, what's he on 200 and 250? I just couldn't afford him.
Yeah, because you're way over your wage budget. I
my
think
wage
you've gone
budget
over
was,
quite a lot,
yeah.
259.
So, yeah, I mean, when it popped up that he had gone from you and I jumped in quickly and thought, I'll get him. And he agreed. I thought, yes, come on. No.
Yeah, you
Couldn't
couldn't even offer him
gutted.
the contract.
No.
But yeah, you brought in 2 players, Dad. Didn't sell anybody. We got Szynski, who's joined on a free.
Yeah, this guy here is just a boast of my squad up, and he played. You know, I'm always the one for sort of saying the spine of the team is right down through the middle, and he plays in all 3 of those positions, or able to play in all 3.
So he's not our first team player, but
no,
he's
he's
a
definitely
cover.
not. I'm just sort of making sure I've got enough players in the squad. And
Paul McLean.
Paul McLean is I've got him into sort of. He's a good striker. Will he get my team? I don't really know, but I'm playing a different formation. I'm tinkering again. I'm going to try and go for the juggler this season.
Okay.
So I needed another striker in. I'm playing 4 up front.
Yeah.
So I desperately needed a striker as a reserve, because I don't think I've got very many in the squad if I get any injuries. So yes, I'm going for the juggler.
Right. Okay. Well, it's been really good at the start of the season.
It started way well. The last 2 games, I'm a bit disappointed, but apart from that, what a start I've had.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Some big results, including 6-0 against Liverpool there.
Come on.
Bayern Munich 3-2. Obviously, it's
5-1 against Chelsea. So yeah, I mean, I lost against 2-1 against PSG at home. That's the game I'm really disappointed with, really being at home. So yeah, but really good start. I've got to be pleased with that. I'm going to drop. You can afford to lose 5 or 6 games and still win the league in this year.
Yeah.
In this league. So that's all right. That's 1 game I've already lost. So I'm still in a chance.
Of course, you're only really focusing on the Cup. The Champions Cup. Got Watford in that second round.
I should be winning that game. I'm playing and I haven't got a lot of strikers, so the chances are he can't change my striker line.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll be the full force of it going towards Watford.
All right. Well, over to my transfers, because other than losing Abakarov, we also lost Gaston Pavon, 79 million, but 79 even million pound that we have sold him for. We only bought him for 6 a long time ago. He's been a great servant, but the last couple of seasons, last season especially, only started 13 games. Season before that was 40. So felt like we were transitioning formation-wise, and Gaston Pavon at 28, it was time for me to let him go. We have brought in Matteo Hansen, who is a striker who can play right midfield. We've also got if you remember rightly, the Bukayo Saka, left back, who can also play right midfield too. Have a guess of what position I've added to the starting lineup. Holovchenko also joins for £55 million, just another backup centre midfielder who can play right wing back, 2 positions that we needed to fill, so it was nice to find somebody who could do both. And as I say, we'll go into this 5-2-3 with 2 inside forwards on the wing. Now, locking in Borges, locking in Lang, which is risky. Zilner always goes in there, and I want Lang to go in there, to be honest. I think Lang's a better option in there. So Manga, who is the left wing back, who can also play right wing, can go there. We've got Esnaut, we've got options now. So a lot of players. We ain't got a lot of substitutes, but we got a lot of cover, because a lot of people can play different positions, which I'm pleased with. So although we lost Bakarov, we've still got Baptiste, we've still got Poloni Collins, and I'm pretty sure Bernat can play centre back if we really need to as well. So we've got options. We've got options in there. And it's not been amazing for me in terms of games, but we got battered 5-0 by PSG. But Palace 2-1 is a disappointing one. Okay, losing to Man United, who've been really solid, isn't too bad. But we're through to the second round, or the third round, of the Cup. We've got Norwich in that after defeating Levski and Levante so far. So we're still in the shout for both, because If we're looking at the league, 32 points is Man City, who's doing stupidly well under Gareth Southgate. I'm leaving the room. That's too much. Jamie Carragher was enough. Gareth Southgate. That is...
Well, I'm going to give up playing this game. If he wins the league, I'm going to give up.
I would too. I would too. We're going to end the challenge right here if Gareth Southgate wins anything, to be honest. But yeah, there we go. But I'm only 25, so it's only 7 points. Quite obtainable across the amount of fixtures that we still got to play.
Points or with a chance of stopping
well, I'd rather you win the league than Gareth Southgate at this point. You've already won that cup, so it don't really matter too much, but we'll see. So Champions Cup, I've got Norwich in the next round, but the Super League, obviously I need to win both, so let's see if I can manage to get my hands on either of them and mainly stop Gareth Southgate from winning anything. That would be great. Jamie Carragher, by the way, let's have a look to see if he's got himself another job. He hasn't. He's still unemployed right now after...
He likes a 2-year holiday,
He does, yeah. He has his little holiday from, obviously, Real Madrid to Liverpool. We'll see. He'll probably end up, I don't know, like Barcelona or PSG next. We'll see. Jamie Carragher, if he does anything throughout the season too.
Dad finally got to play in the Champions Cup, and all that waiting around might have led to a bit of a dud start. But not this season, as he progressed through the first 3 fixtures with ease to find himself in the 4th round. I had a nice little win over Norwich in the 3rd round after a beautifully taken counter-attacking goal, followed by an absolutely whooping from Marseille in the 4th round. What's funny is that in the following fixture, we once again travelled to Poznan and picked up yet another win. And at this stage, the league was rather close, despite me being in 7th place and Dad in 4th. January welcomed the next round of the Champions Cup, where Dad took the lead against Young Boys, but it wasn't until the 95th minute until they pulled back an equaliser. But somehow Dad still won with a 97th minute penalty. Speaking of penalties, the next round against Krasnodar had a penalty in the 5th minute, which was saved. It also had a red card in the second half when Dad's player was silly after them being 1-0 up, and again, another extremely late equaliser against Dad, which took the game to a penalty shootout, where once again, the same guy missed a penalty, as did 2 others to eliminate Dad from the Champions Cup. Both of us out of the Champions Cup, but our league forms have been excellent. In fact, yet again, I went on an obscene run where I won every league game up until the last 2, where I drew and lost, which is the only reason I'm not sat on the same points as leaders PSG. And a lot of that was down to our new system, just feeding Mads Borges goals just to tap in. He crossed the 30 goal mark with 4 games remaining, and as I was hunting down the league table against this very good PSG team. The first set of fixtures, I gained 2 more points on them as they drew 0-0 to Palace as we beat Liverpool. And they absolutely battered Palace in the statistics, not even letting them have a single shot. The next set of fixtures seen both teams put in a solid performance as we destroyed Newcastle while PSG comfortably defeated Real Sociedad 3-0, so we are still a point behind. The next weekend was frustrating for both of us as we dropped points to Stuttgart, but PSG lost in the 99th minute to AC Milan, which put the league title in our hands with 1 game remaining as we have exactly equal records and goal difference going into the final day. I'm only currently leading because I have scored more goals than them. And on that final day, PSG had a really tricky fixture against Manchester United, who were in 3rd place. Whereas we had a much simpler fixture against Hamburg, where we bagged a 4-0 win and the league title.
Wow, final day drama. Finally got it.
Yeah, you
Done
well.
it.
Yeah.
The Super League champions, Aris, it went down to the final day. We beat Hamburg. PSG, who could have overtook us, they battered us earlier on in the season. They had Manchester United and
favourite,
lost.
didn't it?
So it did,
2
yeah.
teams below you fighting against each other.
Thankfully, we managed to claim the title, and that's 1 trophy down, which
a lot of
means
points.
it's level running now going into that final
113,
one.
that's a
Yeah.
good season.
You're there with 101, not
Yes,
bad.
I'm a bit disappointed really. I was consistently good all the way through the season and pushing you all the way, or anybody that was top of the league, and my end of the season awful, I think.
Yeah, a lot of draws.
Yeah, from March, 1, 2, 3 games from March, so absolutely terrible. Deserve what I got.
Drew
Nothing.
against Gareth Southgate's Man City on the
Yes,
final
It
day.
didn't make any difference then. I'd lost it already by then. So and I was knocked out of the cup early on again. So
Crasador, who got to the final.
Yes.
They played against Chelsea in the final. I mean, I was knocked out earlier on than I think you were. But yeah, Chelsea and Crasador in that final. I was knocked out in the 4th round by Marseille in a really disappointing fixture. If you're looking at that, I mean, my run was great. Look at this. If you're going like, look at that. Unbelievable. One fault in there, I lost 5-0. What?
Where did that come from?
Yeah, mental, isn't it? Beating you 1-0 as well in that unbelievable run, which helped me because if we're looking at the Super League with Mads Borges, 36 goals, the most inconsistent striker ever, who's got good consistency apparently. 36 goals, finally puts in the amount of goals I expect, and we go on and win the league. I mean, he is playing as a lone striker, I guess, but
Yeah.
still, the past positions. I mean, I was 12th when we left that season. Look where we at. Look at that.
You only hit the top once.
Yeah. Right
There.
towards the
I mean,
end.
look at mine. I was
You were
there
top for a long
nearly
time.
all season, and then got the March, chucked it away.
Yeah, we're second and third there, like crossing paths a couple of times, but
Disappointed for myself really, but I'm only after the cup, so yeah, I got you right on my tail now because you're a better cup team than me.
yeah, Rovik was up there for your average rating. He is turned into a monster as
Yeah.
well with the most player in the matches. And I got Diana with 18 clean sheets. Now, we both scored the most goals, 119, 117. Fewest conceded. I'm there with 5th, 49. You're there with 51.
I'm gradually getting there though, aren't I?
Yeah.
I'm just gradually keeping up that bit. So yep.
We are close. We're chipping away. We're getting closer and closer. It's just going to be down to, of course, who has the better cup run and the cup luck. To be honest, cup luck. Now that we've both got the Super League done and dusted, I've got £79 million to spend. I mean, goals-wise, Borges amazing. The winger, amazing. Manga, who played quite a lot on the other wing. Goal contributions, great. Happy with that.
When you look at the star rating on that team alone, it's how do you improve it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Where am I going to be looking really to improve it? Not too bad at all, really. Not a bad problem to have. Now yourself, Dad, 26 goals for both Ulshova and Penyev.
Yes, really pleased with that.
Really good.
And the next two on 18, so that's really good as well.
Yeah,
And
there's your
they got-
4 that you were playing up
Yeah,
front.
and they got a good assist as well. So yeah, really pleased with my forward line.
And you've got £70 million to
Yeah.
spend. So still enough to bring in at least one
Yeah,
player.
it's one good player, which that's what I'll be sort of aiming for. Really, there's no point in bringing in 2 or 3 average players. They just won't even touch the team, will they?
Yeah.
So it's one player that can sort of help really.
Yeah. Now, of course, we've already seen Gareth Southgate's thing, but Jamie Carragher, still unemployed, still looking for that perfect job role. So you'll have to tune in again if you want to find out what the hell Jamie Carragher's doing and who will be the first to lift the Champions Cup in the Super League out of me and Dad and be winner of the challenge.
And a few seasons ago, Dad did it and finally lifted the Super League trophy. 2 seasons later, I was in a mega final day drama ending with PSG after chasing them throughout the season. But after a cracking victory in the last game, we were crowned champions of the Super League as well. Which means we now have both conquered one of the 2 trophies we have to win, with 1 to go. So preparation to win the Champions Cup began as both Dad and I were buying big players, as I pick up a left back while he purchases a defensive midfielder. He also invested in a brand new backup goalkeeper, and while I was receiving huge bids for my rotational striker and decided to cash in as I have other options behind Borges. Which is the beauty of playing just one striker now and having the wingers chipping in with the goals instead. And I came flying out the gates in the league as we've won 11 from 12 games and Borges has scored 16 goals already in those 12. But of course it's the cup games that we are most concerned with as Dad cruises through the first 2 rounds of the competition. With a youngster that came through his youth academy scoring and shining in the second as he looked absolutely fantastic. However, my first match in the competition went to a penalty shootout where unfortunately in the lottery that is penalties, we missed 2 of them and are out.
Right, well, just typical. The first game I lose or even not draw in the season is in the Champions Cup, the most important game that I played out of all of the games so far. Typical.
Shame.
The game was actually 0-0 as well.
Bonus season for me then.
Yeah, I was even against 10 men. If you look at when the goals were scored, like 92nd minute, they had a player sent off for the 93rd. We actually went 2-0 down after being down after they were down to 10 men, and we pulled it back in the 122nd minute and still lost on penalties, which is very frustrating. But then we lost the next game after that against Benfica, so maybe we were on a bit of a downward spiral at the minute, considering we were battering everybody.
Your starting was looked so good there, didn't it, really?
Yeah, so I don't know, but obviously the players that we brought in, there's quite a few of them. Young players too. We've loaned most of them out. My thinking is now a lot of the players that we have is around about that 27, 28 years of age. So we're looking to bring in better players who are younger. So we've got Albastegi, who is a very good left back that we're going to lock in that left wing back role. Look how fucking good he is. Unbelievable.
He is, isn't he? Yeah.
World class left back there. Then we've got another 4 players with £100 million spent. We did sell Vlaevski for £72 million, which basically paid for all of these. And as you can see, they've all gone out on loan. So the 4 that's come in, gone straight back out, and they're being paid for, a few of them as well. So Felix Hornig, £23 million, good centre-back option. He's gone out to Celta Vigo. Daniel Martinez from Cruz Azul, good right midfielder, Mexican, gone out to Ipswich, it is Ipswich. Santiago Farias from Racing Club, another decent centre-back with good physical, 6'5" as well. Could potentially have played for us already, arguably. Yeah. But he's definitely going to get first-team football at Hamburg, so I'm all right with that. And Chris Harkness from Celtic. The most expensive one, defensive midfielder, 20 years of age, Scottish, looks great already. I reckon just one season and at Inter Milan as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
He could be ready for the first team. So, playing my similar tactic as what obviously won the league. Well, the same tactic what won the league for me last year. We are rocking and rolling. We've only got to worry about the Super League, which is annoying that we're already out of that, but we could just solely focus on that, try and get ourselves another Super League under the belt. But the team picks itself, to be honest. It looks a very good side. Over to you, Dad. You've only got 2 players that have come in. One was a backup goalkeeper.
Yeah.
In Holger Becker, £35 million.
He's a good
keeper,
as well, isn't he?
Very good.
That's a good backup keeper. Makes you wonder what my first team keeper is really good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm pleased with that.
And then the main player that's coming in, £80 million, Philip Gabor from Barcelona.
I think this is money well spent, this one is. I think he's a defensive midfielder who can also play in the forward midfielder, the sort of centre midfield player, but both-footed as well. He's very good, very strong on the ball as well. Is even marking, so that's what he's ideal for that position. Really concentrates on all their positioning, senses there, vision, work rate. He's got it all for a defensive midfielder, I feel. So I think it's a good buy, really.
Well, he's got one weakness: passing.
Yeah, but he's there to win the ball.
Yeah.
That's what I've got him for.
That is his main weakness.
Yeah.
He's a world-class player, though. He's got 2 goals already for you, too.
Yeah.
So if we're looking tactically, you're locking him and Fenton in.
Yep. I'm going to
try the defenders
try
in.
and get a good sort of team, work rate going with them two, get them used to working with each other. Yeah. I'm going to try and lock a few players in my key positions this time to see if it'll help sort of try and keep them in these positions, and so they'll play every game then, especially in the cup. I want them to play in the cup.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm mainly doing. So I'm trying to sort of lock my sort of key players into the set positions that my assistant manager just doesn't change that sort of what I call the spine of the team.
Yeah.
I think the forward line will pick itself, mind you.
Yeah, Olshova, who can play in this attacking midfield role, going in there, looks like a really good shadow striker.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Because having off the ball like that with that much pace and the player trait of gets into opposition area, stuck in this position here when there's 3 players already being marked in front of him, he could just go wandering off.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
On his own into the box. Not a bad start, obviously, if you're looking at your main goal is to get through the cups. And
That's
you've
right.
won 6-0 and 2-1.
Yeah.
Just the league, there's a few games which you drop points.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about the league. I mean, as long as I do well in the league, so I'm winning money. That's what you're looking at, really.
Yeah.
It's like you say, it's the cups, and that's why I've locked these players in. So I'm hopefully I'm playing one of my strongest teams in each cup. Then, strongest team in the cup, really.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if you could get any further and possibly win the cup with me completely knocked out of it, or is it going to be another season with us trying to knock each other off the top of the Super League.
One thing that continued was my form in the Super League. I was winning everything and very comfortably too, taking down some of the best teams in the league with ease. The movement from the ball-playing defenders to the centre midfield on attack was just timeless. Dad's form in the league was also great, but with the Champions Cup, his side was once again locked in, getting through the third round against Girona by 3-0. The next round also seemed to be a breeze until after being 2-0 up and cruising, Wolves scored 2 very late goals to take the game to extra time and then penalties, which then followed. Where, quite frankly, one of the worst penalty shootouts then took place, as both teams just looked like they didn't want to progress until eventually Dad's side bagged the all-important winner. And the next round was just 2 games later, and seeing Dad overcome Lecce 2-1 to go through the 5th round. In the league though, Mads Borges has been on a rampage and scored 32 goals so far in 27 games. My Ares side are sailing 11 points clear already after that only loss to Benfica. In the next round of the Champions Cup, Dad's Poznan side had to face AC Milan, who, under Pep Guardiola, was struggling to find their feet in the Super League and sat down near the relegation spots. However, on this day, Dad's side failed to make as much of an impression as they did in the first half of the season in that competition and bowed out, losing 5-2. We also played each other in January, and of course, Mads Borges was on the score sheet again, but Dad's side battled through, won a penalty, and stole a point. At this point though, it would take something monumental for me not to win the Super League after I opened up a 13-point gap. And there was one man who was determined to make sure that we didn't slip up and perform the biggest bottle job of the century, as Mads Borges scored time and time again, finishing the season playing 46 times and scoring 46 goals, sealing the title in back-to-back seasons.
Well, complete and utter dominance of the Super League. That might be the biggest win of the Super League since its rendition, because we won it by 15 points. We only lost 3 games. Borges got 46 goals. And Diana, Dirty Diana, as I'm calling him, got 25 clean sheets.
I'm just glad you got knocked out of the cup early doors. Because I mean, it goes to show you, we're only losing 3 games. You went probably the whole season.
Yeah.
At top of the league, probably.
Yeah, I mean, past positions does look like it was just...
Yeah, you got there, then you stayed there, so...
Dominating all the way through.
I'm glad you did lose in the cup. I know you had nothing else to concentrate except for league games, but you could have still done it though, couldn't you?
Yeah. Once we were there, we were staying there. We had the most goals, we had the fewest conceded, we had the most clean sheets. This is an unbelievable performance from my Aris side. I've bought an incredible team and put them together. We just could not get through a penalty shootout against young boys. But speaking of, obviously, that Champions Cup, Dad, AC Milan in the 6th round, unfortunately. Inter Milan won the whole thing. So, 6th round, which was a 5-2 loss at that point.
And then hammering as well, really, isn't it?
Yeah, so not an amazing
disappointed there. It was a free season for me there, really.
Yeah, 5th round against Lecce. 4th round, obviously, penalty shootout against Wolves. And you flirted with the top. February was when it was really bad for you, because that's also when you got knocked out by Milan in the middle of February. But that also kicked off a bad run of games there, which ended with a loss to Bayern Munich, who, by the way, have hired Jamie Carragher. How is he doing this? This is absolutely mental. From AC Milan, Fiorentina, Real Madrid, Liverpool, and then Bayern Munich. This is crazy. The storyline
You just don't go
itself.
to any old club, no, he goes to the big clubs as well, don't he?
Only deals with the biggest clubs in the world, Jamie Carragher, and his 4-4 bloody 2. Incredible, but there we go. Now, did he take over? So when was that? The 20th of March. When did he take over? So yeah, he took over in February. So you're one of his first games, and he battered you. So that's fun. 3-1. Unlucky. But there we go.
Yeah, had a bad run the cup lost, didn't I? So
yeah, had a lovely run there.
Yeah, and got it back a little bit there. So yeah, a bit disappointed really. Bit on the downer then.
If we're looking at mine, there are a few draws. I'll give you that, and we drew against each other, in fact. But there's one loss there at Real Madrid. They are so hard to come by. 2 next to each other, obviously the Benfica one. Crazy stuff, really.
Yeah.
So we done really well. Done very well. But the man of the season,
Mads Borges, 47 goals in 47 games.
Yeah, he does look good, doesn't he?
Very good. But he's 30 now.
Ooh.
You think we bought him when he was like 19? He's
Yeah.
30. He scored 245 goals for us in 485 games. So I have obviously started buying players. I don't think I have a striker that's like ready to go in, but we do have other options like Velikov, who's there, and there's a few other players as well who could potentially play up front. Should we need to? Should we decide to sell Mads Borges? But I don't really want to, even though he is there. I feel like he is
I
mine.
think you've still got 2 seasons out of him.
Yeah, he's
at least,
mine.
Really.
We've got £77 million to spend as well. And Dad, if we're looking at yours, £60 million. Now,
Yeah.
your side of things, Penyev got the most goals, 29. Obviously, we're playing 4 basically up front, 18, 15, and 14. Lower, I would say, on the other 2.
Yeah.
You'd maybe want the other 2 to be higher slightly than
I think I'd
Vidmar.
have liked at least 3 of them to be in the 20s.
Yeah. That's
Out of
what
the
you're aiming
4,
for.
really, yeah.
Olshover in that attacking midfielder, though, getting 15 and 16 is quite good.
Yeah.
Very
definitely,
good indeed. But-
Overall, I'm pleased with the amount of goals that we've scored. Could have been a few more, but I think we conceded quite a few goals as well. If I remember looking at the goal difference,
Yeah.
mine was quite low.
Yeah, so if we're looking at
38.
statistics, fewest conceded, you went on that.
Yeah.
So you have to go down quite far. You're joint 21st
Yeah.
in that. And if you think you
Conceded
could,
66
yeah.
goals. That's a lot of goals.
you finished in 6th place and you're that far down because you scored the second highest. You only
Yeah.
scored 5 less than I did.
Yeah.
And you look how far ahead I was.
Yeah. So I've got to be happy with my strike force.
Yeah.
Which I should be really. I've got four strikers really playing, haven't I? So
Yeah.
I've got to seriously look at my defence and think what was wrong there, really.
All right, well, that is your task. My task is to stay in the bloody Champions Cup going forward. But we've got a new crop of youngsters coming through that maybe we can rely on in the next season.
The summer began with me spending a lot of cash on a young left-sided centre-back from Barcelona, while Dad was finding a bit of a bargain in Juan Luis, who was an excellent attacking midfield for 50 million. Dad also signed a new right-back from Bayern Munich as a rotational option due to his backup Helio Fortes leaving the club at the end of his contract. Once again, though, I was bringing a youngster into the team as I signed a 20-year-old centre-back for the right-hand side. With my thinking being that I've already sold Baptiste, who's 30, and Schneider, who is the same age, also has a lot of bids for him. And so a lot of my focus this transfer window went on younger players and loaning them out in preparation for these guys that I have bought in to replace current first teamers in a year or 2. Dad decided to tinker with the system again, adopting a 4-2-2 formation, and it really paid off in the early stages of the season. His team went on a similar run of form as I did last season, winning 9 out of their first 12 games without losing a single one. Of course, though, the Champions Cup is the priority, and Dad's side also breezed through the first 2 rounds of that competition, scoring 11 goals. And a lot of that was thanks to another Youth Academy product in Leland, who at 18 has been fantastic. However, even though my league form sunk at the start of the season, my 2 games in the Champions Cup were better than Dad's.
Right, Dad, we're both through to the 3rd round
Yes.
of the Champions Cup.
About
Good
time.
stuff. Good
Yes.
start. So I've got Sheffield United in that 3rd round. You've got Monaco in the 3rd round as well.
Yep. Not going to be easy.
No. You've had a better start than me overall. You're first in the Super League. It's easy to see why. You haven't lost a single game yet.
Yes,
and
get
form-wise,
in. Yeah.
been amazing.
Yes.
You even managed to get 2 points against Jamie Carragher's Bayern Munich.
Yes. I owed him one, didn't I? So,
Yeah.
yep, got that out of the way.
Outstanding stuff.
Yeah.
That's because I think the players that you've brought in, very smart, to be honest. If we're looking at, obviously, Dave McLeod was the replacement because Hector Fortes left on a free transfer. So, like for like, replacement for your right back.
He might not get right into the first team. He might be the reserve one, but he's still good. I'm happy with that sort of ring. He's got all. If mentals, he's really good.
Yeah.
And physicals, it's just a little bit on his technicals could improve. In
Yeah.
this league, I think.
That was bought from Jamie Carragher's Bayern Munich
for a
as
naughty
well.
number.
Yeah. But we're looking at players going out as well as Hector Fortes. You did sell a couple of players
Yeah.
for over 100 million. Dennis Antwi was one of the players. He's been here for a long time from you,
Well,
over 10 years.
30 years of age. I'll take the money. That's good money for a 30-year-old, I
Not
feel.
bad.
Yeah.
So to your friends at Arsenal. Omar Toyo as well
I like to
for
stitch
50
him up now and
million.
again.
So,
And another 30-year-old.
yeah.
So I just feel I got 100 million for 2 30-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's good business, I think, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, then we've got Two more players who did join for roughly the same amount of money as well. So, with £100 million coming in, 105. You got another centre-back who...
That's just like for like, really,
yeah, left-footed as well. So, 4 years
the hardest
younger.
one to find, isn't they? So, yeah,
and then
for that.
Juan Luis from Wolfsburg, exactly the same. That attacking midfielder role.
And what a player this could be.
And he is world-class.
Yes, definitely, yeah. He's got everything, I feel, really. So, I mean, his mentals is really good, and physicals, he's got it all, and he really... I mean, he's in his passing 16, first touch 15. What a player this boy could be.
Good. Tactically then, changing things up.
Yes, this is one of my favourite tactics, this is. Very narrow, sort of 4-4-2-2-2, really, isn't it? So I'm going to go for it.
There's a lot of twos. 4 on that.
There's a lot of twos in there, wasn't there?
4-2-2.
Yes.
If you went 4-4-2-2-2,
Oh, did I?
you'd have an extra 4 players on the pitch.
Yeah, I'm up for that. And win the cup then, couldn't I?
Yeah. But we're locking in Peter Bork.
Yes, I'm willing to... You're always telling me that sometimes certain players need a chance and lock them in. So, this guy's a young guy coming through. I'm just going to give him a chance and see what he does for me in one season.
Yeah.
I think I've got enough good players around him to sort of help him that I might just get away with just locking a striker in.
Yeah.
It's one of those positions where you can afford to do it sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, because, I mean, last season he did make a few appearances. He got 1 goal and 1 assist, but the seasons before that, if we're looking at non-competitive, so that would be the youth games that he played, I mean, he only got 76 goals in 92 appearances there, 62 in 49 there, and 18 in 21.
So he knows where the back of the net is. So I've had a look at that, and I'm going to take the chance.
Okay, well, I think it's a good decision as well.
Yeah.
So there we go. And it started very well. I mean, he has scored a couple of times as well. You can see his name every now and then. Can you? Because that would be... Yeah, there he is. I did see his name. I swear I did. Popping up. So he is scoring goals. He is getting on the score sheet. But let's have a look then. Aris, we haven't started as well. We started okay. We're through the next round. We've sold a couple of players as well, like you. Baptiste, 30 years of age. He's gone. Holovchenko, who we haven't really used that much, to be honest. I got quite a lot of money for him. £26 million. I know I spent 57 on him, but I barely played him. So we got some of our money back from that. And we're making money off of the loan signings as well. I did mention Chris Harkness potentially playing some games. If he stayed, he probably would, but then Napoli come in with a loan deal where he plays every single game. So I was like, well, okay, we'll do that. We'll loan him out for another season, because I think the players that we've got coming in are absolutely fantastic as well. So Alfred, £100 million from Barcelona, a lot of money, left-footed centre-back, only 21 years of age.
Yeah.
Very good player to start things off there. Physicals are great. Leonardo Fernandez from Boca Juniors, £6 million for a backup goalkeeper, only 18. And then finally the last one, Katleho Munchunu from PSV Eindhoven. He is a South African centre-back. Again, only 20, but very good.
Yeah.
6'4", lots of jumping reach as
Two-footed.
well. Two-footed, can head the ball, and he's quick, and he knows where to stand. Lovely stuff. So he comes in, and he might actually get into the first team too. Sticking with we ain't going to change this. We've won the Super League 2 years in a row, and last season we were unbelievable.
Only an idiot like me would change the team.
That's true. Your words, not mine. If we're looking at the best team, then Alfred does go in. The other guys do not. But we've got enough games in across the season that they will play enough games.
Yeah.
You can already see, I mean, Munchunu has started 3 games already. I think Velikov there, he's come off the bench 12 times. Probably for Mads Borges, who's only got 5 goals in 40. What are you doing? Terrible performer. But there we go. So our aim for this season, and we've got each other's coming up very soon, before that Champions Cup tie. We need to get further into that competition for one of us to win it. That is going to be obviously how this challenge ends, because we've already got 1 out of the 2 trophies done.
So straight away we clash during September, and once again it's a back and forth tie, with Dad taking the lead with the momentum that they had at the start of the season. But after I eventually got back into the game, we go on to win it 2-1. But this was only one of 2 losses Dad suffered all the way up until January, and that included in the Champions Cup, swooping through 2 rounds of the competition to reach the 5th round yet again. I was also having a similar success as our form from the start of the season improved drastically, and we also progressed through the next couple of rounds.
The league table was very interesting too, as we were joint second with Newcastle, as Dad was flying 7 points clear at the top. Back in the Champions Cup though, and once again Dad had to rely on a penalty shootout against Stoke City after the game finished 4-4 to progress through to the quarter-finals. In the 5th round I breezed through with a 3-0 win, but that was when I met my end in the competition, as Manchester City held my strike force quiet and scored the only goal of the game in the 6th round. While I was knocked out, Dad was still in, and I was closing him down in the league table. Back to the Champions Cup, and after taking the lead against Burnley in the quarter-finals, it was another equaliser against Dad that took the game to a penalty shootout. And so, the goalkeeper once again saved the spot kick on the day for Dad to progress through to the semi-finals, where opponents Manchester United and their legendary striker D'Amato scored an amazing solo run to take the lead, only for Dad's Poznan side to score their only shot on target in the match soon after, which sent the game to a 3rd penalty shootout in the competition in a row for Dad. But this time, he wasn't as fortunate as the rest, losing at the last hurdle before the Champions Cup final. And just a few days after that, he's beaten the exact same Manchester United team comfortably in the league 3-1. And unfortunately for me, barely dropped a point throughout the rest of the season.
What a season.
Pleased with that. I thought you was going to win that league again easily.
Yeah, I mean, you put up a great fight. 109 points, 105. But the semi-final on penalties.
Really done it. Which
Man
United
Manchester final, look. Man United beat Man City in that final. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gutted. I am gutted. I mean, what a season I've had to get to the semi-final as well.
Yeah.
Because I don't think either one of us done that, have we? Where you've done well in both.
I did the semi. No, not in both. No. When I was getting to the semi-final, it was like I was mid-table.
Yeah.
It's been so long. But yeah, you've done really well, because the Super League, obviously we know, is so difficult, and with how good my team was performing last year, yeah, you've done it exceptional.
Yeah.
Won by 4 points. Still the top scorer is Borges, but you've got Rovik and Penyev in behind there, which is 37 and
that's a bit
30
better.
and 27.
That's why I'm winning the league.
Yeah. So very good stuff indeed. And Rovik, who is not only got 30 goals but has the most assists with 20, so that's insane.
Yeah.
Then you got my 2 wingers there either side, who probably have been supplying Mads Borges with a lot.
I'm a lot pleased with the goal difference as well. 68 this time. I was in the 30s last season, so
yeah,
definitely improved on that.
Because you scored the most goals, you had 119, I only had 102, the fewest conceded. I was still up there just behind Tottenham, but now you're in that.
Yeah.
8th place there, and the clean sheets...
15 goals difference.
Yeah, the clean sheets, you're 18th, so you didn't have as many clean sheets, but not as strong as me defensively, but you just scored way more goals.
Yeah.
I couldn't keep up with that. So what a season.
Yes.
What a season.
Really pleased with that.
But we still have not won that cup.
No. Oh, that was so close. Semi-final.
Rovik, 31 and 20. We've got 27 for Penyev there. Ulshova, 17 and 10. And Juan Luis, the new guy, coming in, 16 and 12. Not too bad at all.
No.
Transfer budget, you got a massive one for getting that far.
Yeah.
As we always say,
that's
the
what
money
it helps.
in that competition. £149 million there with a very big wage budget. I've got 126. Now, I didn't get anywhere near as far as you did. Manchester City knocked me out, so the other Manchester team that got to the final knocked me out. And that was 1-0, so I had a sneaky loss there when you were going through.
I think if you'd beat them and I beat Man United, we would have met in the final. That would have been brilliant, wouldn't it?
Yeah. If you you only just scraped past a 30th Stoke City on penalties in that round. Unbelievable.
That's what it takes. You win ugly sometimes.
Yeah, but yeah, well done. Yeah. So, not too bad. I'm not too disappointed. After 2 back-to-back Super Leagues, we're going to have a drop-up for some point. Ahmed Manga's been great, by the way. He's been so good. He can play left wing-back and right mid. Now that we've got a left wing-back, he's been playing right mid and just doing unbelievably well. Keeping out Matteo Hansen, who I bought him for that right midfield role. He was a disgusting player. Can't get into the team at the minute. Unbelievable. I want to highlight, though, Chris Harkness. So Chris Harkness obviously was at Napoli throughout the season, only played 8 games. Yeah.
That's disappointing, isn't it?
So he was recalled in January and got 28 appearances under his belt.
That's good for you.
So he has turned into a bit of a beast for us in that first team. So he'll be playing for us a lot more next season. We've got a couple of loan players who will be coming back too. So we'll see.
But now, financially, £126 million. Off we go to try and spend that for next season. So don't go anywhere. We've still got to win that Champions Cup. That's got to be the final thing we do before FM24 comes to an end.
And that Champions Cup is the last thing either of us have to win to complete this challenge. After I dropped out to Manchester City, Dad went all the way in the semi-final last season before losing to United on penalties. But at this point, we are easily the two best clubs in the league, so it's only a matter of time. And we have identified the problem, and it's the reason why we are both now signing younger players for the squad this summer. Not to mention, of course, Dad's luck with finding two very good strikers in his youth academy also helps. With money still to burn though, it's the case of again finding a youngster to purchase, and I think I found one at Arsenal to buy. Dad's also doing the same thing, spending big money on the best young talents that his budget could purchase. For the time being though, he doesn't even have an early rounds in the Champions Cup to worry about until September. I, however, have to play an early first round where a lot of my young talent shone in a 5-2 win, followed by a second round tie where some of the more recognisable names featured and scored. In between those games, however, I did have to play Dad at home, and Manga gave me a second half lead, only for Dad's side to pull it back to 1-1 just 10 minutes later. But with both of us starting the season well and finally understanding the rules, could this be the season we go one better in the Champions Cup?
Right, Dad, probably a mistake on our part, but I think for the last 10 seasons, we have completely forgot about the most important rule of the Champions Cup. At least 5 under 23s, and that's from the start of the season, so you can see there. If they turn 23 during the season, they still count. At least under 23 players in the playing 11. So where we've been complaining that our assistant manager's been playing terrible players, they've actually just been abiding by the rules of the game. But it's something that we completely forgot about while we were trying to win both. And because we were doing so well at the beginning, and it made no sense to me while we were doing so well at the beginning and then doing terrible, it now does, because all the good players that we bought, the likes of Mads Borges, etc., and all the strikers that you have, Penev, when we bought them, they were all under 23. So they were all counting. And then as they've gone past the 23 years of age, that's when we started to suck in the Champions Cup.
And that's why that's why I sacked my assistant from putting in players where we just thought was absolute rubbish, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's been the trouble. So, this season, we've bought a lot of youngsters who can help us out with this rule that we see right here. However, Dad, sometimes a gift is just given to you from God.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
And obviously, you already had Peter Bjork last season, who you integrated into your team.
And locked him in,
So
he's looking a little bit better,
But he ain't getting into the team when you've got Leland in there.
Oh, and this guy's only 19, so I've got 4 seasons out of this guy.
Exactly. He is incredible.
Oh, I got those physicals. How quick is this guy going to be? So, I'm pleased with that. That's my striker straight away. He's playing every game.
Well, this is the thing. Now that you have the ability, you can put him in the first team. In the league games, he probably isn't going to get in ahead of Penyev and Rovik. They are too good.
Yeah.
But what you've done is quite smart. You've made him available for the reserves, so he's still fit. Because you can see here, he scored 8 with 6 assists in 9 games in total. But when that game comes around for the Champions Cup, he's probably the first name on the score sheet.
He'll automatically go in, yeah. Definitely, because they're going to pick... The sister's going to pick his best under 23s.
Yeah.
This guy's definitely
He's going to be there.
Yeah.
So that's probably what we're looking at. Him and Bork up front. You've got quite a few other players, because if we're looking at the transfers that you did make, a few of them are youngsters.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of them are gambles. £6 million for this guy here is not amazing.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and I've just got players that I'm hoping that can come into the team at the right time and do a job for me.
Yeah.
They obviously won't get... They're nowhere near good to be in my first team.
No.
For a league game.
I mean, this guy cost you £70 million, but £70 million, which you can play for the next 2 years.
We were struggling to get players for under 23s.
Yeah.
That were half decent, really, weren't they? So, and it was no good buying a 22-year-old because you have him for one season, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
So you're looking for like 18,
Because I think
19,
this guy,
or
you
20.
bought him, you can only use him for this year.
Yeah.
Might
That's,
even be able to use him for this year because he was
Yeah, you might not-
last year that
yeah.
you turned 23. So he does improve your first team.
Yeah.
And I think you got rid of one of your centre backs. You lost Mbenya on a free transfer.
Yeah, so I had to replace him. So
he came
it's
in
a good
instead.
replacement, but yeah, it's I'm looking at the youngsters now to sort of help me out and win the challenge for me. That's what I'm mainly interested in now.
Yeah.
Just stay somewhere quite close to the top of the league, just to sort of keep the money coming in.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got to be looking at those cups. So that player that come through the youth setup, he's a diamond.
Yeah, that was I wish I had a player come through that. No longer Jamie Carragher.
Oh, he didn't last long, did
No,
he?
he did not indeed. So as we can see there, sacked after 2 seasons. Jamie Carragher is gone now, unemployed, probably waiting for the PSG job.
It's all that's left, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Now, transfers that I've got coming in. Obviously, Velikov has gone out on loan, surprisingly, because we just can't find a place for him. He's barely playing any games, so we might as well loan him out so he still plays. Same as Poloni Collins as well. He's 29. Couldn't sell him, so just loan him out for a big fee. Alexander Schneider, though, we could sell. He's 31. He is gone now, which is a shame because he has been here for over 10 years. 12 seasons, I think it was. If you think we still got a profit off of him after all
That's
those
not
seasons.
bad, is it?
Not bad at all. But the players that we've got who have come in, the youngsters, we've got Carlos Cortez, £2.5 million, not a bad striker there. Zeku, who's been there for a while, 22, not a bad striker as well. Scott Walden, £100 million on Scott Walden. I don't even think he can play this year. But I spent a lot of money on him because he plays in 2 different positions. That's the reason why. £100 million. He covers my right wing back and my right midfield. So maybe still overpaid because it can go up to 146, but he's in the team anyway. Then we got João Mendes, £2.5 million. Looks a bit of a bargain, that one, considering he's not amazing, but for £2.5 million he is. Then we've got Richard Allen, another £81 million for Richard. He's 20, so I've got him for another 3 seasons, but he can play centre mid or DM, so I think that's quite a good deal,
buy.
that one, yeah. Because we do play both of those. And then Francesco Manzotti for £10 million, who can play as an attacking midfield or centre mid. I've put him straight in the reserves because right now we don't necessarily need him, and he can always just get a call up if it is for the Champions Cup anyway. Sticking with it, I'm not changing it. I am locking in Farias though, who I think with a bit of game time, Farias could be one of my starting centre backs anyway, and we can only really use him for another season in the Champions Cup. So we might as well just lock him in now and see how he does until next year. So, my schedule, a little bit different to yours. I'm sat in 5th place in the Super League. You're sat in 4th place, only a point between us. So we both started well, but it's down to that Champions Cup. You haven't played in it yet. I've played in it twice. I think it's a bit unfair, but there we go. 5-2 for Santa Clara and Greuther Fürth 4-1. So that's what I like to see. And the players that are scoring goals as well, a bit of a mixed bag. You can see the likes of Richard Allen, Cortez, Zaku and Munchunu, who scored the first goal there. So not bad at all. Well, I've got Bodo Glimt in the 3rd round. Who have you got in the 3rd round? There's my name, there's you. Preston, should you beat Göztepe? So you should technically be into the 4th round.
Yeah.
Especially with the players that you've now introduced into your lineup.
Hopefully we should be going a little bit further than we...
Yeah, because we're only playing teams in the 3rd tier at the minute.
Yeah.
We should be going quite far. So let's see what happens. Champions Cup. We've realised we've made a big boo-boo. It's time to rectify that.
Look out now.
Don't say that. We'll go out in the 3rd round.
I could lose against Preston.
Yeah.
So now that we know that we need youngsters in the starting lineup, things should be better for us in the cup. But Dad still needed a rather late goal to overcome Preston in the 3rd round after they come back from 2 goals down to equalise with 10 minutes left. In the next 2 rounds for my RS side though, we found it much more simpler, cruising through the 3rd round against Bodo Glimt and stuffing Ludogorets 4-0 in the 4th. At this point, just over the halfway mark, Tottenham are actually top of the Super League, but Dad and I are close behind them and ready to pounce.
But Dad's fourth round of the Champions Cup, which of course I'm already through, was against Hamburg. And after taking the lead against them, Hamburg pulled it back because of an own goal. And just when Dad had upgraded his team to be strong as possible in the competition, the result was still the same this season, and he's eliminated early once again. Meanwhile, I was still cruising through, being Auxerre in the 5th round 3-0. The 6th round, though, was when the opposition got tough, as I was next facing Tottenham, who of course is flying in the Super League alongside me and Dad. But centre midfield on attack Bernat stepped up, scoring a hat-trick for us and giving us a 4-1 win to go through to the quarter-final. Dad was currently in a title race with Spurs after just overtaking them at the top. Meanwhile, my Super League form had dropped right off. However, it's really close in the points still. Back in the Champions Cup quarterfinals, I was then drawn against Hamburg, who of course knocked Dad out in the earlier rounds. And it was a back and forth contest in which it was very entertaining, but we still comfortably progressed through to the semi-finals, which turned out to be against Red Bull Salzburg, another top club in the Super League and someone who fought really hard against us. But in the end, this was one too many matches for us, and they scored late on in the match to secure their place in the final. Funny enough, Dad even played them around the same time and smashed them in the Super League 5-0, but he then followed that by losing to Brøndby, who were already relegated. Dad's campaign, however, came down to a 91st minute goal in the final game of the season against Sheffield United, which cost him the Super League title.
I'll tell you what, that's a terrible end of the season for both of us. You losing the title on the final day.
Yeah. Sheffield United cost me the title.
Drawing to Sheffield United, which meant Tottenham of all teams.
Oh, I don't mind. It's good old Tottenham. I
Winning
can
the
handle
league
that. Yeah, if
with
I'm going to
John
lose to
Dale
anybody,
Thomason
I'd rather lose to Tottenham.
As their manager. Didn't do very well in the Champions Cup. However, I got to the semi-final, and after being 2-0 up against Red Bull Salzburg, we lost 3-2.
Chucked it away.
Who had, I mean, let's face it, a very easy tie against PAOK in the final, who do have some good players, but imagine if I got to the final and it was an all-Greek final.
Yeah.
I mean, got some good players there. He looks decent, but I cannot believe it. That was there to take and there to win.
Well, we always say when the big
That's
teams are not
costly.
there, you got to jump in quick, and and that was one of the times, I think.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake there, not winning that tie. But okay, now the Super League. Let's look at it. Jones said,
What?
"Oh, it's the name of the player who scored the most goals for Tottenham there. Looks unbelievable. He was their key player.
a player
He
he
scored
looked.
38 goals. Then it's Penyev and Borges with 32 each. He also had the highest average rating. But clean sheets is still Dirty Diana with
Yeah.
25 there. He's doing really well. But yeah, he finished in second place. Dropping off a little bit, 94 points. But yeah, it's one of those things. We've still got the second highest amount of goals as behind you. And clean sheet-wise, we're still running that with the least amount of goals conceded. So we're on par with that with Manchester City. So I've still got to be pleased with that. It's just so annoying that we couldn't win that Champions Cup, because they only took it to extra time against PAOK. So annoying. Very frustrating.
Well, we're knocking on the door, mate.
Well, now we know the rules of the league, but the trouble is a lot of the players I've now bought I cannot use in that. So if
Yeah.
we're looking at 23-year-olds from next season, I mean, the players that I have been buying are now irrelevant. We still got 5 in there, so I mean, you 5 guys might actually be playing unless I buy any new ones. So that will be my task this summer with 91. I thought it'd be more than that.
Yeah.
Let's get in the semi-final. I'm only going to be given
Well, I
91.
got the semi-final. I had over 100 million, didn't I?
Yeah. So 300 million in the bank. Give us an extra 100 mil. Come on. Now yourself, Dad. Let's have a look. So goals wise, it's Penyev and Rovik still getting high amounts there, so that's not too bad. But your age, you've still got quite a lot there. So there's 6 that could definitely start, including of course your 2 strikers.
Well, I've got 3 strikers in amongst that, so
Yeah.
and I'm playing 3 up front, so
Well, no, you're not. You're playing 2 up front.
oh yeah,
but with
yeah.
2
Changed
attacking
them out,
mids.
Of course, it did.
But yeah, so you still got options in there.
Yeah, I'm still happy with that, really, and I've got hopefully a good budget to buy a couple of more that could be half decent.
100 million. How does that sound?
I'm happy with that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So hopefully I can find another gem from somewhere, maybe 2.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
to
hoping
bring
for,
into
really.
that first team.
And you never know, I might have another one coming through the youth. You never know, I might be lucky again.
Yeah, imagine that. I mean, there is a couple in there who are classed as Bundesliga. So you got the guy that you signed a couple of seasons ago, actually, who's done very well in that youth team. Got 22 assists last season, the young Spaniard. And you've also got a goalkeeper who I think came through your youth academy. He did.
Yeah.
Who, again, looks really good, but doesn't have the potential to be as world class as your goalkeeper because the standards are so high at the minute. But there we go. Promising. We got to the semi-final this summer. We know what we need to target. It's those youth players, the under-23s, so that they can be playing in the Champions Cup and give us again the best chance to win it.
Well, once again this summer, Dad is targeting the best young players he can find as he looks to increase his Champions Cup qualifying squad. And after my semi-final spot in the last season, I'm in the same boat. I found a bargain from Man City as well as many other targets that I'm trying to bring in. One of the new players in particular I think might be an idea to lock him into the centre midfield on attack position to see some real development. And when the season got underway, we honestly looked unplayable, including smashing through the first round of the Champions Cup 3-0 against Bristol City, which for once, Dad also had to play in the same round and he smashed Frankfurt 5-0. But outside of a loss on the opening day to Napoli, he also started the season so well. The only real downside of the whole summer is the fact that two legends of my club have left on free transfers.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed. Obviously, I've lost two of my best ever players. I mean, Scott Lang, we made such a big deal out of him before I even signed him for £115 million. We were tracking him when he was at Rangers, of course. Then he moved to Southampton. I got him for £115 million. He played almost every season as my main centre midfielder, gone on a free transfer. Didn't want to sign a new deal. Crazy. Zilner, who I bought as his long-term replacement, well, not long-term replacement, but as a rotational option, also left on a free. I can understand that one. He was only getting on the pitch every now and then, mainly coming off the bench. And he went to Newcastle. He's got 6 in 8 games already, which is crazy for a centre midfielder. But it has meant that I've had to buy and sell a lot more players than I anticipated. So I've actually sold £185 million. And you're going to see a lot of them are the players that I've been buying recently who now do not qualify for the under-23s. So Daniel Martinez has gone 13 million. Felix Hornig gone for 21 million. How much did I sign him for? About the same price as what I bought him for. Zeku's gone out on loan. Zakharov's gone on loan. Paloni Collins has gone for £57 million. So I signed him a long time ago for 48. So I did make profit on him. Scott Walden, who I mean, that's a terrible deal. I'll put my hands up on that one. Signed for £101 million last year. Only played 7 games, so I loaned him out. Trying to sell him, nobody come in for him, loaned him out. We're getting a bit of money for him anyway. Santiago Farias, I locked him in last year to try and make him really good. Then I realised, well, now that he's too old, it's no point. So I sold him for a huge profit, which kind of smart.
Yeah, good business. Yeah, we can't use him. Get rid of them.
Gone. And then £40 million for Velikov. He went out on loan last year, so it was time. I was trying to get rid of him anyway. He went out on loan to Shakhtar there, 39 games, and he scored 4 goals, but still managed to get £40 million out of him, which isn't too bad. And João Mendes, who was a guy I signed last year, is out on loan. He's just not good enough, I don't think, in that centre mid. We've got other options, and that's the most important thing. So the players I did bring in, Goldenzi, £25 million. There's another midfielder there, so replacing the ones that we lost. Roltan, left back option for 19 years of age, so another one. We're just trying to give so many under 23 options that when it comes round to it, he can pick the best team with the best youngsters, no matter what position is required. Zakharov, 19-year-old Russian, looks like a decent striker as well. James, this one's a bargain. £1 million, £1.7 million for a right back.
Well, he looks good, doesn't he?
He looks class.
His physicals.
Yeah, looks so good. And can play right midfield, which is another position we're using. So I'm really happy with that one. Is it Jaime Reyes? I'm guessing that's how you would say his name, but he's another Mexican midfielder. I found a few players from Mexico who are really golden for us. Carlos Velasquez, another Mexican, but he was at Juve, another midfielder, really good. Maxim Didier, 21, another right-sided centre-back, good option. And then Ekwala from Rangers, £101 million, 20-year-old right-back.
You signed a few right backs, didn't you?
Yeah. So, tactically, I'm actually going to lock him at left back because he is good with both feet. He's got very strong on both feet. So we're going to play him left wing back. The most annoying thing is that our left wing back is arguably one of our best players. He is phenomenal.
But he's 28.
But yeah, my thinking is if we play this guy there, he becomes a natural there this season. Then next season, I don't have to lock him in. And every time it gets to a Champions Cup game, he can play instead of the phenomenal left wing back.
Yeah.
And they can just rotate. That's my hope because he's available for another 3 seasons in that position. That's my hoping anyway. So, Allen is going to be locked in. We signed him last year, Richard Allen, or the year before.
He had to be locked
good.
in, didn't he, really?
Velasquez as well. Didier's been locked in. I'm locking in 4 of the youngsters already.
So at least you know it's almost what's the word?
It's like set in stone the ones that he can use.
You've got a
and will
regular
use.
side playing every game now.
Yeah.
And the cup games, they're already there. You got 4 out of the 5.
Yeah.
So he's only looking for one more player to put in the team. Really.
That's it. Yeah, that's my thinking. So hopefully Mads Borges still plays every single game up front because he's our goal threat. He's our goal machine. He's only got 5 in 12, but still. And yeah, we're already through the first couple of rounds by Leverkusen and Bristol City. 2 tricky games. We managed to get through, and we started so well. The only time we actually didn't win a game is because we couldn't score in it, which I'm surprised with the team that we've got. We couldn't actually score. So we're okay. We're all good.
Good start.
Now yourself, Dad, very good start as well because you're sat in second place right behind me. You did sell a couple of players. Paul McLean has gone for £34 million, 30.
Yep.
And Preet, 39. 2 players are only 3.5 star accountability compared to the rest of your team, which tends to be world class.
Yeah. I'm pleased with the amount of money that I've got for them. And allowed me then to spend 234 million on the 3 players that you can see in front of you now. Really,
yeah, 3 youngsters too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what a good 21-year-old this guy could be, an attacking midfielder, which I know is the position I'm playing. So, you know, he's under 23, so he's going to play in that position during the cups.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm buying these players for now.
Cipriotti as well from Manchester United, Argentinian centre back.
Yeah, and good physicals.
Really good.
Yeah, good physicals and mentals straight away. Really, so he could be good. Could be a first teamer straight away.
Yeah, and then Mark Cunningham, the last one, or Cunnington.
Yeah,
not Cunningham, Cunnington.
I mean, he's a striker who might not get into my first team. I've got really 2 good strikers, but he's going to be there or thereabouts for the cups, definitely, and for one season. So it's a chance that I'm taking. I bought him for one season only, but I've got to take that chance. I need the best team I can put out there for under 23s.
Yeah, locking in a few players like me, really. Cipriotti, Herrera being locked in at right side of defensive midfield. He looks great.
Yeah,
looks really good. And then obviously Zonta and Lelin, who of course was the guy that's in that team.
I think he would have got into the team anyway.
No,
after a few games.
He played 3 games last year.
That's why I've locked him in.
Yeah.
I mean, now I've locked him in. Like he's scored 7 and 8 goals. If he had that start without me locking him and he was playing, I think he'd have been automatically got picked then.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he gets in front of Rovik and Penyev and Olshover. That's the trouble.
That's the problem. You know, he's an under 23 that's in the team scoring goals.
Yeah. So you need him playing off.
Brucey bonus for me, that one is.
Yeah. And he has scored goals.
Yes.
But the other guys are also playing and scoring too. Rovik, his name is everywhere. Penyev, is every time he plays, is scoring as well.
The good thing is, with locking that player in, these 2 players automatically swap all the time then, don't they?
Yeah.
So if one's not performing, the other one will. And I think that's what's happening for me at the moment.
Started the season with a loss to Napoli, but clawed it back. A couple of draws there, Hertha and Liverpool. So you're second in the Super League behind me. 5 points behind me now, so I've already picked up a bit of a lead. But you do have a 3rd round tie against a team I have never even heard of.
Yeah, so hopefully I should go through that. They started off on a really good year for me and for England, so I'm happy with that.
So there we go. Right.
Hopefully I should do them, seeing I've done so well in the cup so far already.
Yep.
Beating your team, Frankfurt, 5-0. I'm happy with that.
Yep, done well. Okay, well, Champions Cup. It's another swing at it. Can this time we go further than the semi-final and get to the final? Because I don't think any of us have actually managed to do that. I got to the final once and Inter Milan beat me.
Yeah.
That's as close as we've managed to get.
Well, we've both been to the semi-final since.
Yeah.
So we're knocking on the door, and I think we've had a couple of good seasons with buying youngsters into the team. So
yeah,
we're in a good place. I feel at the moment. I think possibly you could be one season off because you got some really good youngsters that you're loaning out as well.
Yeah, but then I've had to sell most of them because then they go to over the age of over 23s.
I think we're 1 or 2 seasons away from having a really good youth team.
Yeah.
Young team. Squad, should I say then?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you got there eventually.
Yeah, I did.
Let's see what happens
all these
this
figures
season.
across me.
Once we got back underway, we both encountered a really easy third round tie in the Champions Cup, which did reflect our great start and our dominant form in all competitions. As I won 7-0 against Parma, while Dad also picked up a 5-0 win. We then played each other in the Super League right before I had the 4th round against Hertha, and we scored the only goal of the game, although Dad did miss penalty to equalise and take a point, which turned out to be a great practice for Diana as the Hertha game went to penalties, where he then saved 2 identical strikes to see us through the 4th round. Meanwhile, Dad had a much easier time overcoming Heidenheim 4-0 in his 4th round tie. Things are looking good for us though in the next round as we progress through our 5th round ties. And once again, we were in the 1 and 2 spot in the Super League. However, I was 9 points clear of Dad and Tottenham. In the 6th round, it's where it started to get interesting in the Champions Cup as Dad fell behind against a very good Bayern Munich side. Leyland then managed to pull it back to 1-1 in the second half, and the game was won by a bit of magic as Dad's Poznan side had Scott Fenton smashing a beauty for the winner. Meanwhile, I absolutely peppered the Sunderland goal in my 6th round tie with 19 shots on target. Only 2 of them actually found the back of the net, but we are still through to the quarterfinals. My quarterfinal was again a simple match where our bargain price youngster James Black scored the opening goal from the right hand side in a 3-0 win. And Dad had Leland to thank for picking up 2 goals in his quarterfinal victory over Southampton, and the inevitable finally happened. As for the first time, we have been drawn against each other in the semi-final of the Champions Cup, meaning at least one of us will make it to the final as we are still 1 and 2 in the Super League. Just because I'm currently ahead of Dad in the Super League and beat him earlier in the season though, doesn't mean that I am a solid favourite to win this. In fact, on the contrary, because Dad's side absolutely blasted me in the semi-final of the Champions Cup, embarrassed me 5-0 to deservedly go through to the final. And somehow, Fenerbahce also beat PSG in the other semi-final too. All I could do was focus on the league and pray that Dad doesn't win the final. And with a game remaining, we were crowned champions of the Super League once again. But it's time. Just one more game and Dad could win the whole challenge right here. The first time that he's got to the final, and it all comes down to this. The game itself was dominated by Dad's Poznan side, but he didn't manage to break the deadlock until the 57th minute. However, just 20 minutes later and his lead was doubled, and the trophy was all but won. And Fenerbahce simply had no response with just 1 shot on target the whole match. Dad's side was so dominant in almost every round, finally lifting the Champions Cup. And the final challenge of FM24 is won by Omega Dad.
Well, challenge complete. Well
Come
done.
on.
The Champions Cup has finally been won. And you do deserve it because you beat the best team
But you're in
in the
semi-final.
semi-final.
Yeah. It was obviously going to be whoever won that semi-final. I
Yeah.
think would have gone on and won it anyway. So
I can't believe, I genuinely think that's the first time we've come across each other in that cup.
in the cup, yeah, I think it is.
I cannot remember us ever crossing paths in the cup. But you do deserve to go through or to be before now.
I didn't just beat you, did I?
I mean, you're looking at that, and if you're looking at how like the league was going before that, you would have gone, "Oh, that's an Aris PSG final right there."
Yeah.
But you stuffed me in the final. And what
Look,
the
he
way I'm
scored
looking
a
at it,
hat-trick. Look, he
yeah,
scored a hat-trick.
Mark Cunnington has got himself a hat trick. Mads Borges didn't get on the pitch.
Wow.
So they were playing Matteo Hansen for some reason, who's 30 as well. So I don't understand, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you not play the best player
I'd
in our
sack him.
team?
Cost you the cup.
Probably did. I mean, he ain't stopping the goals going in.
No.
You still scored. But look how well your defence and goalkeeper played.
Yeah.
Like the average rating for your whole team was unbelievable compared to Hansen, who had a 6. He's done awful.
My
He's
left
an
back,
absolutely terrible.
8.7
Yeah.
for a left back. That's a hell of a good, isn't it?
And if you look at Mads Borges' season, he got 30 goals in the league. He was on fire. Matteo Hansen, who? Like, this is ridiculous. So I don't know why my assistant manager has decided to go along that route. What I probably should have done to avoid that was lock Mads Borges in, but I didn't think I bloody needed to. I thought this was enough to say, well, obviously, you'll put our best freaking striker in instead of Hansen, who definitely isn't your best striker. I'm just salty. I'm salty, but well done. You got the job done.
Come on.
A cracking win. The most goals scored as well in that competition by look how good he is now. Locking him in that one season, and he turned
Definitely
into an
worked out, didn't it?
unbelievable player from the youth academy as well.
That just goes to show, doesn't it? He's only 20 and he's that good coming through
So
the youth.
freaking good.
You just got to keep an eye out for him and just when they come through, nurse them through.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
yeah, well done.
I mean, the good thing is as well, really, we come first and second in the league. So
Again.
by far, we were best.
Yeah.
The best in the whole tournament and in the cup, really.
Yeah, because if we look at
'Cause
the
you got
past
the
winners of the
semi-final as
league,
well.
we have been there for the last 5 seasons.
Yeah.
I won it twice, you won it once, then you lost to Tottenham on the final day, then it's us again, first and second, but switched around from 2 seasons ago.
And we were getting close, getting 2 semi-finals as well each.
Yeah.
Or 1 semi-final each. But so we were there or thereabouts. We knew it was going to happen, didn't we? So
Yeah, that's it. Well done. Congratulations.
I'm pleased with that.
Not too bad at all
And
there.
I'll be honest with you, mate. I didn't think I was going to beat you. I could see the team that you were building, and I thought it's going to come. It's going to come.
Yeah.
And I'm just fortunate, really, that formation. When you sort of like build a team around a formation, that's what happened with me. I was a little bit lucky with 2 strikers come through. I had really 2 good strikers anyway.
Yeah.
But the 2 youth ones are coming through as well to help me as well. Sort of that, and I sort of built a good sort of little squad around that formation, really.
Yeah.
But I did honestly feel that your team that you were building were way better than mine.
Oh, just league form wise, they were disgusting.
Yeah.
There's 2 things I think we got to check. So the Ballon d'Or, we haven't looked at it yet. We've only won it twice, which I actually find quite shocking.
Yeah.
I think that's mental. So Rovik won it for you the last season with
He
Mads
was good.
Borges second.
Yeah.
Mads Borges won it the year before that. Penyev was in 3rd place. We were runners-up to Jung said, each their luck. Francesco Kamada has won it. Borges is dotted around every now and then. But yeah, for a while, it's obviously the real-life players. But yeah, Jung said just won it there with Penyev in 3rd, and the most recent one. And the final thing, of course,
Where is he?
we've got to find out he is the England manager.
Never. Oh my god.
What a way to end the Super League saga.
Do you know where I was hoping he was going to end up?
Where?
Everton.
Yeah, that would have been funny. Now, I have noticed his motivation's gone down by 2. But what a way to end the Super League saga, and what a way to end the challenges on FM24.
definitely, yeah.
Jamie
It's been a
Carragher,
blast.
former AC Milan, Real Madrid, Liverpool, and Bayern Munich manager, is now the manager of England. What? That's Football Manager for you. Make sure you are subscribed if you haven't done so already, because FM26 is just around the corner. We're going to bring loads of challenges, hopefully another Super League just like this. So thank you very much for watching. Really do appreciate
thank you, guys.
all of the support that we've had on FM24. This probably isn't going to be the last FM24 video, but the last challenge we are doing nonetheless. And these challenges are only something that we've actually introduced in FM24.
Yeah.
We didn't do them before in FM23, so this is brand new to FM24. It just feel like we have done them for a while because we've done 2 of every single thing thanks to FM25 not coming out. But really do appreciate you all. Thank you very much. See you in FM26.